kitchen, fires reach the skies. I got a fever from the visions, and it's pure desire. What's going on, help me? It's hotter than July. My savior's in disguise. He'll spill beautiful lies just for me. Yeah, just for me. You got so swear to God, I will hold you in my It follows me around every bend, like a voice in the breeze. It's a curse, it's a shadow, it's a threat. Got me down on my knees. Can you feel it? Can you feel it falling? I don't know what else to try. I can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. We go in where the others won't, walking straight to the fire. We see things that the others don't, fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime.
flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge, providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it, my skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Me now. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it as mine. I'm selfish, your will. Tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men, I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest. And trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar. School of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do.
put your best shoes on, cause see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. You traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. 7-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
Words like violence break the silence. Words are very necessary.
Hello and welcome to week 5, day 2 of the LPL, coming hot in this week's second day so far. We had some strong League of Legends action so far, as we are still in cross groups, and we're seeing how the teams are able to compete today. And very shortly we'll be looking at the team setting up. You can see QG getting ready for the first game of the day, and he'll be up against Aimee as well. We'll see if the Cinderella story has finally come to an end. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name is Richard Polscam, and I am with some fine-looking analysts today. I would like to say that we are looking rather sharp coming into our match of the week, but of course we do have a series before that. But how are you doing? Zach Rusty Pie.
Fantastic. So you introed me first this time. It was almost a little bit
I
different.
did, yeah.
than
You
the
did go at the
rehearsals.
end for like no reason. Frosky, and yourself, how are you doing today? Looking fantastic, might add.
He only says that because he did my tie, which, by the way, I can't breathe.
Yeah, I don't think any of us can. None of us can actually raise our arms above this height. We just kind of get stuck because our jackets are too well fitted. Either way, taking a lot of our first game of the day, it is Aimee going up against the QG Reapers. It's just, as we were saying, coming into the day, like, has Aimee's Cinderella story actually come to an end where they were able to constantly kind of upset the balance of things and make things happen that we never thought was possible of a team like Aimee? Or are they able to actually carry it forwards against QG, who are a very similar team?
So like Aime's story is much less of a Cinderella at the moment, but they can still cause the upsets that you're referencing because at this stage their place in the standings isn't really indicative of where we expected them to finish. So like right now, as far as I'm concerned with Aime, coming into today's games, you never really know if they're going to get the victory or not.
For me, it's almost kind of redefining it as the race or the race between the dark horses. Like both these teams can do things to upset the top of the standings or even be contenders. We know that I may always have some tank or some gas left in the tank that they can go the distance. They proved last split. QG, you know, Doinby had his rise and fall from grace and back again, and he's definitely back on that rise towards the top of the standings. But for me, this is again like both these teams could be that dark horse, so we're going to see which one actually gets to take first in that race.
Sure, and that'll be the first match for the day, but of course we have our big title match of the week, which is EDG going against IG, and EDG have kind of, I don't want to say fallen from grace just yet, because they are now facing IG, another strong powerhouse of a team, but we were looking at this team just last week and saying battle for first place. Now we're talking about battle of second place. How far down are EDG going to fall?
I don't know if they'll fall much further than this one, but it's also, whilst we're looking at EDG and saying, you know, battle for first has now become battle for second, it's also RNG that were playing for first that looked phenomenal in their victories. So EDG, they may continue to fall, but only if their opponents step up to the plate and actually outperform what we're expecting from them.
And that's the thing, EDG have been head and shoulders over the entire LPL competition in terms of their macro strategy for so long. They've never been contested and never been pushed in terms of like Brain versus Brawn before. And it's finally like the rest of the LPL, or I guess kind of like three key teams, have finally caught them and are starting to punish them. You know, with the loss of Clear Love as their shot caller because Firelily is their starting jungler, they don't have that same crisp, clean mid game that they need to continue to be that dominant premier team.
Yeah, and that's a quick preview of what's to come, and I'm glad you mentioned the rest of the league because we had some learnings from yesterday as well, where we saw teams like Snake and at the bottom of the standings try to rebuild themselves. And I think, as you put it, Rusty, we can see right here at the bottom of the table, yes, they managed to pick up the win, but they're still 3 and 4. On the opposite side, GT, VG, LGD, all struggling down there.
Yeah, there's a lot of struggling on the bottom side of Group B, but as we look at the standings at the moment, remember that the cross-group battle is currently 6 wins for Group A, 5 wins for Group B. It's a lot closer than we expected, and the standings don't exactly reflect it, but right now the bottom of the table for Group A seems to be besting everybody from Group B at the moment.
And it's just a question of, was that natural gifted talent, those superstar rosters that we see in Group A, enough to kind of tow them over the line against the more macro consistent strategy of Group B? And so far, yes, Group A are just throwing the harder punches right now.
It's a light yes, though. It's not a hard yes because still it's only one win over the other and one team had to be ahead, right? So, but it's just kind of interesting to see how it's all shaken out because those teams at the bottom are still trying to find their way. And while we've had some learnings from that, it's difficult to say until we actually see the teams maybe go back within their own groups.
Yeah, and it is interesting as well, though, because the identity of a lot of those teams that we're alluding towards has actually started to be found or at least discovered once again. In Snake's case, I believe they had it and then decided to lose it and then found it again. But OMG... you said it yesterday, but they're a Siva Maokai team.
Yep.
They are just the kind of team that will see someone and chase them to the ends of the earth to actually kill that person. And it is working for them because they're playing like that's their strategy. They're drafting team compositions like that's their strategy. They've discovered them, and they're playing towards them perfectly, and that's how they're now getting wins.
I mean, China has always been recognized, you know, the different region, the aggressive region, if you will, the Fido region. And the thing is if they just remember that those are their identities, not necessarily for every team to just be that big 5v5 team, but just play what you're good at, what you're strong at. You will find success rather than trying to be that Korean copycat or just copying the meta of the global standard.
Actually play to your identity, which was nice to see in the first series of yesterday where they were up against Vici, who we said was a team of 1,000 cuts, but were definitely coming at them with safety scissors and didn't really get anything done in the end. So
The child scissors with like the weird squiggles on them.
yeah. So it didn't really pay off, and maybe they need to just find a different identity because it's not working out for them themselves. But again, Mr. Potato Head of Snake, yes, they finally have kind of gotten all the pieces where it needed to be. But again, it's just seeing where they move. Moving on to today, though, it seems like we have teams who are more coherent, I think, in team styles, at least in the case of EDG, Aime even to an extent.
Yeah, the first series with QG and Aime, we're very much aware of what their styles are going to be. They very rarely change these styles. QG have shown that they have a good synergy as a team, but they can always default similar to what Newbie does with the late game team fighting. Aime, that is all they excelled at for last year, and they started to show signs of early game dominance, perhaps some unique and new strategies with the win lane, win game approach. but they've started to revert back to this because it's what's known, it's what's trusted, and it works for them.
The nice thing for Aimee right now, particularly in the top lane meta, is that Shin and Nautilus are big priority picks, and that is where Aimee really thrive. They're really good with semi-global global comps. They were one of the first teams in the LPL to bring out the Shin, Hecarim, and at the time it was the Tom Kench combo. Fits well in current meta, but again, Amazing J, he got his team to Worlds on the back of his Nautilus play when Nautilus was out of meta. Now Nautilus is even further in meta with the nerfs to Maokai.
Sure, and what we've seen so far from the team is that they are able to make it work in that late game, where they have that return to the late game shot calling, and even if they fall behind early, we're seeing teams who maybe struggle to close against them, they're absolutely able to blast them out of the water. So that is nice, at least from the side of Aimee. You take a look to their opponents though, and I feel like the team live and dies by a single player, and I think his name is Doinby in the mid lane, because Doinby, if he doesn't make it work, then the team just kind of flops.
Yeah, Doinby is the heart and the soul of what QG is. All of their success seems to be around him, and they pivot through the mid lane member of their team. Shen, again, as you're mentioning, is one of the big champions of choice for QG because they can work with the jungle mid synergy, but can also then bring the entire map around to them. They have very defined strategies and play styles, and it's because it works. Like this particular game, he did 48% of his team's damage.
Yeah, and don't be fooled. That is a massive number, and Doinby definitely deserves the respect and the recognition for this disgusting Vladimir game. But Doinby is not a hard carry mid laner. That is not he's not the rookie of QG and why they're successful. They're successful because of how flexible, versatile, and unique he can be for any circumstance.
And also the fact that the bot lane is staying the same as we saw last time, Alone and Ali staying there with Clit, Doinby, and Kabe again filling in the ranks across the rest of the table. So staying strong with this lineup, and on the opposite side their opponents will be Aimee, Amazing J, the carry in the top lane with Ben4, Athena, Jin Zhao, and Road.
And it's pretty much Ben 4 versus better Ben 4. You know, we made the joke at the beginning, you know, Ben 4, the highlight hunter. This guy was going off on Lee Sin, trying to find these sick insect plays. And then Clid is like, okay, I see you, and now I raise this with intelligence. So I feel like Clid's just the more complete package of what Ben 4 is. And Ben 4 has the mechanics. He's flashy, but it's not always as calculated as it should be.
And it feels like the youthful exuberance of a young player. Ben 4 is overexcited. He has to make those plays against someone like Clid, who just seems to be much more reserved, patient, calm, and make those plays more effectively. That's the ultimate difference between these two, because they're both just Lee Sin mains.
But that's the thing. What's funny is that they're both rookies as well. It's not like Clid has all of this experience that he can hoard over Ben 4, and that's what's kind of molded him into a more consistent member. He just kind of walked into the LPL that way.
Isn't that the point of the entire match? Because Rusty, I know you were saying prior to coming on air that the teams are actually very similar matched in what they pick and how they play. Is one team maybe just weighted in similar strengths, but are they just better at doing that?
I think it's more about how they actually use the same champions in different ways. So you've got like Maokai and Siva as a standard composition that we mentioned for OMG already. OMG just ram their heads at their opponents. I may like to move cross-map with this play. QG like to actually pull you from lane to lane and actually have ward control set up so that they pull you into their vision and win team fights. It's about how they tend to execute on this same thing.
And that's what's really cool about these two teams facing, is that stylistically they are very similar, so it's always going to come down to execution. This isn't one of the games where you look at it and you can clearly say QG are going to win or Aimee are going to win. It literally comes down to how the compositions are drafted and exactly how they're executing on the compositions, because their strengths are very similar.
Seems to be whichever team will turn up on the day will dictate the flow of the series. I know Frosky and you were saying that it could be a 2-0 to one particular team, but I don't know about that. I feel like this is going to be a 3-game series of just how evenly matched the teams are.
I just think because both teams have shown that they can be so volatile and destructive in the early game, like both these teams are very good at acquiring snowballs, and especially in an early mid game when the map starts getting opened up, they know how to make picks, they know how to rotate off the picks, and they know how to punish if you overextend. So I feel like while the games could be very cut and dry in terms of someone just snowballs ahead, it doesn't necessarily it's not indicative of someone being infinitely better than the other. It's just the style and nature of both these teams. They're good at snowballing.
So as we head into Champions League for Skurin, do you want to once again reiterate who you think this series is going to go towards?
I weighted it towards QG. I thought that they were a bit more tempered in their aggression, and they've looked a little bit more consistent in their most recent weeks comparatively to Aimee. But again, I think this is so volatile, it could snowball either way.
All right, let's see how it goes. So QG up against Aimee. We're into Champions Select, starting this day off strong. Will be day 2 of week 5 of the LPL, as Zyra and Caitlyn will be banned away, along with Rise coming in from Aimee.
Attacking the bottom lane of Aimee this early into the drafting phase, not something that you often expect to see. Amazing J is someone with a very deep champion pool, but there are just standout champions that they may want removed. However, looking at the LPL this week, they have definitely not said we're going to ban junglers anymore. They have opted towards pretty much exclusively the bottom lane, and they're just banning the champions they deem to be the strongest right now.
Including Varus coming out there from QG as their final ban, and Shen as well from Aimee, while LeBlanc will be the third ban, filling out the ranks of the ban list from Aimee, aimed towards Doinby, which does, of course, leave Rengar open for QG to pick.
However, there's always going to be the Kha'Zix and Camille on the flip side. Kha'Zix never usually touched. Graves also one of the best junglers at the moment, arguably above Rengar and Kha'Zix in terms of his power, and they're also both Lee Sin mains, so Ben4 may default to something comfortable. The jungle, not really a concern, right? Camille, Amazing J has shown that he can counter it. However, they may want to flex this pick and put it in either support or top, even mid lane if they're going to get full EU on us.
Sure.
And so they can pick this early.
So it would be a nice pickup for them. And they will indeed lock it in. We don't know where it's going to go just yet, as you mentioned, Rusty, but we are now waiting on Aimee's next pickup. Doesn't necessarily have to be a jungler right here, but if they did want to prioritize it before it gets banned away from QG, they could. There's going to be the Karma lock-in for the flexibility.
Very clever though, taking the Karma not only for themselves, but away from Doinby. He is one of the best Karma players, and LeBlanc was his other champion of choice. He has shown that he can play pretty much everything, but they've taken one of his best two.
So Karma taken away there, while QG will pick up Jin here for a lone in the bottom lane. Again, also taking it away from Jin Zhao, part of his namesake, and has had put some strong performances on that champion as well. So we'll not be seeing that this game from him. But Nami also picked up alongside it. So bot lane completely locked in from QG. Well, there you have it. Graves into the jungle. Makes sense. Didn't want it taken away from QG.
Yeah, and they've got the Karma to empower the rest of the team. Don't necessarily need a tank in the jungle position. Not that they are being seen ever anyway. With Camille being picked, though, it does kind of limit their team composition's capabilities. It's not going to be the Maokai comp that we like to see from Aimee. It's not going to be a Shen comp because they banned it away from QG. Whereas on the side of Chagu Reapers, they can still go towards a Maokai and just be much more standard.
And we're looking towards the ban there from Aimee, but it doesn't appear they've locked anything in, so we'll confirm whether that was just a non-ban or whether that was just something that didn't appear on the overlay just yet. But QG now looking towards their ban. We'll see where they actually aim it now.
I like how all of Aimee looked towards their coach and he was like, yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay, so it was a misban. So QG have just been informed, as you can see. Doinby was just like, yeah, okay, fine. I guess I'll just quit out of this lobby. So it was a misban, and we'll be jumping back to this one very shortly. So we're starting off the day strong, Rusty. So we've actually gone a good few, not only days, but weeks without remakes of Champion Sites. We only have like one maybe later into the day, midway through a series perhaps, but today we started off.
Unfortunately, we do, yeah.
Things not to come.
Hopefully we don't see it again. It happens. There's a lot of difficulties.
They did want to ban Gragas from Aimee, so that definitely makes sense. Gragas strong in the top lane, also does well into Camille.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in lane, but his R counters her R, so that's a nice interaction there.
Yeah, there's actually a pretty cool dynamic. Lee Sin and Gragas, one of the few champions that can knock a Camille out of her own arena. And so that is a nice little interaction to keep for yourself. Also just a really good disengage tool, and definitely still that tank that we're talking about. He is one of the few champions that can go forwards or backwards and do two different things for his team. And there's a lot of utility behind a Gragas. So I actually quite like that ban. And we have seen it even yesterday. Snake were playing at Flandre shows that he's a very good Gragas player, into Camille in particular. Didn't even lose lane, was up in CS.
Yep. We've seen a lot of grinders as well, and it just seems like surprisingly, I don't want to say over-tuned pick, but it kind of came out of nowhere, and people are like, actually, yeah, this is a pretty strong pick that just kind of appeared.
They phased out Courage of the Colossus, right? So it got changed back, and then Grasp of the Undying is the Keystone Mastery that most top laners are going towards. Even Maokai's are going AD pages with attack speed and Grasp of the Undying. However, Gragas, also at the exact same time, as all of these tanks are starting to get touched, has discovered that he can max W, build Grasp of the Undying, and be completely unkillable. And so there's actually just this unseen strength of him that went, reasonably noticed.
Yeah.
Was just never picked until now.
We're also seeing a rise of top laners who have more than one way to max their abilities. You spoke about W max on Gragas, but we've also seen E max and Q max in the top lane, while Camille does the same thing. So these adaptable top laners are seeing this rise to power. And yeah, really, we're just waiting to go back into the Champions League, as you can see, and I'm just hoping that the players ban in the right order, and we get back to where we were, which was IMA's banning phase into QG's next two bans, and it was the Gragas in the end. So I like the ban. I just wish they would have banned it a couple seconds sooner.
Yeah, so we are focusing with top lane bans from IMA once we get to this second ban phase. That's where we're at, as they'll most likely speed through. Besides the Gragas ban, with this direction towards top lane, they've already gotten rid of the Shen. Perhaps they do actually target out the Maokai from Kabe. It is his best champion above and beyond. Even though Maokai was tuned down a little bit, it's still his best champion. It doesn't mean that Maokai is a bad champion. He just went down from the best and ultimate champion to, you know, within the realm of the top 5.
Yeah, it's more the fact that his laning phase got gutted, so any type of pressure, like anyone walks up top lane, Maokai's going to have a bad time, and he loses every single matchup, even harder now. So, but as a big tank, he's still a big tank. He'll still sit on your ADC's face. Ziggs banned away. They want to see that in the mid lane or ADC position. We've seen that a couple times, actually, Ziggs being banned away against teams.
Yeah, and we have to also mention on the side of IMA, if they want to flex the Karma support, still hasn't been picked, but their bottom lane not entirely secure. It may well be a mid lane Karma still, and the Ziggs ban just from the AD carry role. And with a lot of physical damage on their team, I actually quite like that ban. Both Varus and Ziggs are the champions that can do it all. Mixed damage, long range damage, poke, sieging. And so they just get rid of one of those major options.
Yep, another big hit to the ADC pool will be Ashe leaving up Ezreal, Sivir if he wants it, but we might see one of the two coming out here. And the fact that we saw that final ban of Renekton as well from IMA does signal that perhaps it's a Camille in the top lane. Both of those picks do well into Camille.
They're banning the counters, so Shen, Renekton, and Gragas are gone. Kabe might default to something like the Darius. If he can play it like Amazing J, that'd be pretty funny.
Play against the man who brought it into the LPL in the first place to deal with Camille.
But you'd expect a Nautilus if I was to pick something that had some lane pressure still and the ability to wave clear. This is one of the counters that is seen for team fighting, not for laning phase. You will still lose laning phase, but you have a lot of utility, firstly with the W to block her from dashing at you. You won't get stunned, so you'll never lose hard.
I guess you can knock her out of her own ultimate again with the ultimate, so in a small way, that's another nice interaction. But one of the problems with Poppy into Camille is Camille opens up these opportunities with hookshot max. And it's just like, well, you have Steadfast Presence on a 20-second cooldown. Well, mine's on a 10-second cooldown. So I have this massive window where I can abuse you. And we now see the hover over Vladimir, which is locked in as well for Doinby. We saw a great performance. We even showed at the start of the day, 48% of the team's damage was a ridiculous number. And that wasn't even him, I feel like, playing at max potential, because he definitely just walked into people and died a lot. So we could even see a better game from him this time.
It's interesting that he also went for the blind pick of the Vladimir. So it's not that, you know, Doinby's picking the be-all end-all of champions. This isn't the top-tier pick in that middle lane. It's definitely a niche pick. He's very much a flavor of the month style of player, isn't he? Like, this month I'm playing Vladimir, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. But it also leaves open options for Athena to pick a comfort pick into a Vladimir, and Cassiopeia does extremely well.
It's true. Vladimir, 100% win rate though over one game. So Doinby feeling very confident blind picking her. And Cassiopeia, just going to be picked up against him as well. We'll have the lane pressure, and we have the full composition. So it was Camille into the top lane, Graves in the jungle, and then Ezreal and Karma in the bottom lane for IMA.
So they've picked a lot of sustain in the bottom lane of QG. They want to survive and perhaps poke their way through if they win trades, and they'll be in a comfortable position. But they're actually against a lot of push and poke from the side of IMA, so you expect them to have a winning bottom lane. Mid lane, I don't think Doinby should win it. It's a Cassiopeia, especially after that first recall. It should be done. And so it does come down to, once again, the matchup that we've highlighted coming into this series. Can Ben force show up, or will Clid have his number?
Big question coming into this one, but it's really just you look up and down every single role, and you want to see which player performs best against their counterpart, because they are very similar matched in how they like to play. Who can do it better? I think the jungle may have already been decided, but for the rest of the lanes, for sure, there are big questions, especially top lane, at least for me.
Yeah.
Kabe and Amazing J.
And Kabe and Amazing J also playing the Poppy into the Camille is one of those interesting matchups where you've basically sacked your lane if you're QG. But how many times have we said Carbe's picked himself a losing lane and somehow he's 20 CS up and gets the first turret?
Yeah, as Maokai.
And that's the thing, like with the whole team, not just Carbe. Like he manages to have the whole team work around him extremely well. And whilst we say, you know, jungle's important, why is it important? Firstly, because you've got a Graves, you need to invade the Rengar. But you've also acknowledged that if you try and touch Clid, you've got Doinb absolutely sprinting towards that direction as fast as he can, and he'll help out. So now you need Athena to be winning lane. And that's why IMA have set themselves up quite nicely in this game to have pushing, winning lanes, or at least controlling lanes that can then help Ben 4 as he tries to keep Clid down and prevent that snowball effect that QG likes to do.
Also follows what Froskuren was saying about this being a very snowbally matchup, because if one of the lanes gets ahead, that bleeds over into a different lane, and then it's just kind of this domino effect where everyone just falls over, and we'll see if that does come to fruition as we get into the game. The composition will definitely call that out, but will the teams themselves in their play? We'll find out. QG up against Aime for our first game of the day and our first game of this series. As Road and Jin Jiao turn in corner, they will find Alone. Just hit him with a quick inner flame and place down the ward. So there's no invade, but they do get that nice trinket out of him early.
Yeah, I'm not even sure they're aware the trinket actually went down. They've just pinged that that's where somebody was in the first place. They seem to have saved their vision. I was going to say, if you are Aime at this point in the game, you still want to try and at least map out where Clid's going to start. The general assumption at the moment is Raptors. It always seems to be Raptors. Rengar in particular excels at taking them, as does Graves. And top laners are also able to leash for it. It's not actually that costly on your health bar. And so Aime now, by moving in, are spotting where QG's jungler is going to start.
It's angry. Oh, he's going to land the W, and he's got another bush to lead towards him. That's why he preemptively flashes. It's now Road under attack, and Clid will get another jump on top of him, along with a couple savagery hits, and he'll get healed right back up from Ali. As Road will have to go back to base. Jin Jiao's considering it. He'll go back to base. So massive advantage for the bottom lane. Kabe is laying in wait. Amazing Day walks right into him. Only just realizes, so doesn't get the counter attack. And Kabe with a lane advantage on top of that. So QG starting off this game strong.
It's strong but awkward all the same. So Clid doesn't get help when he's clearing the jungle. Look how quickly Ben 4 moves now, because their top side of the map started the game normally, whereas Clid's going to be doing this on vision and completely mapped out by what IMA are able to counter with. So this is still the right idea from IMA. However, the bottom lane just got destroyed. They have to come back to lane, 6 CS down, experience lacking, and in a very bad position. That was one of the few pushing lanes that Ben 4 was going to be able to exploit.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore.
Yeah, say goodbye to that one.
But there's still a victory for IMA in the jungle room.
So we are mismatched in terms of advantages, and Ben Forrest is actually taking this camp away as well. Hopes to be fast about it, but he has the smite, so Clid will turn the corner. No camp for him. There's one lone wolf returning. But he knows he's still in that jungle though.
Yeah, so he actually knows from the minimap indicating the wolves aren't dead. He couldn't see them. He knows that the wolves are then leashed.
Yeah.
He can use this information to try and find the Gromp. He also doesn't see the Gromp, so he knows it's being hit. But Ben 4 releashes it. This is a very interesting mind game happening. Clid knows, he's aware, but can he stop it?
I mean, yeah, Ben 4 knows that Clid knows that he's in the jungle, but his team can't do anything about it. So Ben 4 will just walk over to this, jump away, knock away scary Rengar, and then he'll just walk back. So that was a really awkward situation for Clid, because it was like, well, do I go in? I can't get help from my lanes.
There's no winning situation for Clid there. That's the awkward part about it as well. Because now he has to go back towards his opposite side of the map that he's already cleared just to get Krugs. Now, Aime should be very much aware that he's only really got Krugs to go for unless he invades.
Might go for Crab into River.
Blue buff is already warded by Doinb. He's very much aware of this natural progression. And so if they see him go to blue buff, the bottom lane of Aime and the mid lane of Aime can go missing and scare him out of the jungle. So they are playing the game of, you're not getting anything.
Yep. But they know he's on Crab, but he warded it because he just saw Road come up. So Clid will get that at least, and maybe look to a bot lane gank, but Aime will have read this and they'll just walk away. So this is not great for Clid. This is not a great start of the game, and this is going back to what we said coming into this match. See a tussle on the top lane, that you would think that the advantage would go over to Clid, but just because of the early events of this game, he's just naturally been put on the back foot against Ben 4. So now the ball is in his court to show that if he has the advantage over Clid, when he can snowball it.
Yeah, it's not all that substantial, but all these small amounts start to add up as the game continues to progress. So now there's a first recall out for Ben 4. He's going to be happier in terms of the items he has. More time had to be expended by Clid to catch up to the same level, and he's still one level behind in terms of experience. And so all of this compounds to a point where winning lanes will win further because Rengar doesn't exist. But Ben 4 now has to decide, you know, do I gank a lane to actually get that lane further ahead? Or do I just continue to try and out-jungle Clid and acknowledge that my lanes will be fine? Because at this stage, bottom's not fine. He might want to go there.
Yeah, they definitely getting blasted and continuously pushed in, so the small thing that Clid was able to do was put pressure down there. However, the fact that Ben4 was able to 3-buff QG does give an early blue buff to Athena. So again, that has bled over into mid lane very slightly, and that may be the signal for Ben4 to say, well, I've helped A lane, so now I'm just going to go back into the jungle.
You can see statistically quite adept, both of these mid lane players. On the upper ends of all of the stats that you're seeing, I don't know what they are.
Well, Doinby is first in most of those things. I assume that the middle one is like gold efficiency.
Kill participation, average damage, gold efficiency, and then the other two are like probably just KDA and stuff.
Yes. Yeah, the N1 will probably be KDA, and I would say... I actually don't know. Maybe that's damage per minute?
Yeah, okay, it'll be damage per minute. Cool.
There we go. Paulson Rusty. Translate Mandarin. We did it.
So the blue buff as well that we saw given over to Athena, he just went back and got his tier. The timing was actually incredible for him to have this buff. He can just last hit every minion, he can just push waves, or he can freeze because he'll continue to stack the tier freely by spamming his Q. He is set up perfectly. It also means that he gets a slight edge in laning phase. He's gone for the Ignite Cassiopeia into the Vladimir, so he always has kill threat, particularly with the blue buff, because he can chunk out and not run out of mana.
Ben4 going back to base once more, and he is now behind in farm against Clid.
It's about camps though.
Yeah.
So like he's ahead in experience still, which indicates he's been getting more important camps in the first place. Now, Krugs takes a long time, gives you a lot of CS, but they're not that great.
Yeah. I just want to see what Ben4 does next, because there's no camps apart from his Krugs up. Maybe he'll look towards that bottom lane as supports are going at it. And
I mean,
a lot of missed skill shots right now in the bottom lane.
So right now the mid lane is trying to hit each other because they want to ultimately be winning this lane. The second iteration of red buff that's going to spawn is where Ime are looking towards next, which is why he's not going to those Krugs. He's going towards the bottom side of Summoner's Rift. So that was nice from Doinby.
Yeah, nice pull in there at the very end before Athena gets his ult off. So he'll probably go back to base anyway, and Ben4 also has the pressure now that he knows that Doinby has been pushed back. Clid's gonna...
Take that, Ben4. What's your explosive plan now?
Well, Ben4, with this weird occurrence in the jungle, will say, well, I'm just going to take your red buff anyway.
It's like a jump scare in a kid's movie almost, right?
It is, yeah. There's no fangs in this one, but Clid will move forwards, and this is a big fight in the jungle. Ben4 completely locked down. Doinby will flash on top of Ime and get his Hemoplague down onto Ben4 alone before retreating to his jungle using Transfusion on the camp. But was many resources thrown left and right from both teams.
I mean, Ben4 got the buff. He's closer to level 6, I believe, than that of Clid, but Doinby, I tell you what, that's commitment to the finest degree. He charged his E up and was like, all right, I can't not flash now that this is charged up. I'm going in. But the fight was basically over. Like, Athena didn't have his ultimate, so the fight would have been won by QG if they had completely committed as a team to a 4-on-4 skirmish.
Sure.
But not like that.
Definitely not like that. Amazing J is going in very deep tactical sweep. Will slow down Doinby, but Clid finds him with the bowler and will keep on jumping on his face. Hook shot maybe gets him up, but Clid uses ultimate and Kami's into the fight as well. Hammer shock, and the ultimate will secure the kill. That goes over to Clid.
And suddenly QG is sitting pretty. They didn't know they were going to get this free kill gifted to them, but graciously Amazing J offers himself as a tribute to the QG roster. Early game's completely voided as a result of this. Clid's happy.
This is just all over the place. Clid did lose the battle over the crab, so Ben4 will get that one consolation prize, but Clid also got his level 6 exactly when he needed it to chase down Amazing J, and he'll take away the second blue buff because Doinby won't need it, and he also needs it to catch up as well. So Clid is in a great position right now.
Yeah.
He's going to go back to base, and he's probably ahead in terms of gold even, at least equal in levels, so QG. Good advantage in the early game.
Yeah, and Carbe's holding his own in top lane as well, something we haven't really looked at, whilst Amazing J has passed away Kabe's managed to creep further ahead. Both top laners, no summoners actually available. And we're starting to near that point where you'd expect a little bit more from Camille in terms of trading, especially when the cooldown reduction's going to be there. But armor boots at the moment, Ninja Tabis are very strong. And with just that baseline armor and health and wave clear he's getting as Poppy, I think Kabe's actually fine. He's happy with how this has progressed.
Clid is waiting in the wings, though, for a potential gank. He does not have his ultimate, but he is able to just jump on Amazing J. He'll look for the lockdown here. Amazing J is getting slowed down. Kabe, he's waiting out the W, hits the ultimate, and there's the W used, so there's no escape from Amazing J. Perfectly executed gank.
Yeah, the crazy thing is even if you don't use the W as Poppy, you can stop the second part of the dash when he throws the grapple hook out to the wall. So there's really no counterplay when the Rengar's already on top of you. And the Poppy is next. So really well executed from QG. Looks like they're going to get a turret as the result of that gank. They've completely turned this game on its head already.
This is huge. I, again, just have to revisit the jungle matchup. We said, can Ben4 actually progress with this lead that he has and turn that into an advantage for the rest of his lanes, or even just draw ahead of Clid? And the answer so far, as we know, is Amazing J gets picked in the mid lane, gets picked at top. They lose First Blood Tower. Aimee will try and get a cross-map play onto Dragon, so they'll get this Ocean Dragon, which at the very least, while we're still in laning phase, is nice, but the top lane tower's been cracked. We have unlocked laners now.
Yeah, definitely right. So we look towards what Kabe is going to try and do. And again, QG, they decided, you know, Kabe's the man, they want to get ahead. They've said this since week 1. And somehow they find a way to do this, even in the Camille Poppy matchup. They get him going, and it's all through the exact thing we expected to see. Ben4 invades because he wants to keep the Rengar down. Doinby rotates, but no longer is him being kept down. Kills on kills on kills.
Not really a problem at all. I think it will get to the point where Ben4 will try to challenge Clid, and Clid will just jump in his face and murder him. I mean, in terms of item advantage right now, Ben4 hasn't gone back in a bit. He doesn't have the warrior enchant. There's actually an extra 2 long swords on him as I'm looking towards the mid lane. Doinby has to take a path through the miasma, and Athena will punish this as he goes back to tower.
I think he was trying to bait out the ultimate from the Cassiopeia there. His team was starting to rotate, Kabe in particular, but he's on a ward. Ben4 is obviously aware of this. He's hanging by. I actually think Kabe's presence here, even if he doesn't gank, is good, because Doinby is able to get some health back. Helps to reset this middle lane that Athena is handily controlling.
What I don't know, though, is that Rengar just snuck into the jungle while Poppy was keeping there in the mid lane, so Clid will annihilate another plant.
Rengar and explosive plants, man.
Yep. We need a term for that. I feel like there's a lot of things we need terms for. The rise going from one lane to another one during a siege. Rengar jumping on a plant and getting caught in the jungle.
Clid's in trouble.
Ben's following after. Clid stuck against the wall. He's looking for a chance to use his ultimate, but there's the kill. Anyway, actually, Ben4 got the end of the line down just before he got knocked back from Kabe. A little too late to the party, and that will be a kill over to Aimee. So Clid overstepping his boundaries just a tad.
Perhaps thinking the Rengar stays invisible now when he presses his ultimate, Clid's best resolve would have been just to turn and fight. Kabe also probably should have attempted to hit Amazing J out of the arena. Neither of those things happened. Now Aimee get a kill. They also get a bottom lane turret and a lot of pressure on the top side. Kabe has to hold 1v2. Even Athena's now decided that the jungle belongs to him.
He's going to take red buff away. All right, pretty standard. And now we come over the fan vote, which will be over to Aimee. Advantage to them, but this could really just go anyway from what we've seen in the early game. Big advantage gained by QG, followed by a swing from Aimee to equalize the goal totals. And now we're in equal towers and we're equal fustings, so I really just don't know what to think, Rusty.
Back to square one. We've even hit that level 6 point where you expect a lot of things to come out of perhaps the Rengar at the very least. Graves' damage also amplifies significantly, but they're just finding each other still. There's nothing towards the bottom lane. Again, Aimee shouldn't be looking towards that bottom lane, and QG don't. And this is actually a problem point for them if they're going to draft lanes that don't just outright win. The Jinami has a lot of pressure, but doesn't compare to a Karma, and what a Karma can do in laning phase with pushing. So they get a free 2v2 turret. And that's the difference, really, between these teams right now. QG be winning by more if they didn't just lose their bottom lane turret casually.
And it's just whether Kabe can do more of that advantage he got in the top lane with that tower going down versus Jin down, the gold going over to him. You have to feel that maybe the carry with a mid-game power spike, Triforce, maybe benefiting that for a little bit more, at least from the short term. Though Kabi is essentially unkillable, even though he hasn't hit the Sunfire Cave yet. So it's really just a matter of waiting to see these teams get into a skirmish and how much damage they can do, and if they actually do come in there on equal footing. As Ali switching around the corner. Flash out from Doinby. He's just going in. Alone with the ultimate. That's the curtain call. Got a tidal wave coming in. Everything in the kitchen sink. Even Clid comes in for some other fun. And they'll finally wipe out Athena. The question is, can he actually take the mid lane tower? Because Ben4's got the wave clear and he's burnt everything on the Cassiopeia.
And he still has the ultimate, Ben4. His top lane's going to duke it out. I don't think he'll die here, but it's a lot of lane pressure. And once again, this mid lane focus, when QG say we want to fight, when Doinby says we're killing this dude, they all rock up to kill him.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, they definitely did that. Doinby will sidestep end of the line while Ben4 will return fire. Top lane teleport from Amazing J. Kabi won't be able to kill him in these circumstances, with Road coming into the top lane as well. So Amazing J will get his wave in the end.
And a Trinity Force with that back as well, so the timing's quite nice for Aimee. Their item spikes are actually there. And after QG have grouped, use the Vladimir ultimate, use the Jhin ultimate, the Nami and Rengar ultimates as well. Perhaps there's a window of opportunity to look towards a play. Drake is up in 115. I mean, it's not the best Drake, but they take it. They should be stronger right now.
It's something that they can at least fight over. So that's maybe what we want to see from the Amazing J. Is still pushing up the top lane. I actually wonder how close Jin Jiao is to his power spike, because I think it's been a while since he's back. He's been on Sheen and Longsword for quite a bit after the Mana Moon.
I mean, as far as Ezreal's concerned, that is a power spike. He'll go towards a Phage maybe with his next back if he wants to be super efficient with cooldown reduction. He might even go Boots of Lucidity, but he should go Armor Boots. He's in a good spot. The next spike costs way too much gold. He is about 2,700 gold off the next thing. In terms of intermediate spikes, that's where we're at, I think, at the moment. We've got Morello's, which is the big one, alongside the Ignite to ruin Doinby's day. And then the Trinity Force to assassinate people.
With the Dragon coming up, Clid is looking for an opportunity onto top lane. He does miss the bowler, but here comes the tidal wave, slightly missing. Amazing Day. He's just treading water as he goes back into the top lane just to go back to base, honestly. And with the jungler on the top side, that may have just seeded Dragon to Aimee.
You can't help but think with the bowler missing, that's a kill that gone missing. Ali had his tidal wave to actually knock up, so again, if that's stun connected, so with the follow-up crowd control, they definitely do see the advantage of the Dragon Pit area, but as we just alluded towards, Aimee with the items, we're looking for something to perhaps fight for. QG have decided they want to trade, focus Amazing J, who hit that item breakpoint, and just get the Rift Herald for Kabe. Grab the buff.
Yep, just, there you go.
You can't click it.
Nope, you have to wait on top of it. But he'll have that in the Arms War against Amazing J in the top lane. He's already winning as well. He has the CS advantage. And now he's got the Sunfire Cape on top of the Vector's Cowl. So that Kabi is pretty much unkillable. And now he has a little bit more bite on top of that bark. So he's in a pretty good situation. I think it's just in the bottom lane. Doinby has to stop him.
Yeah, Doinby came down here first. He's like, I want nothing to do with this Cassiopeia. And Athena's just going to stalk him everywhere he goes. It's the right call. But it means that the Ezreal and the Karma are going to be grouped mid, so that now the Karma is free to move around with Ben 4. And these duos, not just single members, start to look for more kill threats. That's why Clid's able to get that gank off on the top side. That's why Ali was able to throw out the Nami ultimate with him. Ali also a big proponent of shot calling on the side of QG. So this period in the game is actually really good for the QG roster.
Amazing J chasing after Kabi. He's going to ult him as well as Ben 4 is coming into the top lane. And he's going to knock him out of the ultimatum while Athena's still chasing after. Clid is there on top of that play. So with all of the members of QG and Aimee coming up, including the supports who are just fighting it out in the river, they will all just decide to back away from the play. So, I mean, I appreciate it from Amazing J, but a lot of his plays just haven't quite hit the mark this game.
He also, like, I mean, really did not need to ult that Poppy. Graves is nearby, but unless you're going to try and flash the Poppy ultimate, you're ulting on top of a target. So like if Kabe misses that, then he's just boosted. And he's not going to miss that.
It's true. Maybe if Amazing J has the sickest prediction of all time, we can flash it. But I mean, that still wouldn't have been a kill. Like the fact that it takes so long to kill the Poppy means that Doinby probably could have run from bottom lane to top lane to join the play. And Poppy would still be alive. Yeah. Yeah.
You just don't know with Doinby?
Might take it. Maybe he decides he needs it just to match his red aesthetic. Who knows, honestly. Athena walking up river, prowling around for something. We're just waiting for another play. Baron's up in 20 seconds, but I doubt either team's going to go for it. However, I mean, probably could take it if they get multiple members down. Early Cassiopeia Baron kills are possible.
I think it's a bit blue buff reliant though on the Cassiopeia being able to take it in the first place. Needs some kind of at least extensive mana pool or regeneration.
Yep.
And by trying to push people out of lane, I cannot understand that one at all.
Well, apparently I just pushed down mid, got the tower, and we're looking towards QG to see if they can punish. But that's not going to happen, so I may just simply beat out QG on a rotation.
Yeah, just get here sooner, so the free gold once again does go over to the IMA side. It's kind of inexcusable, but a Jhin doesn't have enough wave clear when there's extra members nearby, including somebody that has kill threat on him. So he's not able to protect the turret. He does need a Doinby, or he needs a Kabe nearby. Clear doesn't suffice. Even with the ultimate down, there's no real threat on anybody from IMA. They all respect the ultimate, but they're not going to run away.
We said both of these teams are able to find early game advantages, and I think while both teams have been looking for them, as you can see, the gold totals are essentially the same. Even with that IMA tower kill, QG is still ahead on gold. I think we're still looking towards the late game, honestly, with IMA late game team fighting. QG as well should be able to meet them, so just a question of if we get there on equal terms, which you are currently, then I feel like a lot of this game will be decided then.
IMA are always happy to go towards that state of the game as well. They've proven and they've shown time and again that they can just win those fights. Just like WE, they'll look for it. QG is super Baron reliant team as well, and so they will naturally just gravitate towards this stage of the game as we get later and later, the 2-3 item spikes. Vladimir's in a pretty comfortable spot now in the way of the damage that he's going to deal. Didn't go for the Spirit Visage build, went to Abyssal Scepter. So he wants to kill people, and that's why his damage is actually in a good spot.
I mean, we knew that already, Rusty. He's been flashing into people with E-charge multiple times when the kill probably wasn't going to happen, so...
The converse problem here, though, so the blue buff just went over to Athena. He is in a position where perhaps IMA could look towards a Baron, but QG have absolute control of the pit. They're very much aware that that's a possibility, and they're obsessed with the buff. We have already just acknowledged this. They will do everything for the Baron. Athena now goes to the bottom side. Now, there is still a Spirit Visage there for Kabe. I doubt he will die to anybody, so they'll have to send more resources down there. So you don't want Athena there. You're actually better off putting Amazing J bottom. Firstly, because he has teleport, and secondly, because that's where Kabe is. So lane assignments are favoring QG until something happens.
IMA getting chased down, the curtain call. Doinby is running after. The shot comes wide from Ben 4. Doesn't tag Doinby as he's chasing him down. Kabe's coming in, and he just simply catches Ben 4 going the wrong way. He did not join his team, and he'll pay for it. Jungler down.
Doinby angrily runs at him in the shape of a puddle as well for no reason, just to ensure that the kill's secured. And this is Kabe collapsing. Again, the movements from the Jhin ult, they force you to run in a direction or you'll get crit. And so the team starts to group up on top of each other. QG collapse. Already said lane assignments perhaps not all there from the side of IMA, but that's because they're set up in a lane assignment tree for the Dragon, whereas QG was set up for the Baron. And now the Dragon is the priority for both of these teams. We've returned to normality, I guess.
I would say for another 9 seconds before Dragon spawns and both teams will scrap over it. And Jin Jiao did stop the recall from alone, so they have a slight timing advantage, but I don't think it's going to matter in the scheme of things, as Ben 4 is back from base, back from the dead, I should say. And Road is also on his way towards the area. Amazing J in the top lane, he has TP, and Athena down in the bottom lane. So IMA should be good to at least start this Dragon.
Yep. I mean, Alone was still in base. He's going to be here to at least fight if they choose to, but there's no way they're going to get there in time. That recall timing was actually very sloppy from Alone. It's a big mistake. It just indicates that QG weren't looking to fight for it. So whilst it looks like a mistake, perhaps they made a decision that, you know what, it's an ocean.
Yeah.
I still would have fought for that because it's the second one that I may have got.
It's true, and it's 3 total dragons, and this game is going to drag on towards Elder Dragon. That's just more damage that's going to be coming on top of that. So QG has to be mindful of that fact, but the fact that none of them were trending towards the Dragon just kind of allude to the fact that they were maybe just not. So we'll see. QG are setting up for a potential top lane play. Doinby has been sighted by that ward. And it's Athena trying to get away from this play. Here comes the ultimate, keeps him in place. Doinby's going to flash forwards once again. Nice dodge out of the petrifying gaze. We'll keep Doinby alive as he rockets towards Athena for another kill. 5-1 currently.
I'm surprised that Doinby just doesn't have Boots of Lucidity to reduce cooldowns of summoners. Like, that's where we're at. He's just flashing absolutely every wall to get the engages off. QG, they've got a control ward there. They've been spotted, but they are hitting the Baron.
They also hit the ward as well, so now I may know that they're there. Rhodes on the way. He'll place down a ward. He can't see in the pit until now.
5K.
Alone getting shoved away. But we have roaming Doinby stopping the jungler from getting into a pit. But Amazing J is here. He puts the damage down onto Ali. Jin Zhao's also joined the fight. Cliff, he's still on the Baron. He needs to stay alive for the spike right here. He'll finally get it, but it goes over to Alone. Kame will be chasing down Jin Zhao. Doinby coming out there as well. She'll be able to dot out the damage from Ben 4 as he also drops down. Jin Zhao jumps away, hits the blast plant, but Doinby finds a massive heal with the transfusion. And all of that, the dust settles and it's a 2-2 trade and the Baron to QG.
I don't even try and help Ben 4 to get in the area. He actually just suicides to try and get as close as he can to the Baron pit and looks to steal it with his ultimate from 2,000 health. This isn't the brightest of reactions from Aime, but QG's decision. We've killed Athena. That's the primary damage dealer on that team. Amazing J will lock individual members down. He goes for Clid. Because Alone's got a guaranteed crit as well, they can continue to go for this Baron. Like, stuck on the side right now, Doinby's bopping everybody, and that's the crit to actually secure the Baron simultaneously with a smite. So, good plays again. The fact that Kabe's unkillable, the fact that Jin gets out alive, is able to focus Jin Zhao down so they get the extra kills, and QG, off the back of the pick, have exploded the map.
Bot tower goes down. Nice block from Kabe as well. Amazing J doesn't even get the follow. Ben forward also around the area. And those 3 dragons aren't looking so great right now unless they can convert it later on into the game, but the fact that QG have such momentum right now in the game seems to be the advantage overall to that team. 7-3 right now. 4 of those kills went on to Clid. He's definitely recovered since the start of the game, and Kabe has just accumulated more gold. He's picked up the Guardian Angels, so you're going to have to kill him twice over, and no one's even come close so far in the game. I definitely felt weird up until this point, Rusty, because I was just like, I feel like we've had a lot of action, but that was actually the first team fight we've seen of the entire game, as every single other kill was a pick up until that point.
And it still started with a pick. Yeah, but that's exactly what QG are trying to do. They're playing around the vision game. They're utilizing Rengar for kill threat, but they're also using Doinby, who is one of the... I would say he is probably up there with one of the most annoying players to play against. And it's not because you can't beat him in laning phase. He's not like Faker that pressures you out. He's not like Easy Hoon that runs away. Yeah. He's just weird.
They're going to part Rhodes and Athena with that tower away. Benful gets tagged by the final shot. Going to be zoning them all away. This weird Vladimir just pushing all of IMA back into their base. Top lane's going to go down to Amazing J. Clid is doing the same thing in the bottom lane. It's Kitty Cat up against Camille in the race against towers, and no one's stopping. Amazing J's not stopping, Clid's not stopping. This tower's going to go down over to QG, and finally Kabe will react to it. Yeah, he'll start backing away now. Hook shot to get out of here. He knew that both Doinby and Kabe were coming back, so he didn't really want to stick around and die for the tower, but it's essentially standing gold at this point.
Yeah, it's 2 shots off dead as it stands. It won't regenerate any HP like the turrets afterwards. It's still they're trading. You cannot actually complain if you were Aime in this position. They've just taken 2 turrets off you. They're brute forcing their way with the Baron buff. And you just send Amazing J to a side lane. You're like, yeah, well, I'll just get the same amount of turrets as you guys and do our best to equalize every trade that you're making.
Yep. Especially when the enemy team has a Baron right now. It's still a really nice trade for Aime. However, in the end of all those things, they have the inhibitor towers exposed, so QG still have the advantage in that sense that the next line of towers will bring them into the base of Aime. Top lane now being sieged in. And Kabe, Rhodes going to take him for a walk, and Kabe doesn't really take any damage at all.
And it's actually quite hard to siege without all 5 members there, or somebody to stand in front of Alone in the first place, because Camille has so much kill threat, or at least engage threat, with the grappling hook that you can throw it onto a wall. The distance that it actually traverses is quite substantial, especially when you have flash available, which is almost there. So whenever Amazing J is grouped, Kabe has to be standing in front of Alone, or Ali has to be 100% next to his AD carry.
Doesn't seem like this play top lane is going to work out, Rusty, because Amazing J was in the mid lane pushing, and bot lane, there's a massive wave there for Aime. So QG's entire top side play will fizzle out in the end, while Aime actually still gathering resources. Amazing J's just roaming across the map, taking camps, taking farm. just being
They'll have to
generally
just
annoying.
follow him around, right? They're not actually preventing him from taking things. They're not getting anywhere in advance. Amazing J is besting them at every single time that he arrives in a lane. He's gone from top side where he's taken 2 turrets. He pushed mid lane in and dragged Kabe from top to bottom. And they're trying to kill him. They're trying to generate picks. They've got the Rengar ultimate that has just been used. You can hear him burp.
Up. Well, Amazing J, he smelt it. He's going to follow after. He does land the E. Amazing J still gets to the wall, however. Joinby's coming in from the side, dodges the damage from Tides of Blood, will flash away as well, and survives the entire chase. Well played. Nice mechanics there from Amazing J.
They get a flash out of the Camille, the ultimate out of the Camille perhaps, and all this will really amount towards is another Cloud Drake. There is another Baron, however, in 1 minute and 40 seconds. I would imagine QG just go straight back to it, rinse and repeat this strategy. Granted, when they had the Baron, they still got turrets. It's just that IMA are matching them in the turrets that they're getting down. We're starting to play a bit of cat and mouse on Summoner's Rift.
Not really what I was expecting from a QG IMA game. I was expecting explosive late game team fights where they all just group up and head towards these objectives. And while that may still happen for this next Baron, that's not really what we've seen so far from the teams, where it's someone getting caught out of position or opening up a pick with a Lone's ultimate or using clears and just coming off of that with QG, where it's being picked into a fight or picked into a skirmish.
I really like this from IMA. They're not a team that is winning right now. There is a 4K gold deficit that they're facing against, but they're not just reacting. They're not just sitting down and taking whatever QG throw at them and trying to best them in a team fight. They're not being like WE would generally try and do, or turtling. They're actually pushing tempo in certain areas of the map where they can afford to do it. Amazing J pushes bottom. Now his reaction is to come towards the Baron, group up so they have an advantage, or can force a teleport. Like, they're still trying to make things happen where most teams just bow down to their opponent.
I feel like we've said that a lot in the LPL, but I'm struggling to think about which teams actually would bow out and just do nothing anymore, because I feel like we have so many of these two teams. Yes, but how many times have we seen those teams actually get behind? Don't answer that question about Vici, but WE, like, we look at these teams and they actually do fire back, especially some of the bottom of the table teams. They'll get stuck into their base and it's like, all right, let's go Baron. It's like they'll actually make a play and they'll go for a Hail Mary. So at the very least, as a league, I feel like we have that going for us, which is nice.
I've used a lot of analogies for it, but basically it's the ability to try and force errors instead of expecting them to make them. And it doesn't always work out. It's a bit more of an aggressive approach towards it, but if nothing else, it's exciting. It's fun to watch. Yeah. And IMA is showing that it does work if you can execute on it properly to stay in a game.
It's just confusing when we go internationally, right? It's just like, what are they doing? Like, why aren't they fighting right now? Like this, Joinby's just gonna charge your jungler down. Of course, why wouldn't Vladimir just charge him and look for the kill? Final shot onto Ben4. Maybe someone should have blocked that. It was a little bit close.
They'll hit the Baron.
Ben4 will go back to base. And yeah, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't just start off the Baron with the jungler out for at least 20 seconds as he has to recall and run back there. Amazing J pushing in the mid lane. Yeah, indeed, Baron has been started. That ward, as long as they don't hit it, the control ward, they have zero idea what this Baron is on. Zoinby's chasing down Athena. He's on top of them, right into the Zhonya's. They still can't hit him. Redemption comes up. Kabe did not find the target he was looking for from the flash. Amazing J backs away, does not get into their front lines. And IMA hold.
Yeah, they actually do. A really good flash from Athena, though. He flashed the Poppy, who came over the wall to try and smack him in. That would have been a stun. That would probably have been his life and the whole fight going over to QG, but he saves his own skin. However, IMA, by doing this, don't actually bring the game back into their favor at all. They weather the storm, aggressively so, but it is weathered.
Yep. QG now. They're in a position where we're 34 minutes into this game and the advantage is still nice over to the team, but it's starting to proportionally kind of dissipate. IMA are to the point where they can deal with them in a head-on confrontation, or at the very least just take them in these skirmishes and stop them from going for Baron just right off the bat. Amazing J's in the bottom lane. He does have TP,
They
but
want his teleport right now.
Ben4's waiting over the wall. They still don't have vision or knowledge of what the Baron is on currently. Road, Athena, and Jin Zhao still hovering around there, but Doinby is zoning him away by himself down into the Sanguine Pool. Do they finish the Baron? No! They turn on to Amazing J. Carve, this incredible front line has knocked away 2 members. Amazing J still in the back lines, but Clid comes in for the assassination. The final auto attack follows him over from Jin Zhao. Amazing J, he's walking away, but he is planted by the W. Last minute shield from Road keeps him alive. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers down, dissuades the Baron.
That was a battle of top laners with Clid on the side. Ben4 and Clid are just throwaways for their team at the moment. The problem is they're both the smites, so you can't just throw the smites away and expect that to amount to anything. Redemption has been used for both teams. They're trying to be as healthy as possible. Doinby needs a minion wave, and then QG are in a position to fight. Amazing J wants none of that.
This is a really weird situation to be in. Doinby is going to go into the back lines. What a dodge from the Sanguine Pool. Athena will pay for it. Amazing J goes down for the count. He's looking for a second win, but Carve, he's waiting on top of him. He slams him against the wall, and Doinby will receive the kill. 2 kills to QG.
Imagine being Athena in this game and just how tilted you would be after that. That's probably the 4th time that you've tried to actually use your ultimate onto a Vladimir, and he's suddenly a puddle that can dodge it. QG winning a team fight. Their jungler is on the way as fast as he can. Of course, Ben4 is here. He may try and go for the steal, but it will be a smite battle against the Jin crit and a Rengar burst.
It's likely a one-way trip as well. Rusty, Ben4, and Road are being zoned away by Doinby. And that big heal will keep Ben4 out of this fight. Baron goes down to QG. They got what they came for.
QG with this Baron buff will be in a very happy position because it actually started from a team fight. The thing is, that dodge, by the way, from Doinby was phenomenal. This team fight starts because Aime wanted it. And they lose the Guardian Angel. They lose the whole fight with a non-teleporting member now not available. Like, QG were trying to deal with what Aime were then throwing at them, and Aime threw it too hard.
I'll tell you what, though. I'm glad to see this type of performance from Doinby because while his last Vladimir game was impressive, we definitely saw some problems from him being a little too hammered. Well, he has definitely gone ham in this game. I feel like it's been tempered to a point where he has not died. He's 2-0-7. Every time he makes a play, it works out. And he's been a real carrier for this team. I'm excited to actually see how much damage he's dealt in this one because he is constantly able to hit multiple members with these Tides of Blood. Great ultimates consistently from him, and he's able to deal with Athena pretty much single-handedly. So QG being able to revolve around this, the player that they do revolve around that we pointed out coming into the day, it's actually working out for them. So this is a game where the stars are aligning for QG.
Yeah, this has played out in a pretty almost expected way for both of these teams, essentially. The biggest difference between QG and Aime right now is that Athena's just not having a great game.
Ben4 locked in place. Someone blocked for the man. Jin Zhao's going to come in there. Road as well. Last shot's going to hit the ADC and probably didn't want to take that one to the face as well. But both the ADC and jungler will go back to base while Kabi pushing it in the top lane. They are playing this one slow. I say that, but Clayton's just activated his ultimate. And Doimi's coming in. He'll get the transfusion onto one target as he chases the rest down with the Tides of Blood. But the fact that they have this one scary Vladimir, they can't even approach the rest of QG.
Doinby is such a beast. He's just running at them and they're all too scared to even fight him. There's no situation where those trades are winning. Amazing J went and got that top lane turret, so they're trying their best to match, but an inhibitor means a whole lot more. He had to be grouped this time. There are very few situations where I'd say he should continue splitting against a Baron and Elder Dragon's team, especially when that team has a Jhin on the roster, because he will destroy anybody, even in the front line, with both of those buffs there. It's kind of silly of Amazing J to even consider split pushing an option. He should just help.
Yeah, it just gets to the point where you're trading objectives for more important objectives, and it's easy to get stuck into that mindset of, it worked out before, why not continue? But when you have Baron coming down on top of you, QG as well with the Elder Dragon, it's just like, well, what did you expect was going to happen? QG are just all over you. They're pushing in the mid tower. Critical is going to be used for pressure, and they'll just try and chip away at the tower.
Amazing J is actually here now though, they're grouped up. Baron buff does not have long left. neither would the Elder. Probably one more wave between them, as that's a pretty ridiculous bounce.
Yeah, hits Athena in the end, takes him down by a fourth of his HP bar. Jinjan not caught out by that bowler.
And Kabe can dive. The minions are about to crash on the bottom side. They could have Join B even look for a flank B between the lanes.
Charging up the Poppycopter, is looking for someone. Who's it gonna be? Someone's going back to base. It's definitely Road, and they're onto the inhibitor. They've broken the front door. They'll chase down onto Amazing J. He comes with Redemption as well, and Join B, he's looking for round 2. Collateral damage doesn't even do anything. Amazing J getting chased down. Will jump towards the rest of his team as the Talon Wave will knock up both Athena and Road. Massive crit in from the ADC. Alone will drop Road where he was standing. Benful is going to get pinned against the Nexus. Athena being chased down. Maybe he'll take out Join B. Nope. I've got Zhonya's. Amazing J so on kill. Join B. What is that? Held back from the transfusion. He's so close. He eventually drops his prey, but at the cost of the rest of his team and at the cost of the game. 15-5. 40 minutes on the clock. QG, close it out.
And as far as a closing out goes, that was pretty good from QG. They just decide to dive. All smiles, and so they should be. And that's not a smile on the side of Aimee. He did not have a good game, and it's tragic because, honestly, QG's strategy was just around Athena, dodge the Cass ultimates, prevent the damage from happening, focus the Cassiopeia, win the game.
Yeah, and on the flip side, it was let just Join B lead the charge and kill everybody, and we'll just jump off the back of that. Also helps that Kabi was unkilled and just a monster on Poppy. Fruscuran, from your perspective, expected?
You know, I use the term snowball, and I think people, they hear that word and they're like, oh, it's going to be a 25-minute snop. That was still a snowball. Obviously, it took a lot longer, but the thing is QG had control at, you look at that gold graph, what is that, 7, 10 minutes, 15 minutes in the game? And it just progressively got worse.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can see it from the goal graph, right? Like, it was essentially an even game up until the snowball started. And once the snowball starts going downhill, nothing's going to stop it from, I'll probably say either of these teams, just QG got it in the first place.
And bad news for Aimee fans, they actually had the initial snowball because Clid massively screwed over his jungle. You can see the damage graph on your chart right now. It's fine because Doinby came up, he picked up all that damage. But the big thing for me really is that top lane, Kabe. Even though it's only 13.8k, that Poppy was unkillable and was the saving grace for QG digging themselves out of their early game hole.
That and Doinby just randomly starts popping off. He's just flashing every single wall. Whenever, I honestly swear to God, whenever Flash was off cooldown within 30 seconds, he flashed a wall and popped his ulti.
You can always tell, like, LPL casters when we're watching a game, even if it's not an LPL region, anytime someone approaches a wall, we're like, is he going to flash it? All the other casters are like, he's not going to flash that. We're like,
You just watch. If this is Doinby, he's definitely flashing the wall because he has it right now. And just looking at the damage as well, I said it during the game, but I just wanted to see how much he was doing. This was a game where Doinby was doing everything he did in his first Vladimir performance, just not dying while doing so.
100%, but you're going to forgive me. I'm going to grab the reins of the desk because we got a lot to cut through, and I've got a lot of replays sitting behind me.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, let's start early game. Clid massively screwed up his jungle. I have no idea what he was doing when he got 3 buffed. He saw, like you said, he saw that wolves weren't taken on a minimap. He needed to immediately run to the enemy blue to make sure that he wouldn't get 3 buffed. His bot lane also had push priority at that time. By just dicking around in the jungle, this is okay, this is the other play, sorry. By dicking around in the jungle, man, it's okay, Ray. This
Continue.
is the
Recover!
By dicking around in the jungle, he, I can't.
You've lost it.
I can't.
There's too many dicks on the desk.
He wasted all of his time, and he got 3 buffed, and so he basically lost jungle in mid lane at 3 minutes into the game because then the remaining buff got handed over to the Cassiopeia, and then normally Vladimir would just, destroy her in lane, or at least push her around because he doesn't have to deal with the mana cost resource. She's got blue buff, suddenly she's now bowling him, and Clid's like, well crap, I've screwed the game up. That's okay, I'll run top. He runs top, and he gets the Poppy ahead, and you're like, okay, top lane's ahead. Now it can snowball into the bottom lane. But then Aimee answer back smartly, and they take bottom lane tower, completely break it open. So the top lane advantage that QG have now dug themselves out of doesn't matter because it can't go bottom. But the problem is that there's a Jhin versus an Ezreal. And I talk about this all the time. The blueprint is very different that when the bottom lane tower breaks, how you move the Jhin and Ezreal around the map. That replay that we saw, Jhin walks up to the mid lane, he opens up his ult, he tries to pick the mid laner, and you try to break the mid lane tower. Now, it didn't work for QG in that scenario, simply because Doinby wasn't in position to help them push. Aimee rotated the other members down, but it worked the second. It's hard.
It
so.
did work the second time. But I just want to jump off the fact that you mentioned Doinby because he's our MVP of the game, and how could it not be? 93% kill participation. I think that's 39% of the team's damage. So it's not 48%, but he didn't die.
That's
So
still a lot. Like
that's
there's
still a lot. Like 40% is still a lot.
very few people in League of Legends can deal over 40% consistently. Deft was probably the only person I have seen in a very long time even be close.
Exactly, and usually it's poke champions as well, you know, like maybe like an Azir or something, but generally like a Varus, or back when we saw Kog'Maw in the mid lane, you would see those numbers rivaling that, but it was from poke. That's a Vladimir.
Yeah.
He was just running into people and just murdering them. So again, more impressive from Doinby.
Probably the most balls to the wall Vladimir I've ever watched played on Summoner's Rift, and it's just not a surprise that it's Doinby playing it.
It's true.
I feel like having this added aggression behind someone who's more reserved like Clid is really the thing that tips Clid over into being a fantastic jungler, because now he's shifted this. It's a Korean mentality of, you know, play the perfect game, with Doinby yelling at him, "I am now Chinese, go," over every single wall and fight. And that's now this like conglomerate of players wanting to do this.
And to jump back on your point, Frosky, it was a lot of back and forth in the early game, I think was the TLDR of that. And then
No,
it was
it was not.
once we got able to a point in the game where one team got the advantage, which was QG, they were able to snowball it, but at least that's what I was getting from your discussion. Apparently not. Maybe
I'm
I just like
so tilted right now.
completely
I'm
missed
trying
the
to
I was going to
correct.
say, I'm getting the tilt from right now.
The problem was Aime's lane assignments. The Ezreal can't go into the mid lane because he can't break the tower the right thing. So what they did is they kicked Athena out into bottom lanes to try to pull QG apart. Because Ezreal and Karma, if they go mid to try to break mid lane tower, Doinby's just going to wave clear it. But the thing is by putting Athena bottom, which Rusty you called on Cask, that's the wrong move. Why is Athena in the bottom lane when he has the ignite? It did manage to break the mid lane tower at some point because Doinby fell for it and chased him around, but then it bit them in the ass when he decided to go top lane and try to do it. And that's when they got the pick, and then that's when it snowballed into the Baron. So like, it was a clear-cut decision, but effectively the Ezreal pick put Athena in a disadvantageous position of how they played their side waves.
Okay, well, we'll try and get all that together, and then we'll push it onto the opposite side of the break because we're heading to one. So join us right after this. We're jumping back into QG up against Aime. See you after this. Welcome back to the LPL. We're getting into game 2 very shortly between QG and IMA, while QG have the one game advantage. Hello, I'm back. I'm also back with my analysts, Ruskurin and Rusty. So jumping back off our previous discussion, just looking at like how we're going to go through the rest of the series, jumping back to what you said at the start of the day for us, Gurin, where QG looking for this 2-0 essentially, and whoever's going to win it, looking at a snowball win. And that's exactly what we saw in that last game.
Yeah, it was grabbed control of it 15 minutes, and even though it took 2 Barons to close that, it just made sense against that composition. So it technically was still a snowball. They were always in control. IMA did a good job trying to trade objectives when they could. And you were talking about, teams that trade objectives that don't just bow down. The team that was really good at doing that was actually QG Reapers. When they first came into the LPL, they were known as the Team Fighting Kings, and every game used to go super late because they would fall behind early, but they would never be down and out because they would just trade objectives over and over again to make sure that they were consistent within gold.
Yeah, that and WE, I believe, are one of the other few teams that were very capable of doing that, whereas OMG is like, ram your head at the wall until the wall breaks. And it doesn't often break. Like, there's various thicknesses of brick walls, but like sometimes it just happens to work.
And sometimes the head breaks first, and then we see all of those games
It
unfold.
was quicker.
Yeah. So is there a chance that I may come back into this game? Because we said in the ways that both teams are going to win, it will be snowbally. So could we see a reality where I may pick up an early game and then just do the same thing that QG did? Or are QG just more adept at A, snowballing that lead, and B, finding that lead in the first place?
I think Athena's tilted. I'm just going to be honest with you. I think Athena, that look on his face at the end of game number 1 was the sign of defeat already. So coming into this second game, they need him to win lane. He needs to be able to reset through the break firstly before he even wins lane. Bottom should continue to play the Karma. They can play a different AD carry if they need, but they need to win lane. Because it's all about getting Ben 4 unlocked and preventing Doin B from moving around Summoner's Rift so that it's just cleared and cleared can be exposed.
Yeah.
I think IMA winning is more about QG making mistakes than QG winning is about them just playing their game. Like, these teams are so similar, but QG are just better at setup. Like, you watch how they set up their Baron. Doinby's consistently on the backside of the Baron. He's looking for the jungler. He's ready to zone them off. They've always got their control wards. Other than that one instance where they hit the control ward, they're very good about how they set up their objectives, how they're setting up their side waves, making sure that they're always pushed, making sure that they have the correct lane assignments. Poppy with the Spirit Visage was always against Cassiopeia, causing her problems. Whereas, like, IMA, it's the right idea, but the execution is just slightly wrong. They need to wait for QG to make a mistake before they can capitalize.
And regardless, it's the initiative that QG seem to have. And that's very true from just anecdotally. The wins that we have seen IMA take have been off the back of a team waiting too long to finish off the game, or someone misstepping them, getting a pick, and coming back into the game off a team fight. So it may be difficult for IMA coming into the series. We could very well see that 2-0. And I do agree. I would be tilted too if I missed 4 Cassiopeia ults in a row because Vladimir kept pulling it.
It's not that you missed them either. The thing is, the
were
last
dodged.
ultimate of the game that he placed down was like a flash Cassiopeia ultimate. And as he ulted, all of them turned around. So he actually missed the stun on 3 different people at the same time. And that was his final moments in the game.
Yeah.
Like, that's enough to tip you over the line pretty quickly.
But that then
Oh,
also
feels
means,
bad.
oh man, look at Athena's face.
Yeah, it's the face of tilt.
He is mad. But that then also means that you need to look towards the rest of the team to kind of step up and to cover him. Now, Athena played a really good game. He had complete control of that mid lane because he got the early blue buff. You know, we saw him rocking into the red buff, taking that away, being that really power-hungry Cassiopeia, at least early. But Amazing J was kind of nowhere to be found at the Camille. He needs to definitely step up and fix his posture, especially if he's going to get a priority pick like that this time around. Because Athena, he looks like he's down and out.
I actually like the topic of Amazing J because he said he was nowhere to be seen, but that's usually because he was jumping in, either dying or he was off on the side lane. Like, he definitely wasn't on our main focus of the game because he was somewhere off doing his own thing. So maybe it will be off Amazing J, and maybe it will just be the rest of the team stepping. We'll find out. Let's see if your prediction will ring true for us, Kieran. You're right so far. So let's get into game 2 of QG versus IMA. And it will be over to QG onto the blue side for their band. It will be Caitlyn as the
And they're
first
staying
band
on
here.
the blue side. This
And
is one of the
LeBlanc
first times.
and Zyra. Yeah, that's actually very rare. I will be over to IMA wanting red.
Yeah, this is, I think, the actual first time we've seen it in the LPL. So QG on the blue side one more time. And I was wondering why we're seeing a Caitlyn ban and a Zyra ban, but very
like-
much
I feel
the
like I've seen this one
same
before,
team.
yes.
Yeah. And we'll see how the, I guess, adaptations are seen from IMA. I particularly would prefer that they get the Shen. I don't think they need to last pick for their top laner, even though it's a big strength of them. And so QG shouldn't need to change anything. It makes sense. IMA might want to adapt their top lane to be a better position. They should go global. Global comp's easy. Just give them the Ashe or the Jhin. Give them the Shen.
just go global comp. It's easy. Easy if you're a professional team, maybe. You don't just go into flex queue and be like, well, Rusty said it. Let's just draft a global competition. Oh, we went in at different times. We all died. But Rise would be part of that if they decide to go for it. Now we've banned away here from IMA. And QG will think about their first pick.
That's a shout out to Amazing Jay, I think. First time around. He's the only Garen player.
Yeah, we were maybe querying whether Kave would take a Darius as the top lane against this Camille. And Camille is left open, but while the Shen hasn't been banned, it will be first picked. So if the Camille comes out here, Shen would be a great answer to it.
And good awareness as well from QG. IMA got rid of the Shen in game number 1. They got rid of the Rengar instead this time around. Graves have already shown that they're okay into the Graves. It's how they play around it that is very clever. And the Shen's one of those standout picks. It's similar to Poppy. He's just going to be a super tank, but he's a much more map mobile super tank. He can be everywhere.
It's true. He won't be able to bat people away, but he will be there in times of need. Jin and Graves picked up from IMA, so it will give Jin down to Jin Zhao. And a pretty expected first rotation.
Yeah, that's one step in the right direction, right? We said to get the Jin perhaps instead of the Ezreal. It wasn't all that impressive, honestly. We'll be seeing one on the opposite side, so I guess the gauntlet's thrown.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'll just do that better, I guess. I'll pick up the Ezreal, bring it to you, Jin Zhao in the bottom lane. Well, I believe that's a lock-in. Yeah, it is a lock-in of Lee Sin for Clid, so he's going back to basics. Ben 4, also a big proponent of the pick, but Clid will just say, hey, maybe I am indeed just a better Ben 4.
Perhaps he is. We'll have to see how he does play this one out. Lee Sin, though, he had the choice of the Kha'Zix if he wanted. Rengar was banned, and still opts towards the Lee. So a confidence pick, perhaps. He's against an immobile AD carry in the Jin. Someone he might be able to exploit, get behind, and kick towards his team. He also has the Shen. And so he is able to pick something like the Kara or the Lee Sin that can go deep, like real deep, and actually work with his team. However, if Joinby wants to go something like a Vladimir one more time, then I'd say we just have the Shen ulting with Vladimir.
It'll be Karma as well. Picked up for the bottom lane there from IMA. So again, another target that would be under attack from Lee Sin in the early game. It's Nami followed by Camille, banned out from QG. So IMA not early picking the Camille means it will just be taken off in second rotation. And he won't get that pick anymore. So Amazing J could go pretty much anywhere. We might actually see Amazing J just go for a different type of carry, something within the Amazing J wheelhouse.
There it is. Thank you, IMA. Banning away the Vladimir. I feel like it was a little bit too necessary, something I never wanted to say, but they should have banned the Vladimir. QG being on blue side means they don't get the last pick. Athena can look to counter what they're seeing from the middle lane, so we'll see where this progresses.
Orianna is the final ban from QG towards Athena. While they thinned out the middle lane pool, Gragas is left open, and we saw that banned away last game.
Yeah.
So it will be left open here, and I don't see any reason why Amazing J wouldn't pick it,
So
actually.
Gragas is a good pick. I'd be surprised if it isn't Gragas, you're right, but I also am most curious by the Orianna ban from QG as their last ban. Usually by banning the Orianna, you're expecting something like the Cassiopeia to be picked now on the side of QG as a response to this, because Ori is one of the few lanes that does extremely well into the Cass.
In the end, it was Nautilus picked up, though, from IMA, so they opted away from the Gragas. And they're both tanks, and I guess they both have decent matchups into Shen. I just feel like if Gragas is open, it's pretty strong right now. You could just pick it.
It's
so.
Amazing Jay, though. He does play mostly Nautilus. Like, this is the champion that got him to Worlds. It's his most comfortable champion besides Garen.
And Darius.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, that's just locked in. Akali over to QG, and that's going to be mid lane for Doinby. So, yeah, I mean, I had one curveball, and that was Vladimir, but apparently I just had a second in my back pocket, and that was Akali. Okay.
What? Why? Why would you do this? He's blind picked Akali mid. He doesn't even know what he's against, man.
This could be spicy. And a possibility as well, because I've been hearing whispers about it. It's locked in. It's sillied into the mid lane for Athena. I've been hearing that this has been picked up a couple times in scrims. And something that could be coming back into the meta on 7.4 and 7.5. But I thought it might be a 7.5 thing. So, welcome to the LPL, where we have Akali Zilean mid lane.
My first thought, right, and it was a weird progression of thought, but I'm a former mid laner, is that, you know what, I picked Akali. What is my counter? I was like, all right, Lee Sin is my counter, but we picked it, so I'm safe. Like, nothing can beat me. Zillion doesn't die to Akali. Will have wave clear and actually have a lot of zone whenever she tries to go for a minion. The biggest change to Akali is that her auto attacks have natural sustain on them now, so she is actually auto attack reliant. And to get that sustain in mid lane against the Zillion, pretty much impossible. I don't know how he's going to go.
You've also only got to hit once, though, for the heal. So, yeah, still going to be very hard because you're going to get double bombed every single time you walk up.
Last hitting under turret's a challenge, but you do have a Shen, so as the game progresses, you have got an okay team composition out of QG. Like,
Man.
you just need to get there.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Rusty, I was actually looking at Akali this morning because I was going to play it for no particular reason, and now we're right here. So I actually have some information on like item builds, what Akali likes to go towards, what we're seeing from pros. So we'll jump into that into the mid lane. Yeah, Gunblade's in the mid lane, but also seeing Emax versus Qmax for the wave clear, because if you last hit, it goes down to a flat amount per level. Q now, passive rather, now has a heal and extra damage based off AZ and AP. Yeah, very different pick. I just wasn't expecting it because we don't have Void Boy in our league. So
Yeah.
pretty cool to see from Doinby.
Doinby's just transformed into Void Boy mid-set.
Yeah.
Vladimir was banned away from him. He's like, you bastards. I didn't want to have to reveal this pick.
But here we go. You forced me onto it. The Akali in the mid lane from QG.
It's actually a good team comp, Pulse. I don't want to ever admit this. No
Magical.
one play this at home. But it is a good team composition for an Akali. They've got a Lulu to empower it. They've got a Shen to ult it. It's going to be a backline assassin. And it's really hard to kill the rest of that team.
You ban Rengar. We're going to pick up mid lane Akali, who is mid lane Rengar. Let's go. Tosses out a bomb. Athena's getting in there. He was tilted last game, but this time you can't kill him because you can't kill him in the Zillion. Let's go, boys. IM8 versus QG. Game 2. First out of the day.
Really, I'm just in a weird headspace right now trying to work out
I think
what's
we all
going
are,
on
Rusty.
here, but it's wonderful. So yeah, we've got an early game that we already spoke towards. It's going to be quite a challenge for Doinby to actually get through this early game unless he gets some support. But what we have seen all the time is, firstly, he's got teleport near Doran's shield, so he's going the sustain route. He just wants to get through laning phase. Zillion doesn't have the most extensive mana pool and generally goes towards the Catalyst build, or he'll lose lane at level 6. So by going the Catalyst build, he'll lack damage. And there is a point where you actually start to phase out with your amount of sustain, opposed to how much damage Athena can deal. However, he has wave clear. He'll be able to push while damaging you and kill the wave. And that's where IMA should have the exact same thing that they had in game number 1. And that's the ability to have jungle tempo just by having a better mid laner that can rotate quicker. So you should have pressure.
The thing that is always at the back of anyone's mind is, for some reason, Kabe and Amazing J are dueling it out in the top lane. Not too much will come out of that in the end of it. Is that Doinby could pop off on Akali. Akali just needs to hit Gunblade slightly earlier than you may be expecting, and that one item power spike means she will literally 100 to 0 your squishies in the early game.
There's definitely a surprisingly large amount of kill threat that does come out of the Akali. Nautilus is very good at locking people down, however, as we are looking at the top laner's stats. Amazing J actually one of the highest kill participation members in the LPL, #1 in top laners. That's quite impressive. Most top laners don't have a lot of kill participation, so to be #1 says a lot.
It does, but maybe relatively they're all pretty low. Or maybe they don't pick up a lot of kills. So it's still anecdotal, but he's still at the top. So, Amazing J, he's making it work. And we have seen from this play that he does roam a lot, for better or worse. And Doinby now pushing in the mid lane. You can see wiping out the wave with the Crescent Strike. So he does have to push priority on Athena because he's not gated by mana. I'm just like, I'm getting distracted by what's happening on screen because it's just like, well, just.
I know it looks insane though as well, but the reason that he does this is he's watered deeper in the river, actually at where the entrance is, removes the explosive plant so that there's only one jungle route or gank route without having to use a ward hop. However, cleared Lee Sin so he can ward hop. And I mean, at the end of the day, it saves perhaps a bit of resources because by ward hopping over, you shouldn't have a second ward available. And he's currently spotted.
He is spotted. Ping goes down. from QG. Yep, no, to back away. Mid lane. Athena has now realized in this matchup that he can't just hit Doinby, he has to go for the wave because Doinby is out-pressuring him in terms of wave clear. This is not what I was expecting, but I don't really see Zillion Akali every day.
It's about level 7, I think, is the break point where Zillion will just start to hard clear waves.
Yeah.
Of course, you won't see this every day, but that level 7 point is still where Doinby has kill points. So I still highlight the junglers as a thing of necessity here. Van4 needs to show up if he wants to keep Doinby down, but Clid wants to show up if Athena starts getting any semblance of control. The major thing that we haven't actually highlighted, though, is how the bottom lane impacts all of this, because Akama Jhin has so much kill threat that they may want to perhaps look towards the bottom lane, something that's rarely ganked at the moment.
Perhaps. I mean, Doinby will get to a point where he will do a lot of damage. He's also trying to get that Q harass down, but you'll almost never proc Mark of the Assassin unless you're up against something melee. Ben4 is going to get attacked by Clid, who is still chasing after, waiting for a second Q to come up. It's up in 2 seconds, and Ben4 will respect that fact as Doinby also comes down and just flash the wall.
Oh, so they force a flash out of Ben4 simply because Clid was there as he placed the ward. So gets the free Sonic Wave off, and that's where the trade pattern is fantastic for Elite Sin. If it missed that Q or it gets dodged by Ben4, then you suddenly start losing these trades. It means that Clid can freely lose health now and lose resources on taking extra camps, get a bit of extra gold to pocket, can look for a cheeky extra recall if he chooses as well, just knowing that the tempo will continue to be matched. Because we're still waiting for that level 6 breakpoint. It's a Lee Sin, it's an Akali, and it's a Shen. They all want level 6 pretty desperately, but they're getting there in a really nice way.
Yeah, I mean, Aimee has done nothing to really stop that, and Ben is... Ben4 is just sitting in his jungle farming at the moment. Probably also trying to match the level 6s, and if anything, he's very slightly ahead of Clid, if only by a couple seconds in terms of getting that. But counterganks may be where he'll need to look to impact this game, honestly. Also, the fact that Athena is on something like Zillion does remove some of the kill threat from these initial skirmishes.
Yeah.
We see them over the buff trades.
Especially in mid-game. That's the thing. So if Zillion's ever at a team fight, he has the teleport as well, so both mid laners will have them. There's a chance we just go for the 5-man Mountain Drake style of game.
Yeah.
The Zillion stops an assassination from Doinby. And so the way that QG generally, or the way you generally play fights against the Zillion, is you kill him so that he has to ult himself because he's not a durable champion. He's not sturdy, he is fragile. And you target that weakness so that one of the biggest aspects of his kit is preoccupied with himself.
As you're already, Doinby's damage is starting to ramp up onto Athena. He's just dropping him in to kill range. And Athena will actually go back to base. I think he's got money for Catalyst. Yeah, that's exactly why. And that will help him from level to level as well, so he can, you know, not die to Doinby in the mid lane. That'll be nice.
I mean, every spell that you use now as Zillion with the bomb, the reset, and the second bomb will give him about 9 health back in return. And so it just adds up in the end with all of the waves that you clear as to the health that you get back.
Yeah.
So Catalyst is a pretty big pickup.
And he's able to one-shot the back line of minions now, which is nice for Athena. And he's going to give Ben4 level 6. So even better. Make it worthwhile for him to come mid lane. That's how you bribe your jungler into ganking your lane. Road and Jin Jiao will walk up river. And they were just clearing out wards as well. So they have pretty decent control over Dragon if they wanted to go for it. But going into anywhere where you antagonize QG into wanting to fight you in open ground is probably not the smartest of things to do.
Clid wants his bottom lane.
all
Remember,
of
Shen
QG
has ulti.
have hit their power spikes exactly like ultimate. He's coming into the bottom lane. Nice kick and combo turns into a munchkin. And I mean, there's nothing you can do from that. Jin Jiao just eliminated from Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, you know, my first thought was Shen just teleported to lane, so he may not even want to use the ultimate. But he doesn't need to. The amount of damage that comes out of firstly Clid being clean, and just from Ali being able to turn him into a munchkin to prevent Summoner's spells being used to save him. Like, that was clean, easy kill. Not a single Summoner burn from the side of Aimee. They acknowledged and accepted defeat.
That's the definition of surgical in the bot lane. QG will continue to push the tower, but now back away as there is a TP coming in from
Amazing J.
Amazing J, but he did decide to cancel it. So
But that's
bottom lane.
really, really bad. It shouldn't have been him that teleported. It should have been Athena, firstly. And secondly, he now doesn't have any movement spells against the Shen. Like, teleport's the most important summoner spell to keep against the Shen, because he'll be able to run you around the map now. And especially at this point as he's starting to phase out lane control. Until Amazing J goes back for his Balmy Cinder, he can't hard push in even more efficiently than he is. Kabe's happy.
Kabe has double TP advantage over Amazing. Well, he's won TP. He did use the TP to come back to lane, so at the very least, I guess he's got that. I'm looking at the mid lane just for a second because I thought Athena may have to ult himself.
Nah.
Which champion?
What's that longsword becoming to Kabe?
Ah,
Is it a Hex Drinker?
I don't see why it would be a Hex Drinker, but it could be. Where else could that go? That could go into Sterix. Nope, that'd be useless.
Titanic Hydra?
Could be Titanic Hydra. It could be the makings of one. Is anyone going to pressure him? Probably not. It could be an early Titanic Hydra, second item.
Usually you go the Tiamat, I guess. It'll be the Tiamat. There you go.
For the wave
Got
clear.
it. I had a mind blank on what a longsword goes into for him.
I mean, to be fair, Longsword goes into every item under the sun, so you have a lot of choice. But yeah, it probably would just be that early Tiamat, and if he doesn't feel pressure, just go into the Titanic, because it's still pretty tanky for him. Ben 4 will be launched on by Join B. Here comes Road as well. Well, chasing him down, he's walking near Kali, but of all the things to walk, don't really want to walk that one. Alone gonna jump after him, but it's actually Ben 4 who's under attack, and he will not be getting away. Athena keeps him alive for a second as he stands still and walks back. Kabe and Doimi very far extended. I don't think Doimi is going to make it out alive on this mission. Ben 4 will blow him up and say hello to the power of Zilean.
Yeah, QG actually lose a member. Kabe even showing up to the fight. Oh my god, he's dead. He has to flash.
No.
Will they spot him?
Wait, well, they see him on that ward.
They watched him fail the tour.
They're going to interrupt him with Dragon. All right, duel our pet dragon.
Amazing Jay's
Try and
just
recall
proxying.
now.
He can't get out.
He's got 1 second.
There we go.
That was great.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sick him.
Now they actually do the Drake, so this is good from Jaime. Athena's showing the Zillion's strength as well. Actually being able to keep members alive. Akali's assassination, pretty weak, especially this early.
You said it yourself, Rusty. We get into these skirmishes, hell, even over those buffs like we saw. And if it's not just a whitewash for QG, it's going to be that one target who's blown up, resurrected by Athena, and it's going to be turned around.
Yeah, and Clid feeling really bad about the Lee Sin nerfs as well on his ultimate, because he kicked somebody away instead of actually assassinating them, which was his plan. As now QG wants his bottom lane.
Flash, Whimsy. Jin Zhao, I think, may just walk away
He didn't
from
get
this
the
one.
E on.
Yeah.
Ali. That was actually a big mistake mechanically there from the Lulu. Flashes uses W but doesn't use E at the same time. I guess it missed. It's a really good flash reaction, however, from Jin Zhao. Immediately uses it.
Yeah, it was essentially instant, so he just traded that summoner there. Join V, chase down in the mid lane. We'll use the Twilight Shroud to jump away. Ben 4 is still running him down.
Graves' ult.
We've got the
Bomb and ult.
collateral damage. Bomb and ult. Oh!
Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
The exact amount of damage.
Yeah, literally the exact amount of damage that the bomb does. So he'll make it out alive. He'll go back to base. Ali going to be stopped in the bottom lane by Jin Zhao. And we're starting to see a little bit of tempo started by Jaime.
Yeah, QG is still okay in this middle lane. Clid's able to help him at least wave
Do
clear.
you want this minion? Somebody clearing out wave mark the assassin.
Already showing that he's a quite capable Akali player. At least he's practiced it. He's not just randomly picking it. So that's good to see.
Yeah, I think I have some faith that when we see these off-meta picks that there is some practice towards it. And that's one of the nice things, you know, about the off-meta picks is the fact that you know what the character's capable of, but your opponent is not. So when we see like a Kled in the top lane just appear, it's like, oh, I don't know how he trades in lane, and then he just hits you with violent tendencies, but all your health's gone. So same thing with Akali.
I think of it like Huhi playing Aurelion Sol at MSI.
Sure.
Because that was the first time that MLXG, he said in an interview, had ever played against it. So RNG's mid laner was learning as he was laning, and losing lane, I might add.
Yeah.
So when a giant super galaxy comes running down the mid lane at you that is spawned from the base, I'm sure MLXG's first thought was, what is that?
Yeah.
How do I stop that?
If I walk into it, what happens to me? Ben 4 is... Oh. Was that
There
a
you go,
steal? It was
yeah.
a steal. Okay, wow, that was that was extremely good from Alone. I'm going to dive into the bottom lane, just
Big
down
dive.
the road. Someone's going to have to TP, but that's a very late TP from Jaime. They saw the play being set up. Oh, he completed it as well. Amazing J's under 5 people. He's somehow still alive. He's got Athena behind him. He'll get the ultimate down. Kobe's being run down by the minions. Take a clock to the face, my friends. Amazing J misses the wall, but he finds Doimby, who just comes under the tower with him, and he'll just dive. What? That was a 2 of 3 favor of QG, yes, but it was a lot more sloppy than it should have been.
And Ben4's also top lane, so he's getting objectives for the side of Jaime throughout all of this time. They're actually 300 gold in the lead. Amazing J did not need to be dove for a second time from Doing B is what I will say, but he wanted that gold. That 300 that he pocketed gave him a control ward, all right? And he is now feeling real good. As you can see how this all progresses one more time. The teleport was late, as you mentioned, but he's too tanky. Like, he's not actually going to die here because the threat of the Zillion ulti is always going to be present. And this is the mid-game skirmishes. This is what Athena is able to offer to prevent Amazing J from going down. Thankfully, the dying wish of Doing B was that he trades. That could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and honestly, getting that gold there and getting a gold influx for an Akali is not the worst thing, because you want to get to your power spikes.
This is
where you
big
can start
though from
one-shotting
Aimee.
people, but this is a nice push in the mid lane. Doing B is being shoved back. Need to lock him down. Good. Ezreal ultimate will clear out the rest of that minion wave. So taking that middle tower down to half, it was a nice thought from Aimee.
So the reason this is good though from Aimee is that an Akali can't clear the wave. A Lee Sin can't actually assist like a Graves can and clear the wave, nor can a Shen. And so the way they have to do this if your QGs have an Ezreal there, even then their wave clear is lackluster. The way they have to do it is good. And so by QG now sending Lulu and Ezreal to this middle lane, they're okay. But that was a window of opportunity where QG actually might have lost that mid lane turret, and now they play a game. He lost the game.
A game with Jin Zhao is blind, so Doing B did have the natural advantage. He will simply walk away from the curtain call. And that will delay his back timing very slightly. He's finally picked up the Cutlass, but he is a long ways off his Gunblade because he had to go for that early Hex Drinker. So he's not in a good position than he might want to be. And in all honesty, I don't think it was necessary to pick up the Hex Drinker in this game. I think he could have just accelerated towards his Gunblade.
Yeah, I think he just picked it up for his laning phase, and ultimately he could have actually just went for something like a Merc Treads even.
Yeah.
And just went for a bit of magic resistance, just left it at Null Magic Mantle even if he wanted. And have been perfectly fine. But the Hex Drink is a safe bet. He does scale with AD quite well, which is why Akali is able to start with this part of the Gunblade, not going for the Revolver. But once he gets that spike, he is in a very good spot. Until then, though, Aimee, point of power.
And he will push down the mid lane. They'll find alone. He'll try and jump away, but he's got the depth charge following him down. He'll eventually be knocked up, but there is no one in range to punish him. So Aimee will use that ultimate to crack the mid lane tower, while Doing B will trade that in the bottom lane. Still, one tower advantage to Aimee as they continue the pressure in the mid lane.
And QG is still able to do this trade. So Doing B has a teleport. Kabe also is now Groot, but he could have continued to split. Nautilus no ulti. Graves no ulti. Jhin no ultimate either. So QG are just holding on. They're actually teleporting in. Whoa!
TP from Doing B. They are going very deep, but I'm not sure this is going to work out for QG. Clint's already dead. Doing B will join the fight. Does he have the damage? He has the channel on top of him. He pays his life for that shield. Doing B, no kills just yet. Road jumps over the wall. He finds two with the Crescent Slash. He looks for another. He's on to Amazing J. He's taken out by a grenade. And Bet4 will chase him down. Fantastic ultimate from Athena in the end. We'll keep one alive, and it's a 1-for-4 trade, plus the tower.
And we can compliment Clit all we want for amazing Lee Sin plays. That was the opposite of clean. Aimee now breaking the base of QG as their minions will actually help them crash here. It'll be a turret and potentially an entire inhibitor. 17 minutes in though, death timers aren't long enough. Still, the makings of a very different Aimee are now popping its head up.
Isn't this what we said at the start, Rusty? Whoever does pick up the advantage will be able to snowball
Watch
that.
this kick though, Pulse. This is the problem. He goes for this clean play where he kicks Jin Zhao into Athena and takes out both the carries, but he goes so early that by the time Doing B's here, it's actually not worth it. Kabe saves his ult to get onto Doing B because they've acknowledged that he's their damage source. Granted, that was the perfect flash Crescent Slash from Doing B because it was as a Zillion ult ended. The fact that he got that perfect play is just the trade. Like, if he didn't get the kill on Jin Zhao, that was the inhibitor, opposed to just the turret.
In the end, they will still get the dragon. It's going to be at the cost of Ali's life, but they will get the dragon there. It was, unfortunately, Ocean. Had it been Mountain, which Aimee got, would have been a much better of a prize. But that is, not spelling good signs for the side of QG, and we're still waiting for Doing B to even hit his big spike. We say that, but we are 18 minutes into the game. It's just more the fact that so much has happened, so many kills have gone down, so many towers have been felled, and we are still waiting for that big spike. And he's finally got it. He's got it. He's got a Gunblade. All right.
He does. And there's also the Titanic Hydra for Kabe, so they've got items, but that's not resistances. I actually think that Kabe's item build should have still been like a Sunfire or some kind of armor, even armor boots before he finished the Titanic Hydra.
Yeah.
Because he's just a sitting duck now. He doesn't actually tank all that much. And it means the strategy from QG actually revolves quite severely around the 1-3-1 type of strategy, with Doinby teleporting in and having a Shen on top of him. So it's controlling side waves, and I don't know if anybody can control a side wave against Amazing J. I don't think Doinby can. He can probably out-sustain, but it's not by a large margin.
He does do a lot of damage now. I just want to see how much damage he does when he starts hitting people. But Aime are going to group and kind of put an end to that at the start. Doinby will jump in. He's into the Twilight Shroud, but the rest of the team is closing in as well. Jin Zhao has the ultimate on top of him. He wants to die at this point in time, but no one's letting him. Oh, the shield! He didn't want that! Now he'll have to jump over the wall. Athena drops, Doinby comes down, and Aime will start turning this one around. Ali, he's got nowhere to go. Staggering blow for the kill. And it's QG who are looking to once again turn it around as Alone has come online into this fight, but it's a 2-for-1 trade to Aime.
I think QG are waiting for like a Guardian Angel on their Akali to be able to win all of these fights cleanly, as well as the Lee Sin. Jin Zhao, they're playing around the Zilean ultimate by not killing him, when ultimately they could just kill him and prevent the damage from being dealt, because a Jin can then become a backline member of the team. Still has heal. Like, he's still in a position where he was just trying to kill himself, when really they should have actually just taken him out and then taken him out twice. I like that QG focused Athena, because that's the member they need to take out. We've mentioned this already, but to prevent the Zilean from ulting somebody, you have to make him ult himself. He ults Jin Zhao, so he dies. But the rest of Aime are strong enough, even though I didn't think they would be.
Yep. It was a really weird team fight in the end. It was just weird target prioritization by everyone, and then Jin Zhao getting over the wall just in time while he was shielded by Road, but didn't want to be shielded by Road. But in the end, it kind of worked out because he got over the wall and started hitting people. So
you know what's weird is Aime are basically A-ramming to win, and it's the right strategy.
yeah, it's not even wrong. Yep.
They've got a Nautilus with a Locket. They've got a Zilean to protect their carries, and the Jin who wants to actually be grouped, especially around the middle lane, to use his ultimate on people to lock them down. Karma also very handy at all of the above. And so they actually should just A-ram.
Yeah. Let's go into that mid lane. Athena has picked up the blue buff as well, and Chen is pushing aggressively in the bottom lane with his Titanic Hydra. As you said though, it is the type of build to go for when your opponent team doesn't have 10 kills. When you are unkillable even with the Titanic Hydra, then you get the best of both worlds. But yeah, he still does damage, he's still able to push waves, but it will mean that Amazing J is there to meet him, and neither of the top lanes will be able to TP into a fight very easily.
Yeah.
They can't pull the trigger on the first one.
I guess the cool thing though is that he's got towards that level 13 mark. He's almost at 16. The shield will be bigger from his ulti as well, and he's going to be shielding Doinby every single time. And Doinby, with that gunblade, starting to crop up in the damage that he's actually doing more and more, and can assassinate Jin Zhao 100% of the time from this point on in the game. That's about what he can do after that, and if he actually gets that off in the first place, because you can assassinate all you want, but against Aime's comp, good luck. Like, I still don't know why he went for the Akali here. As cool as it is.
I think if Aime had actually picked the Dragons instead of Nautilus, Akali would be better here, because Amazing J just clicks R on him, or they click R on Kled, and they just kill him as well. Ali, can he keep him alive? He's getting chased down. He's locked in place. Benford's still on top of him, but does get a nice kick off.
On the back
Meanwhile, Jin Zhao again. He's got the ultimate on him from Athena. Benford's getting chased out here by Doinby. Does he confirm the kill? He can't get over the wall. Kabe, he's still staying on front lines, and it's actually Road who's under attack now. Amazing J is simply not dying. Curtain call comes up. He'll follow down Kabe. Got the ultimate on top of him, and Athena finishes him off with a quick bomb. And everyone from Aime still alive somehow, and Kabe will be the only one to drop.
They're just trying to actually kill them in a prolonged fight, and Aime are just disengaging, which is the right decision. They've now got a bare and open middle inhibitor that they are sieging towards. I don't think the QG can defend this one, but they can try, because there's no Zilean ulti for just a little bit longer.
Oh, they'll take down the mid inhibitor, back away. Man, these team fights are weird for my hype thrusters. I feel like I should be going hard, and then, oh no, the team fight's going on for the next 40 seconds.
Well, it's because they're trying to, so Aime are trying to not die. That's how they're going to play a team fight out. It's make a pick. If the pick works, great, we can probably win the whole fight. If QG are engaging on us, we use the Zilean ulti on Jin Zhao, we run away, we just keep running away. run away, and then wait for them to make a mistake.
No doubt they're playing it well,
What on
Rusty.
earth, QG?
I just wasn't expecting it from Aimee, and QG will start off the Baron. This is more of what I was expecting from this game. Amazing Jay will turn around, he'll get the root down. He'll get a root down on Kabe. You get a root, everyone gets a root. Jin Zhao will just stand there and start wailing on people. And
Oh
Domi just
my
kind of walk
God.
back and forth. Four-man stun. They're looking to clean up the rest of the fight. A kick will lock down a couple members, but Jin Zhao's
dodged it.
following after. Oh, Ali! He's got the steal. He's good to go, but Clint may have just sealed the fate of his support right there. 2 kills down onto QG as they start the Baron. I may punish. They look for the Baron themselves.
Why are they going on the Baron? What is QG thinking? I don't understand this game, Pulse. It's just no one does a Baron with the enemy control ward on top of you. At what point does that is like a
QG
I
have
don't
lost
get
their
it.
minds. We're losing our mind. Joinby was sat on the front lines and he's just like, I don't want to be here. Oh, I'm dead.
This stun though from Athena is pretty sick. It ticks on the Kabe and gets 4 stuns. They can't actually run away, so Alone has to die. And the kick's blocked by the Edge of Nighters. Clid reactively does that thing in solo queue, you know, where Jin presses W, I have to dodge this.
Yeah.
Almost kills his support from it. And then Baron. And then
Close,
Infernal.
very close. Baron into Infernal. Such a big loss there from QG. And a play that they didn't need to make. I feel like Joinby just thinks he's Vladimir in this game and he's fed, but he's just not.
It's not like he's not doing damage either. He's about to actually go towards a Sunfire Cape. His job is to assassinate as best he can and be as tanky as he can, but all of the items are kind of like incidental damage. Sunfire will still tick people for magic damage. You can get a Void Staff after it even if he wants, and they'll still hurt a lot. But Aimee are just an actual team comp. Like,
Yep.
how else do I explain that? They have a normal comp, and
Yeah.
they're ahead with it.
The sad thing is QG's composition definitely could have worked. You said it yourself, and it's not a bad composition from QG. It works, but not if you fall behind. And then you continue to make plays when you're behind and think that it's going to work. That's, I think, the crux of what happened in this game from QG versus
The Jin ulti.
they have a wonky composition,
Block
which they do. Alright, there we go. Finally, 4th shot comes in and he'll block it, but the tower's dead. The damage is done. Aimee are pushing into the base. They're onto the inhibitor as well. And this will be going. Mid and bottom cracked open from Aimee. They'll need to back off. They'll reset. They'll look for top lane. And they'll close out this game. Aimee are playing this down perfectly. They have
Yeah.
this game down pat.
We already mentioned this. QG don't actually have enough wave clear to deal with a siege that Aimee are going to throw at them relentlessly. If there's even the slightest inclination towards a dive being available for the side of Aimee, then QG just sacks it. There's nothing they can do. This happened with the outer turret in the middle lane when they first grouped up, and that's only been exacerbated as time goes on and as the games progress. We're at a point of no return for QG. That's the only reason they've gone for this Baron buff and effectively just lost the whole game quicker because they knew that that was their only option. Perhaps Aimee weren't going to be there in time because Ben 4 had recalled. That was their best resolve.
Yep.
But now we wait. One more inhibitor left. And it's a desperation fight one more time.
It just
GG.
makes me sad, Rusty. You know, we see games like this when you have these unconventional picks, and if it goes well, then maybe someone else will pick it. And it's just like, in this game, this has gone disastrously wrong.
Pulse, I know you like Kali,
And
but
we'll
I'm
never
glad.
see it again. Maybe, but he's still going to play Vladimir. And we're looking at champions that you don't want to see. Vladimir's definitely up there. Amazing J is the angriest squirrel I've ever seen. He's chasing down onto Alone. Move on to this inhib as well. And Aimee, this is just too easy. They're looking to close it out. They'll push in the mid lane. Bot lane's pushing by itself. They'll play it slow, but there's no reason to do anything fast right now. At 27
They got
minutes
Ali.
into the game, Amazing J, he'll find him with the dredge line, and it's last chance saloon from QG, but it's a 4 versus 5. Jin Zhao is just sniping people down left and right. Joinby backing off to base. He'll get
They
hit
got
by
him.
the Arc as well. There's no way that just managed to clip through everybody and somehow hit Joinby as well. But Aimee, they hit the first Nexus turret. They're onto the second wall as well. And Joinby, well, I want him to go off. I don't think he's going to find the opportunity. If he's going to go in, it's now or never. Clid will lead the charge. Kabe
Here
will
they
jump
go.
in. Joinby jumps into the enemy team, but he's dogpiled by everyone from Aimee, and he just cannot get out of underneath the pile. QG, they're forced onto their base. Alone steps forward, and that will just allow Jin Zhao to pad his scoreline. Game 2 goes to Aimee in a not like this scenario.
It's the kind of game that QG decided, you know what, we'll go all in, we'll give Akali a go. And it went downhill quickly, so they decided to go with the flow and not just continue the pace downhill, but start breaking into a sprint. They hopped into a car and took out the brakes. Like, we're going to Baron. This game's ending in 5 minutes one way or the other.
Toynbee just checks damage dealt to champions. Yep, still did the most. Don't worry about it, guys. My pick worked out. Fruscurin, what do you make of this game? Do we write it off?
We cut the brakes, we lit the car on fire, and we drove it straight off the edge. That was pretty much what happened. Remember on the desk when I said IMA will only win if QG make massive mistakes? Oh, wow.
Okay, Fruscurin, where was that mistake? Was it in the early game, or was it in Champion Select when he locked in Akali?
No, I don't actually think Akali was the problem.
I never said it was.
I 100% think the problem was when they decided to make that little second tier mid-tower fight, and Akali teleported from behind them when they could have just traded tower for tower because she was split pushing, and they were like, hey guys, let's team fight right now. No, let's not team fight right now. Like, that would be a terrible decision. They made that decision, they then had their base cracked open, and then they made that decision again like 7 minutes later over the Baron, and then they made that decision again and the game ended.
Even the one at the blue buff was a risky fight they perhaps didn't necessarily need to take, so like, it just kept happening, and I mean, Doinby, it was around him. They focused the team composition around the Akali. That's why I don't think the problem was champion select, but it was the execution. It's him saying we're going mid and he teleports, but he teleports so far away that when Clid goes, he actually dies before Doinby gets there. Like, things like that.
100%. And, like, frankly, Doinby really didn't have the damage at that time to really make a threat. I mean, he does get that sick, like, crescent slash on the back half of it, and he kills two people because Zilean ult brings one of them back. And this is the other thing that's kind of interesting. Here we go. Yeah, this is just a disaster. Look at where Doinby is. He's not on your screen right now. There he is. Found it. And he's like, okay, the team fight's pretty much over. Kabe pretty much dies to give him just a shield for Akali turnaround. He flashes the wall, hits the crescent strike. He's like, ha, did my job. Oh god, the team fight's over. We have lost. What have I done? And their base gets cracked because of this. This is the stupidest choice they could have made at this moment, and it completely throws the game for them.
Pretty much,
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole game in a nutshell, honestly, yeah.
How to lose a game at 15 minutes.
Is there anything else we can take away from that game other than the fact that QG made one mistake and then they made 5 more mistakes after it?
We can tell people how you're supposed to play an Akali composition, because it was actually working out quite well for Doinby initially. Now, like you said, Rusty, the breakpoint was really around level 7 for Zilean, and Zilean into Akali is great for the team fight, but not great for the individual 1v1. His cooldowns are far too long, and Akali's cooldown windows to counter trade on that were quite abusive. And you saw Doinby doing this. Anytime the double bomb was thrown down, Doinby would just like 1-2 punch him right in the mouth. So the thing is as long as he continues to be in a 1v1 matchup across from Zilean, things are fine. It's when you get into the 5v5 that things start getting out of control.
Yeah.
So just look for a 1-3-1. You have a Shin. Look for a 1-4 if you don't want to do that. But it's the fact that they ran headfirst into a 5v5 that was the problem.
I also think fundamentally, and this is where Champion Select is a problem, I won't highlight the Akali. I think the Ezreal should have been a Sivir, and I think the Lulu should have perhaps been something like the Karma even, or something that had wave clear, even Zyra. The goal of, like, if you're running a 1-3-1 team composition, if your 3 can't actually hold, then you're not running a 1-3-1 composition. You're just running 2 split pushes and a losing middle of the map. And that was the biggest thing that actually turned the game around. I can just group up mid as 5, take a turret, take another turret, force a fight as 5 men strong, and just keep doing that until the game was over.
And if the intent was to possibly have an Akali on the lineup, they banned the Zyra. You know, they banned these options away from themselves, so they didn't leave those options available for them.
They banned the Ziggs and the Ashe, I think,
yeah,
as well.
there's like a way that the composition just worked, but not in the way that we saw it executed. And maybe, again, there were still problems in that champion select from them. I think for Game 3, we just want to see QG go back to what they did in Game 1. Just don't pull anything like this again.
I mean, the
don't,
series...
Don't do what you just did. Just do Game 1 again. Win the series.
Stop doing what you're doing.
Yeah, everything you're doing, do the opposite of it. Athena, great game, but it was on Zilean, and it was kind of handed to him at the same time. That 4-man stun, he had the mechanics on the champion. He knew he could bring it out to stop them in the tracks.
And it's not just his 4-man stun. I actually think his ult priority was really phenomenal that game. You know, Rusty, you said it on cast as well. If you focus the Zilean, it forces him to ult himself. Well, he ran into that situation, but he didn't ult himself. He actually ulted Jin Zhao. Like, the confidence for Jin Zhao to then outplay, because the Jin got over the wall at like 2 HP, opened up his ultimate, and that's the other guy that I really wanted to compliment. I was like, either Athena's going to get it or Jin Zhao is going to get it. Jin Zhao is actually playing out of his mind well right now, and that's super surprising because normally he wasn't great last year. He was pretty much a massive liability for the team, but he's like the one guy in the LPL that understands that Jin's not just there to throw 3 bullets from his ult and throw a cheeky W. Like, he's in the skirmishes, he's like opening up, he's getting multiple rounds of that 4th shot, and then he backs up and he uses his ultimate as a chasing maneuver. There was 3 times in that game where Jin's ult was used as janitorial cleanup.
Yeah, and it was just really nice to see from Jin Zhao. Like, it was denied from him in game 1. The gauntlet was thrown by saying, I can play Ezreal too. But you just gave Jin Zhao Jin, and then he just runs over your team. So, very well played to him. I'd like to see that again. I don't think we're going to see it in game 3. We'll have to find out, though, as we take a break and we set up for game 3 between QG and IMA.
I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. To know about you, I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro.
We just do what we do on the LPL as we get into game 3 of our first series of the day. And that game 2 probably shouldn't have happened, but we're into game 3 right now. And we're going to break down why it happened and what they shouldn't do and what's going to happen next, because Candy7 is now in as ADC. So was that necessary? Was that needed? Or was it a bigger team problem?
It could be a question of champion select. Rusty said that, I would rather had a Sivir. You had a perfect composition for a 1-3-1. You just needed something, either Karma, Sivir, Zyra, to keep them safe in that middle lane. And maybe it's a fact that alone, he's had, back-to-back Ezreal games now, that he just feels more confident on that champion, and maybe a shift over to Candy7 will open up picks like the Ashe, like the Jhin, like the Sivir.
Yeah, I think the Ashe is the big one for me as well. Something to give them a bit of added engage, something that IMA had a lot of, and they were able to work with a seamless team composition is because they had amazing Jay on a Nautilus. Like, he's able to group with the team, he's able to just use his hook, dive turrets, doesn't matter any much. I'm just going to stick with that. Any much at all.
Put it into the English language, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Ship it. We'll put some weird words in the recent years, so why not just put any much in there as well?
We saw in Akali, everything goes, right?
Everything goes. I just don't want to. I don't want to see that one again, even though I don't think it was the core of the problem. And I think that is echoed on the desk. I just want to see him go back to maybe what they ran in game 1. Yes, the Vladimir was banned, but we know that he has more in his wheelhouse, that being from Doinby.
Do we? Because here's the thing about Doinby, and historically the breakdown between Newbie and QG or Newbie and Doinby originally was that Doinby had been practicing so much Quinn mid, and they didn't let him play it. And Doinby, we know, has kind of sometimes narrowed his champion pool where it's I'm not going to call it fringe, although Akali mid blind pick is pretty fringe, but unique to say the least.
Yeah.
And we could be entering one of those scenarios again. Like, it's pretty easy to see what Doinby's going to play. You check a solo queue account, he pretty much stays true to that. Then it's been a lot of Vladimir.
Well, if they get red side this time around, which they should, then maybe it opens up for an opportunity for them to pick something like Nakai, like a Vladimir. I think the Vladimir is fine as an untested blind pick, but the Akali maybe needs some work, and maybe whatever else he's got in the bank, whatever else he's got cooking.
You keep easing off the Akali, and I'm like, no, just double down.
Maybe, but he has
What if we pick the
priority
Zillion
this
top
time.
lane with the Akali? Counter the counter, right? By
if we
having it
pick
on
the
your own
counter,
team.
then how can they
It's
counter us?
genius. Now, the Shen was good. Actually, I like the Shen the most with the adaptation to the comp, so I feel like everything that QG did changed just by having the Shen, though. They tunneled too hard on it. He also went Titanic Hydra instead of Resistances. Like, they were committed to a cause.
But again, the fact that we're talking so much about QG when it was an IMA victory still talks about kind of the win conditions for IMA here, which is the reason why we weight QG as the superior team, at least the reason why I weight QG as the superior team, is that IMA are reliant on QG making the mistakes to capitalize and find victory. Whereas if both teams are playing well, QG just tend to play better. They've got better objective control, they have better setup, particularly on their side waves, and they're usually just smarter about their execution, a bit more seamless in their individual performances.
Yeah, essentially everything we saw in game 1 from them, because that was a good game from QG and what we wanted to see from them, and they won in the way that a QG team wins. So pretty much that.
And then it just snowballed out of control, and suddenly it's like, are IMA actually much closer to QG? Nah, I just think it's the stylistic,
To be fair,
I
volatile
think game
nature
2 showed
here.
that as well, right, Rusty?
Like, IMA won in the same way that IMA usually would win at the moment. It's by team fighting. They didn't have to get to late game, though, which is something that I like to see from them, and it's new. They grouped earlier. They made it work earlier.
All right, I think many of our questions that we have going into game 3 in Picks of Bands will be answered, I would say, in the next 7 minutes, because we're into Champion Select, QG and IMA once more. It's not going to be the 2-0, but hopefully still the win for QG, as they should be picking this one up. Should, quotation marks. QG, first ban away will be the Zyra once again, and this is QG on blue side once more, so they did opt towards that, and IMA opted towards red, so yeah, they do not have last pick. So if they wanted to bring Doinby in for his crazy pick, then it would be blind once
Here
more.
we go again.
Once more into the breach. Nope. Just
Yeah,
kidding.
This is what I mean. They didn't ban.
Yep.
Bloody IMA, you loose units. Get it together.
Second time in one series.
I'm going to come over there and yell at you.
We're going to send Rusty over there for some enforcement.
I'm sure it was just a pick issue. We'll be back in the Champion Select shortly. QG,
I mean,
still
yeah.
blue side. IMA
Yes.
still red side. It's going to be the 3rd time running that this will happen. And I expect nothing different from QG in the way of bans. Only in picks. Because I don't think the bans were the issue.
Yeah. At the same time, we did mention the fact that QG could have left something like a Zyra open for themselves.
Yeah.
Then again, maybe it could have been picked away
I
from
think,
their opponents.
so because we're on blue side for QG,
Yeah.
I actually don't think something like a Zyra being let through is okay. They're looking at priority picks in certain roles that aren't actually support as their highest priority. So the Shen was first picked the first time around. They went for Rengar the game before. If you leave the Zyra open and you pick that, you leave open either a Shen or perhaps a Rengar, and then it changes your bans to be a little bit more awkward around those picks. So if they want to leave open the support, I would say they do leave open the Zyra, but then they have to recognize that they'll likely play against it, and they'll just get something like the Karma for themselves as the result. But the Karma being left for them is still a win because it's a flex pick. And so like QG have to really actually look at the drawing board and be like, do we want to stop banning Zyra away from Road, the Bard and Tahm Kench player, to open this possibility of a flex for ourselves? Or do we just not want to see that because we always lose to these champions?
Yeah. Big questions, and we haven't even gone all the way through bans, so it's still a very valid one that we need to answer. We did have a masteries problem, apparently, and if it was the fact that the masteries were not filled out, well, you can do that in Champion Select, so why aren't we doing it now? Maybe it was, I don't know, who knows? Maybe it was a client bug. We'll give them benefit of the doubt on this one, because surely they couldn't do it twice in the series. As we are now still waiting to jump back into Champion Select with some very dramatic music, I might add. And Clid is exactly the man I want on my screen when I'm listening to it. Because I think he's performed in this series. Clid, like he was on the back foot coming into game 1. Still pulled it out. Game 2,
dramatic, though.
It was a very dramatic Clid. And in game 2, his lanes kind of collapsed, so he couldn't do anything. But game 3, I like to see another strong performance from him. We do see a ban away from the jungle pool, though, in the form of Graves, while Rise banned out there against Doinby, along with LeBlanc. So, I may say, Doinby, what else you got for us?
Yeah, they ban Rise LeBlanc every single time. Shen in game number 1, Rengar in game number 2. I'd expect the Rengar again, given what happened to them in the first game, but it will still leave open the Shen. We have seen IMA just beat it, and we seem to be aware at the very least that they are comfortable playing a Nautilus into it. And so we still look at QG instead. So what do you guys ban?
Karma.
That's a weird one.
Yep, Karma and Zyra. So which ones did he leave up? Neither. Meaning they will not ban away any 86 this time around.
I guess that means they want to pick Lulu and be okay with it into a Malzahar.
Yeah.
They picked Lulu in the second game. They were okay with that. They only changed their AD carry. They didn't actually change their support. We're not going to see Cloud, the Thresh player.
I feel like there has to be some thought towards Jin Zhao on Jin. That's QG may have to deal with. But they will lock in Varus, which was banned out before and now picked here as the first pick from QG.
Yeah.
So essentially saying just take Jin if you want. We'll match it with Varus.
I quite like this though. Going for the Varus, also banning out the Graves, changing things up a little bit. Caitlyn's still a champion that they have been religiously banning, however, away from IMA, so Jin Zhao may still want to look towards that one. But they've picked the Varus who can outrange the Caitlyn. Can't necessarily beat in auto attacks, but still can match it somewhat because you've got the spell trading that keeps you in it.
First pick up Nautilus, actually, from IMA. So not giving Amazing J a late pick, which is somewhat rare from IMA, but we know regardless, Athena's probably going to get last pick in this picks and bans just up against QG, while they'll also pick up Lulu, denying it from Ali.
And it's like we said, firstly, okay playing Nautilus into Shen. I'm expecting the Shen for Kabe. It's probably the best champion, though he can pick Maokai. Now that Nautilus is seen, he just knows that he'll lose lane. Just standard in a Maokai Nautilus matchup anyway. Then they pick the Lulu, perhaps saying it's okay if you guys go for something like the Kha'Zix, but we're going to deny the big part of your comp, which is the Lulu Shen with a hyper carry mid lane or an assassin jungler and a Kha'Zix. They're getting rid of that as an option by picking it for themselves.
On the opposite side, Nami's going to be picked up, and QG are toying with the idea of a carry jungler. It's going to be Lee Sin once more for Clid. And again, Clid on Lee Sin, I have no problems with that.
I'm still not going to be surprised if they go for an Akali Shen as the last rotation of QG, but we'll see what happens in the ban phase first. As naturally, when we're looking at the top 3 junglers, it should be a Kha'Zix unless they go heavy in the pick route, which they haven't. It'd be an Elise otherwise.
So it will be Kha'Zix coming in here. Yep, no Elise in this picks and bans or this series. And IMA, they will ban away that Shen, so if we were seeing QG pick a very similar composition to Game 2, Shen is off the table, so Doinby will not have that added protection for him in the mid lane depending on what he wants to go.
Vladimir's still up.
It is.
Depends if they ban it with the last rotation here, I mean.
If I were a betting man,
I would.
I'd probably say that IMA would indeed ban that. QG will ban away Zillion, so
Here we
is
go.
this a sign of things to come, Rusty?
It is a sign of a potential thing. It's also just that Athena was a fantastic Zillion player. I think the strategy of actually last rotating the Zillion was pivotal towards their success, especially just through the drafting. And they got that early lead, they're able to run away with the whole game.
And IMA will ban Camille as their final ban. They did not want Kabe to have that, but they are fine with a potential Vladimir coming through.
Look, honestly, I'm looking at IMA's team composition, and part of me thinks that Doinby is a Talon player right now. I'm just, like, throwing it out there, but he knows and he can play everything. He can play Talon, a lot of it. He can also play Quinn if it comes to it. Like, just don't be surprised when these things like Akali happen with Doinby.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Like, Doinby can pick anything right now. He can pick mid lane Urgot and be like, yep, okay, let's go. I'm not surprised. Doinby can do anything at this point in time. But Jin Zhao, again, with Jin, is something I do like to see. He had a killer last performance, so we'll pick it up once more. QG, same rotation on these last 2 picks, and it will be the Vladimir once more, not banned away. So Doinby will default to, I guess, tier 1 of the fringe picks. which is Vladimir so far.
Which is what's working for him the best. It was banned from him in the second game after Aime had lost to it, so he gets to go back to the most effective champion we're seeing from him this week. It also means that perhaps we will see a Cassiopeia in response again. I'd like to see something different from Athena though, acknowledging how the first time actually went for him.
No surprise, the top lane will be a tank for Carbe, and it will be Poppy there against Nautilus. So Nautilus will push him in a little bit, but ultimately will not do too much in the top lane.
So Vlad's cool as well because you can't pick the Syndra if you're Athena, or you can, but it's not the best matchup to actually be in. You'd want to go something like this is actually a little bit better than Syndra. Still the Q timing, you can max your Q out and stop Vladimir's damage. Still have a hard time. That or the Cassiopeia is still okay.
Yeah, I think Athena's still tilted from game one in all honesty, Rusty, so I think he'll want a little bit of a change of pace, a change of scenery, and he'll go towards Kassadin.
Oh, so he goes for an assassin. There's now 2 assassins on the side of Aime. They have a really long-range Jhin that should never really be the focal point unless QG get a good flank off. And then they've got a hefty front line that they can work around. So the assassins can become front lines with the Lulu knock-up and ulti and all the shields there. And then Nautilus is just going to stand in the front and be monolithic. I'd say this is a hard to execute comp from Aime if they're looking to kill people, especially when you look at QG's team comp because they're just hard to kill.
Pretty much everyone, even Varus to a similar extent. If you don't land directly on top of him, he's going to ult you and he's going to walk away. And then Lulu's there as well. So it's just like, well, yeah. Not Luda, rather. I literally just saw it on my screen. What's the support? That's not Lulu.
What? Nami.
Nami! There we go. That's the one. It's like, I know it's a support. I know it's ranged, but couldn't get the words out there. There we go. Nami. Nami's going to be there. So yeah, hard to kill. H2K in LPL. Let's go. QG. A composition that I feel more comfortable with, and there's less question marks around in terms of are they just going to toss the game at them. I think it's harder to if we get into these fights, but
Yeah.
all in all, I think Doinby is in another great position to be a massive carry for the team.
And if Game 2 is any indicator, they're still a level 6 reliant team. When the Lee Sin hits that ultimate point, they have a Varus now on the bottom side. They have the bubble as well from Nami, so they can lock people down. As Athena not looking too happy once again, still waiting to get into this game. He knows he's against a Vladimir, and that's the other big thing. They're not just a level 6 comp. QG are also a mid-game composition right now, and they get those first items. They will be absolutely destroying the fragile carries of the 2 assassins that I may have.
Early game will be important for them. You get a couple kills in Kassadin, a couple kills in Kha'Zix, and that may change the entire flow of the game. We get into game 3 between QG and Aime ahead of our match of the week later. Both teams waiting in the wings, ready to get on stage. But for now, they get to enjoy Aime and the chaos that QG will be bringing in here. 1-1. Who will take it home? I think any smart person would say QG, but who knows?
You can never really tell with this sporadic team.
You really can't.
The first thing we have to look towards as well, Clid and Ben4 are playing champions that can kill one another. Similar to the Graves and Lee Sin matchup, it comes down to who gets the jump first. And this means it's a little bit riskier. You don't just invade like you would against the Rengar and try and keep the Rengar down. You actually have to have either a team able to collapse with you or well in advance get vision down, knowledge of where they're going to be and match them or beat them to the punch. And so these junglers you would expect actually just farm to their level 6 points, maybe look for one gank successfully. A Kassadin lane is always an easy target to gank and perhaps an easy target to counter gank. So we'll see if they're actually able to keep tabs on one another when they start making these plays, or if someone can run away with it.
Possibility, but at the start of the game we will see not very much happen. No invades, everyone's going to play it cool. The junglers will both start on their blue buffs. It just means that Kabi will be a little late to lane, while Rhodes and Jinjiao the same, but they will immediately engage Ali, who was trying to get inside of that bush, so still pushing priority to QG. Candy7 misses a minion. Disaster. Game over.
We've also hit this weird stage in the meta where it's now boots against the longsword in the bottom lane. 3 potions. Of course, Candy7's now going to be at a massive disadvantage. The reason as well that you can quite successfully go for the boots as the Jhin is because you've got a crit. So your trades will always have an added oomph to them. You could go longsword, but because you also need the move speed to get in range of the crit and also gives you move speed afterwards, you can crit it and quit it.
You can do that, and he's looking to do so in the bottom lane. Road is still following after Glidlance as well. That's going to force the heal. Last auto attack. And the fourth shot, not quite enough to finish him off. I'm not sure if that exhaust came in before or after. If it was before, that definitely saved his life. Clid is coming down.
No
He's got double buffs.
On Jin, no exhaust on Road. So if the Q hits, it'll be a full damage combo, and the Jin cannot get out.
He's waiting for him to go for a minion, lock him in place just for a frame.
It's these range
it's
minions.
these range minions, yeah, for sure. But they immediately back away. Clid's coming in. The bubble doesn't land. He's still chasing after Jin. Zhao is looking for the Q. But it's on cooldown, 3 seconds to go. Road is still trading after. He's slowed down by the hail of arrows, but we've got a rotation now from Ben 4 immediately reacting to the play. Ali needs to get away, lands the Q. Clid does not decide to go in.
And so this is actually perfectly fine, still from the side of QG. He gets there early, gets there first, and Ben 4's not even able to react. It's just free damage, and they force a recall out of Jin Zhao because there was no flash, now there's no heal. He's actually a sitting duck, and the minions have pushed into QG. So the disparity that was there from the trade, the initial advantage that Aime had accrued for themselves is null. And now by one little gank from Clid, everything reverses in this bottom lane. It's almost like ganking wins games.
Shocking. Clid will maintain that early game. Jungler on Lee Sin. And towards the mid lane as well, Doinby is relentlessly pushing in Athena, which is essentially what we were expecting, honestly, in that matchup. We'll get to the point where Athena will start being able to contest in post 6.
I like that Doinby's gone for the refillable potion though with the Dark Seal. It's quite cool, a little bit more efficient with his potions as well. But by going for the refillable, it's not that great. He's not a corrupting potion using champion, so I'd actually say it's arguably better to go for 3 flat potions with the Dark Seal instead.
Maybe he'll go Hunter's Potion and start farming camps.
See, this is what I thought in my head and never said out.
I got you. The play-by-play here to say the dumb things so that the analysts can say no. But there you go. We covered all bases. Doinby's going to continue pushing, and Athena will just have to play whack-a-mole into the town and get as many of these as he can and go back to base. So Doinby looking for his first back. Probably not going to be that refillable potion, or that corrupting potion rather. He'll just look for items from here on out. And it will be, yeah, indeed.
No, that's fair of him. He'll go the Proto Belt build naturally. He doesn't actually go towards the cooldown reduction in health though. Goes straight towards the damage. It's actually kind of cool that he went towards this because it's extra damage on auto attack. And when you're trading with the Kassadin, his goal is to try and use the Null Sphere to block your Q or your E damage. You'll never expect that bonus magic damage from an auto attack.
Got him.
And you might be able to out-push him, especially even at level 6. If you can do that, then you're in a good spot. This is Vlad.
Yeah, maybe. And plus with the Spirit Visage, it's not like there's any other real AP threats outside of Athena. A little bit from Amazing J in the early mid game, but apart from that, just looking to blow people up and they'll be happy with the health there. We're still focusing on Doinby in the mid lane, but we haven't visited top lane just yet, and that'll be Kabe up against Amazing J. It's just a farm lane, and there's a push advantage from Kabe as Amazing J did go back to base and didn't have the TP. He's going to lose a few minions as Kabe goes back, and is still, of course, looking towards first item, Sunfire Cape, and he'll probably get the chain best component of that very shortly. Going to be boots, cloth armor? No.
Nope.
Going to be boots and a control ward.
Yeah, going towards those boots, wants to be able to run away from ganks perhaps. Kha'Zix is crowd control reliant. Can't jump in with Poppy as a W, so I don't know, boots are just handy. It means he doesn't want to teleport ultimately, or doesn't have it available. Instead of going for the sustaining lane, it just means he'll be there, like, to be honest. That's what it's for.
So you visit bot lane as well, because we spoke about the fact that Clid came down bottom lane, and it meant that there was slight advantage to Candy 7 and Ali. That has been maintained in the CS, 57 to 44 currently, but still hasn't gone back to base since the start of the game.
He has enough for not only like the makings of the Ghost Blade. It's not going to be like a Serrated Dirk or a Caulfield's Warhammer. He's going to be close to both of them. Like with a 60 CS amount, he's got close to what was like the old BF sword value, which was usually 60 CS for a recall for about 1800 gold. Because he started with a longsword, he's pretty close to both components of the Ghost Blade.
Yeah. At some point he'll want to go back, because otherwise it's an advantage not really being spent, but for now he's not even gone through all of his biscuits. He's still got some combat rations. He's good to go for a while, and he's still maintaining the CS lead, so everything is looking up for Candy 7 in the bottom lane. Substitution for this game. And Amazing J pushed back in the top lane. Kabe is going to shove him back to tower. Just show him the way out, show him the door.
Great trade from Kabe. Of course, there has to be some money that Amazing Joe should be spending. The teleport's also available.
Yep.
So it is the right move from Kabe to at least force him to go back to base, as this is clever from Clit. It's actually out of vision range. Even if the ward was in the bush, it might be out of that range as well.
Just around the corner.
Teleport bottom.
From
He didn't
Amazing
teleport
J.
to lane. No,
Nope,
he did not.
He definitely went into the bottom lane. Road and Jin Jiao setting up the play.
Oh
the
boy.
mini waves here as well. Good luck, Ali and Candy 7. You're going to need it. Ultimate coming in from Amazing J. Gets the double knockup. Road very low, very close to death, but he had this calculated. 2 kills to Aimee.
That's pretty clean from Aimee. They make a very aggressive decision. Firstly, there's no teleport from Kabe. Secondly, there's no teleport in the middle lane like there was in game number 2. So straight down to that bottom. And they absolutely bopped QG in a 4v2.
Yeah. Now we have to see the response from QG. 2 men down on the map. First blood tower to Aimee. And Athena is on his way out. So Doinby pushing down the mid lane will get slight advantage there. Top lane, of course, Kabe sucked up an extra minion wave and is pushing the tower. And he's actually very close to taking it down as well. He had multiple pushes on that tower before this one. So Amazing J will have to wander back up to the top lane, but may not be there in time before it goes down. And all that gold will go directly on top of Kabe.
And this isn't exactly Aimee in terms of style, having an early teleport from Amazing J this early. Like, Amazing J excels at teleports, but usually he's the one commanding the attention or the focus from the opposing team. Like, Kabe has spent so long hitting that turret that a Barmy Cinder stack tank Poppy has taken it basically solo at 9 minutes. Like, that says a lot about where Amazing J hasn't been.
Yep.
And he's been bottom. So, like, this is different from Amazing J, but it's working to an extent.
Is it different? Because he was #1 in kill participation of top laners. And right now, he has 100% of kill
So,
participation.
like, kill participation, like, when you're stacking teams is such a relative stack. Because if your team doesn't get kills until you're there, you could teleport in at 40 minutes and still have high kill participation. So ultimately, like, it's different because it's earlier. It's not different because he's there, but it actually happened earlier.
And that was a dragon as well over to Aimee. As QG were a little slow to the punch. And maybe the kick in Clid's case, but he did take away the camp. Ali and Clid just tag teaming up while they see Ben over the wall. And attacked as well by Jin Jiao. Kabe is actually not as far ahead as he was before. Amazing J just soaked up a massive wave and also got that kill and also got the assist. And Kabe actually went towards the Spectre's Cow instead of completing his Sunfire. So just knowing that he'll start roaming soon, he's unlocked, so doesn't want to get blasted by Athena. Yeah,
also knowing that the Kassadin can be a part of the split pushing, like they have themselves a reasonably well-equipped 1-3-1 strategy here, Aimee. So he does need the magic resistance, needs the Spirit Visage pretty soon to at least contest with if they decide to change up who the top laner or split push is going to be at any stage. Amazing J's already shown a propensity towards being grouped, actually making things happen under towers with his team, firstly from game 2 and now in the 3rd with that early teleport. But what I do like is how QG have changed their draft. They're actually equipped to wave clear in this middle lane as a 3-man unit by having a Varus. The Varus has the tier, pretty hard to push that champion out of lane now. Granted, that's a pretty late tier, so he waited so long to get it, but he has enough mana now. So this is good. This is better, at least.
It's better, but pretty much similar to game 1. Maybe not in how the game is played out, but how QG are playing, at least. It's more tempered than running in and dying constantly. And Doinby is just farming away. He's back to see his good old friend Athena in the bottom lane this time. Advantage is maintained, but is not huge. And he has the Pro belt now as well. So QG are fine to look for a fight fairly shortly.
And Athena, if he's going towards the Rod of Ages build, has actually slowed down the timing of that purchase on a scaling item by a few minutes. Usually, you'd say if someone rushes the Rod of Ages, about 12 minutes is a good point in the game to have it, but he's looking at closer to 16 because he's gone for the Dark Seal, he's gone for the boots, and he's gone for a refillable potion. So it's a little bit slower. He hasn't got a kill, he hasn't accelerated, but his farming is still quite good. So we'll see if he can get it before perhaps that 16-minute mark that I said.
Really just an arms race, and it's a slow one at that. We're just waiting for these two teams to hit those first item spikes, and for there to be an objective on the board worth fighting over.
Yeah, the first difference though is like Protobelt's there. So in the arms race, QG are right now at that point where they can start to look towards things around the Vladimir.
Yep.
Whereas the Kassadin just wants to keep farming till he gets the rod.
The problem is where do they actually go? Because Dragon hasn't spawned, and it's Cloud Dragon as well. They'll
Well, we're
probably
at
have
12
priority over
minutes,
that.
so you'd expect perhaps the second rotation of buffs was to be seen, but they didn't contest that either. Really? I mean, that's what they should look at. The third rotation, rather, of buffs.
Yeah. Not going to be the case. And bot lane still standing. Mid also still standing. Probably too hard to crack as well. And Jin Jiao does have the ultimate, but there is enough of a response from QG to say you're not going to be able to take this tower either. So we're at a stalemate, and we are waiting to get towards the mid game.
That is still
And
a
we're
good
on
rod.
also fairly even footing. 13 minutes, yeah, on the rod. So he's pretty well on time.
He's farming extremely well. So being able to sit in that side lane as well, getting all the solo experience for longer periods in the game. I feel like he's committed to this strategy now. And IMA are happy to just farm it up. The closer Athena gets to 16, the closer any Kassadin gets to 16, the better the team will be. Because that's just the point in the game where you destroy everybody. There's now IMA. They do still want to push this pressure this middle lane, but I feel like Ben 4 is wasting time helping him push. Candy 7 wants to recall. Like, they don't...
Amazing
Will
J.
He won't.
is-
No, oh
Oh,
god.
he's going in onto Amazing J. Whenever you say no, he's going in anyway. The bubble will not stop Northless from dragging himself to the terrain.
Oh my god.
Clid's going all the way in. He wants to get out of there. The ultimate was used there from Amazing J, and Clid will make his way out. Tidal Wave will mean that the fourth shot does not land from Jin Jiao. And Aime are being shot backwards. Road is caught out. Flash and a pin against the wall from Kabe, but the arrow did not land. Road temporarily suspended as he'll back away with Jin Jiao into the mid lane. I may have been wounded. Is it enough for QD to take the tower, however?
No.
Mini Wave is dissipating, and the answer is a resounding no.
Yeah, pretty solid no there. That was IMA actually looking towards perhaps a dive, at least threatening for it. Amazing J did not commit to it. But I tell you what, Clid committed to it. He committed through a
did.
flash over a wall to the enemy team and then promptly flashed back. Absolutely was scared. Out of his skin. And so nothing really happened. Like Candy 7 still just wants to recall. That was an opportunity for IMA that went awry.
Amazing J got restless, and he wanted to fight. And so did Clid. But in the end, no one died, there was not enough damage, and there was too much wave clear for Miami. So no towers, no real advantage. In fact, nothing has really happened apart from those 2 kills and the dragon. However, 30 seconds left on Cloud Dragon. I wish that was a mountain, but it's not. And we'll probably see QG maybe want to contest that. Because they have Protobelt, they have Power Spikes and Jungle top lane. Bot lane does not have Ghostblade just yet, but they're still pretty strong.
There's a second Cloud as well. They may want to prevent that one from going to IMA. 50 move speed, I believe it is, as a flat
is,
value is
A lot.
quite scary. When a Lulu speeds up the Nautilus, and Nautilus has an extra bonus to that move speed. It's also handy that a Vladimir actually does get it, because you want to close the gap and be able to use all of his spells. He's a move speed reliant champion. Doesn't have mobility, except for his Protobelt.
Vice versa, if your opponents are running away from you before combat,
Doinby wants it,
Opens
the
up.
rest of his team doesn't really.
it's not great. Well, Doinby is the only one who really does want it. And no contest. So Aime will back away to the mid lane.
They've got the inside track to mid lane. They might just try and pressure the turret out, but
Athena's here. Glass plant used by Ben 4. Too much wave clear. Wrap it up. Everyone go home.
yeah.
What's for dinner?
Put in a takeaway bag at this stage.
Yep.
I feel like QG are committing too hard to ideas. It's not like they're executing on, hey, they're doing the Drake, let's push mid lane. It's, hey, they got the Drake, maybe we can damage the mid lane when they're not there in advance. They're not doing things before or predicting or expecting even that IMA is going to do something. They're just sitting down and taking it. Proactivity or no activity, QG.
They're still staying in mid lane though, and Kai's like, well, screw this. I'm going bot lane. I'm just going to clear this out. I'm going to look towards the bottom lane tower, because that's still standing. But again, even he backs away as Athena is on his way bot lane. And mid lane still being sieged in. This is a very indecisive QG. This is...
Because we're before 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, at 20 minutes, QG have a strategy.
All right, Rusty, I'm
It's-
holding you to that. 20 minutes, I expect to see something from QG.
Oh.
On the dot.
on the top. With a team comp that can't do Baron. Yep, we're on the way at 20 as it spawns. Now, the next Drake's actually an Infernal, so I would imagine that's something they want to put a higher priority towards. They don't have like a Cassiopeia. They don't have something that builds Blade of the Ruined King in the AD carry position either. So really, a lot of their focus will be towards team fighting for objectives, ideally. Or just taking pot shots at things that aren't being contested.
I just love the fact that Kave didn't even drop a beat. He just carried on running. Just like Hassan jumps out of the brush, hits him with a full combo. No, I'm still walking bot lane. I've already regened it up. Like,
Cassid and bottom.
yeah. He's just like, ping, cast bot. Assist me, says Athena. And Doinby is on his way top lane to soak up these juicy, juicy minions. Yeah, proto belt those minions.
By putting Doinby top lane, however, and says that Drake in not Baron, well, that side of the map at the very least is what they want to get. So the outer turret's dead on the top side. Poppy seems to at least have a bit of pressure still there against Amazing J. They might want to bring down Clit and look for something. It's pretty risky against the Nautilus, but the outer turret is still there. And there's no point in them being top lane. You just put Carve down there and at least have a better chance at it.
You can tell I'm a changed man, Rusty, because this is a very
slow game,
quintessential EU game.
Yeah.
0-2 at 19 minutes. This is, this is a nostalgia game for me, but I'm bored. I want action. I want something to happen. 5 weeks in the LPL, maybe bloodthirsty. Go in,
it's
fight.
a plague when you go to Worlds
something.
as well, because everyone at Worlds is feeling really cautious and they're patient. Like, we can't make a mistake on the World stage. But LPL casters are like, you should be diving, like everything.
You have ultimate available. You have flash. Get in there. Clid. Oh, he's donating this blue buff. It's down to 600 HP. It's donated over to Candy7.
we are still waiting for those big.
Last auto attack. Down goes the ward.
What was the crowd recently? It was IM was clapping every single time a ward died.
That's, the crowd needs to get something else, honestly. Be more original, because we've had that since, what, season 4? Like, I remember we were, like, sat at Wembley, and the crowd was just still cheer. Yeah, I still giggle, but I feel kind of like, it's like a dead meme, you know? Like, when it's just like, if someone brings up a dead meme, you feel like you have to give them the pity laugh, but in reality, it's stale.
That's true, they even
20 minutes on the clock, Rusty. Where's the fight?
Well, they've got a control ward on it already.
Rusty, where's the fight? You promised me something.
They have 3
it's 20
control
minutes.
wards.
We're 10 seconds over.
They're actually set up really well for a Baron. I didn't expect them to set up this aggressively for the Baron buff. They have so many control wards, like, on that side of the map. There's one in mid lane and one just below mid lane. This is all about sieging on the top half. There's Kabe on the bottom half. They want to use him either as a pivot or a teleport. QG are still looking for something when we hit the 20-minute mark. I just don't know if they'll get it.
What? Skill shots. Skill shots. One landed, one did not. What are you showing me, Observer?
We
oh, we have a flank in from Amazing J. The flash, the ultimate onto Doinby.
Big ulti.
I mean, he's going to go down into the Sanguine pool. He's going to come back up again, and Doinby's still there. He's got all his health back. He'll jump onto them with the Pronobel. Kabe, he stopped in place, but so is Athena. Road chase backwards. A flash after as well from Doinby. He's looking for the kill. Again, he just heals it all back up, and no one dies. No one's dead.
Vladimir's dirty. That was actually so good from Nautilus as well. He knocked everybody up and then still gets the hook onto the priority member being a carry. The QG are relentless with their sustain and their heli poppies to try and zone, but no turrets are falling. This is a fight that IMA decided they wanted, and QG were so happy to accept it, and nothing actually eventuates. We were close.
We were close. We were on the precipice of anything happening. Doinby will shrug off that damage. 24 seconds until Infernal. All right, someone's got to be thirsty for an Infernal. Anybody.
For QG though, still on the top side. 3 control wards there. There is one near the Drake, but it's pretty simple for IMA to just walk in and take it all. Even Clid right now not prioritizing his vision on the Drake. He's getting Raptors. His team's not here yet.
He is going for Raptors, yeah. He's just kind of in the Infernal Dragon waiting room at the moment. IMA are on an Infernal. Candy7's over the wall. No one has done anything just yet. They don't even know if they're on it because Control Ward's gone down. Lands the cube. Nope, taken away from IMA. And it's just disengage. And that they have done that. They have disengaged.
It was the right call though as well from IMA, firstly starting it up as it was available, because not everybody from QG was there. And secondly, to pull it out so at least it wasn't in Q range. There's no cheeky steal threat he would have had to commit. Speaking of committal, QG have learnt from game number 2, is the best way to explain it. They have realized that in League of Legends, there's only one lane, and that lane is middle. And this turret...
they got it! They've taken down mid
That's
tower.
their version of a Nexus that they just killed. QG are feeling great.
Why isn't the game over? We killed the win condition.
Because Baron is still alive, and they need that one as well.
Oh. And you also need the Nexus as well if they actually want to win the game. Kabe, he's zoning the way. No one gets the vision. No one's a winner right here. They are looking towards Baron now.
Scuttle Crab generally indicates that they will actually hit the Baron, because you need that Shirelia-esque buff.
Yeah.
Athena's bottom doesn't have teleport. Amazing J does not have it either, but they're aware it's being done. QG is still committing to doing this.
I mean, this was a 50-50 when it comes down to smites. Benfall's got the level advantage. Ultimate opens up from Jin Zhao, but they're going to use this to jump on top of the Kha'Zix. Kabe is he's doing something to Amazing J, but it's Joinby who's actually able to do damage to him. He's pinned in place by Jin Zhao, and Kabe will give up the chase. Still, everyone alive.
And they go back to the middle lane turret that's dead. All right.
Back to the mid lane.
Reassess QG. That was actually a clever idea as well. Teleport's not there, but they will be next time. And so their one option, which was a 23-minute EDG-esque attempt at a Baron. The reason I say that is they don't bait, they just do it. Doesn't work.
No, it does not. Jin Zhao is going to recall. And everyone went back to base from QG. They've picked up a plethora of items. Looks like Clear is on his way towards probably Deadman's. Going to be on the second item with Abyssal. And bot lane's finally finished the Ghostblade. He's looking for his Edge of Night.
That's right, so big spikes. Once the Edge of Night is there, I actually think that Candy7 may want to do another quick recall back to the base to pick up his Edge of Night. It'll be pretty vital actually for surviving team fights, especially against, firstly, Jin's lockdown. Nautilus's ultimate is the other big one as well. And to block any damage from the Kassadin is quite big and a key factor in living through a team fight, especially a winning one. They will throw themselves at Candy7. That's how they win the fight.
It's true. Literally, they win these fights. Crap owes Aime. Bot lane still being pushed in. This time Athena does have teleport, so there's less of a threat of QG just rushing the Baron. And Kabe, he's walking the river. He's having a stroll. He's enjoying life.
I mean, granted, less of a threat is still a threat. QG will always do it. We're now just kind of waiting. With Varus being able to wave clear in this middle lane, the difference between games 2 and 3 is that IMA can't just straight up take turrets like they were. And even with a 1,000 gold lead, it doesn't feel like 1,000. They're just waiting for level 16 still. The Kassadin's creeping ever so close each time. And Kha'Zix has got 2 evolves now, so he's a lot more powerful. And Amazing J is not far off the point of being unkillable. He pretty much is already. He hits enough crowd control onto the right people.
Yeah, the goal is essentially negligible at this point in time. So the dragons that I'm looking towards from Aime. This is definitely a game that can get post 35 minutes, and a game where we could definitely see an Elder Dragon. So the fact that they have accumulated so many dragons will pay off
We are
in
seeing
the
some
long game.
Game 3 patience as well, right? We're going to have a good old-fashioned team fight to come out of both of these teams. IMA, of course, excelling at team fights. They have for as long as they've been in the LPL. QG are just renowned for their ability to hit late game team fights. Even this iteration that isn't Newbie who excelled at that, this team still does. We may end up just being there. And the 3 items is a pretty good spot to say that we should be doing it.
Yep. So was 1 item, and so was 2 items.
Given QG's team composition as well, like Joinby's gone for a pretty item-efficient build, being the Vladimir, Abyssal Scepter, flat penetration with Sorcerer's Shoes, as well as a Proto Belt. Like, that's quite cost-efficient for the damage that he'll be dealing. But he won't deal any to Amazing J. So he's actually trying to kill carries a little bit more so with that item build by having the flat penetration.
Yep. We've also
However,
seen from
I
him.
mean, every carry goes Edge of Night now.
Yeah.
So it's less potent as it was.
Also just does not die in team fights. He just gets all of his health back, regardless of not going Spirit Visage. Heal from Sanguine Rush. think it's... Is that what it's called? Pretty sure it's a Q. I'm pretty sure it's called something else. But that thing does regenerate all of your health.
Transfusion? Or is that the E?
It's... No, that is the Q. But
Yeah.
you get a... When you're...
Oh,
when you have
right,
2
the actual,
stacks.
yeah.
Yeah. Sanguine Pulse is W. Ease Hands of Blood. Ultimate is Hemoplague. Passive is Crimson Pact. Sanguine Rush? Blood Rush? No. Blood Rush is Draven W.
Literally no idea. Like,
Yeah, we did this test a couple weeks ago. I think your names for abilities were... They were entertaining. They definitely weren't what they were, but...
they were exactly what they were. I can tell you the timing of the
it was like
cooldowns and
Syndra
what
Orb,
they did.
Damaging Orb, 8-second cooldown.
Yeah. I just didn't know the
40
name
damage
of
at
the
level
damn
1.
thing. As you can tell, we're in a lull.
Yeah, we've been in one for 18 minutes and 11 seconds. Doinby's on his way mid lane. Pushing minions!
You are going insane.
Help! SOS. Anybody.
That's just
Mountain
crazy as
Dragon's
well
open.
that Doinby is like 0-0-0 at this stage of the game. Like, granted, a lot of them are. They haven't got a kill.
Yep.
It's more that he's the kind of player that wouldn't be at this score if he had the choice. Like, he would have definitely dived at least 6 times and have been 6-6. That's Doinby's domain. As again, another Drake's just going to be taken. QG are so slow to the punch. Then
It's
again, it
going
might
to
have
reset very
well.
slightly. QG coming in from the side. Clid does get the steal. Ben4's locked in the pit. Oh, where are you going? He's out. He's a deserter. Get back. Someone get him back in this fight, because Doinby, he's going in. He's killing someone. Oh, we got a kill. Candy7 will take out Road. And Ben4, he's still on the run. He's
no.
He's a bug on the run. He'll leap. The Q lands. Clid's after him. He connects.
He's dead.
Left hook. Right hook.
There's 2
Anything.
teleports.
That's the Q. Auto attack. Oh, arrow from Candy7. That's the kill. An amazing JTP's in for no particular reason. And he'll go down as well.
And that's now the
Get
Baron.
him, Doinby. Oh, it's another kill. It's a Christmas miracle, Rusty.
And it's also going to be a Baron buff as well going to the side of QG unless they can get in. No jungler alive because he was the person on a wild chase around the map. Athena cancelled, but he is here.
It's 5 versus 2. Road is not going to get here either. Carve ultimate knocks one person away.
Okay, it's a Baron.
And Athena does not want to jump in there whatsoever. Doinby zoning away. Redemption comes down. Clit's very low, but they will pick up the Baron. And QG, patience is a virtue. And they will finally pick up Baron.
And they go from 1,000 down to 2,000 ahead in that passage of play. So QG have definitely turned it on. However, funnily enough, I think Aime's goals there were to get the dragon and run away, and then it reset on them. So a little bit of a mishap at the dragon pit has allowed this to happen because, you know what, adding insult to injury, Clid was able to steal the Mountain Drake. As if things couldn't have gone worse after that. They get the Baron and the 2 kills with it.
Yep, not great from Aime. And also of all the dragons as well to pick up, it was the Mountain Dragon at 30 minutes here. Next one's going to be a final Cloud Dragon. And it's not really the biggest objective on the board. When Baron just went down, we are now pushing in all of the waves. So QG, we need to see them reset and play this next couple minutes out well with their Baron. Actually get something from it.
They'll have a pretty hard time actually relying on Doinby to kill people right now, especially with all the magic resistance there from Jin Zhao. He's effectively playing a half-tank disruption AD carriers. They have gone on Doinby.
Dredge line has landed, but he'll go down to the Sanguine Pool, get some health back from the Q. Clid is still around the
Clid
outside.
wants to flank.
He's looking for the Q, does not land onto Road. Mid lane still being sieged in. Amazing J places down the staggering blow. Kabi's going to shrug it off. Mid lane tower goes down, cracked open from QG. And they'll continue the push. Road chunked a little. Oh, and Amazing J going all the way back to base. There's no front line, and Jin Zhao unable to clear out this minion wave, but someone has to actually hit the tower from QG. Carries are a little bit skittish right now.
It's about this next wave. They need to actually try and find some time. Jin Zhao can't even get back to base. Neither can Ben4. They have no mana. So Aime are slowly losing this game. If they don't fight now, which is difficult, then they'll just lose the turrets eventually. QG should be aware of this fact. They can play it slow, just work around the fact that they haven't gone to base and gotten mana. Start taking the objectives.
Side lanes are pushing. Bot lane's pushing in. Mid lane tower down to half. Poke coming across from Candy7. Amazing J is still able to step up and clear these minion waves and just allow Athena and Jinjiao to get in there and actually leverage their wave clear. Top lane is pushing away from Aimee.
This is the
Kabe
wave.
charging up the ultimate. He's going to knock away Amazing J. Pretty much the perfect person right here. They're looking to crack the tower. Road under attack. Clint jumping in all the way into the back lines. No one's died just yet. Joinby charging up the Tides of Blood. It's the front line. Athena jumps in. Not enough damage against Joinby. All of health is back once more. Jin Jiao in with the crit and has halved his healing. Ali being chased down. Kabe will not receive the last hit. Last hit actually hits Candy 7 on the very edge of that cone. Enough to send QG packing, but the base has finally been opened up.
Yeah, they weren't actually going to commit to a fight there either way. Jin Jiao's not doing a lot of damage at the moment. He's gone towards that build that I was talking about just before all of the fighting actually broke out there. So Aimee are slowly losing this game, waiting on more items on not just Jin Jiao. But they definitely need some kind of magic penetration on Athena, who's gone towards the Zhonya's build. He'll be hard to kill, but he's not in kill threat of anybody. These assassins of Ben 4 and Athena can't actually do anything because QG are just too threatening as a team. They're just staying in a giant death ball. And even if you look like you're to kill Doinby, he's definitely already had his ultimate on somebody and gets 1600 health back immediately.
The problems you highlighted there, Rusty, is the fact that you have Ben 4 and you have Athena on Kasten and Kha'Zix, and in reality, are they actually going to be able to kill anybody if they don't pull ahead or even have a slight advantage on their person? No, they can't kill anybody, and there's literally no target they can jump on. They jump on Ali, alright, well, you just killed the support. You jump on Candy 7, well, there's so much peeling, and Joy probably killed your backline, so this seems like a lose-lose situation for the two assassins.
This is one of those moments, though, where, like, it's at the moment lose-lose, but if they get one team fight, they start snowballing from one kill in that team fight. Athena's level 17, he's got all of his items besides that Void stuff, but he'll still destroy Candy 7. He'll still destroy Ali if he gets in range to be able to do that. Him and Ben 4 can both assassinate. It's about if that front line can be relevant, or if the Poppy's just going to say, see you mate, to the Nautilus, and that ruins the entire strategy.
Bobby's been getting some good verdicts off so far in this game. Bot lane shoving in, top lane's also shoving in, just playing it slow, trying to crack this inhib. That would definitely accelerate the game for QG again. Dredge line onto Doinby, but it doesn't really mean anything. But the cycling pull has been used. He's going to flash forwards and land the ultimate onto Candy 7. Meanwhile, Ben 4 looking for an opportunity to jump in. Doinby will go into Zhonya's. He needs to get some health back. Did get a healing out from Redemption. Still no kills thus far. Athena not tagged up by the arrow, but QG, they're pushing in relentlessly. Kabe gets the ultimate down. Gets the auto attack down rather, and Jin Jiao is off to the side.
Behind.
Amazing J, he's got the first TP down. He's waiting for the second. Joinby goes down into Sanguine Pool, leaving Kabe out to dry, but it's going to take a long time to get through this Poppy. They are chasing him down, but they should be able to finish him off eventually. Eventually, Athena will finish him off. That's the kill over to Aimee, a 1-for-0. Baron up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Hook does not land from Amazing J. Dragon is up, but the inhib is finally down. QG did eventually get what they were coming for.
They've got the Varus actually here if they want him. Athena's looking.
Jumps over the wall, gets the slow down onto Clint. Ben 4 follows after. He's lower mana. He doesn't have another W in him, but they should be able to pick up Clint. He'll jump away. Last auto attack, and the Null Sphere coming through will be enough to finish him off at 2-0. Aimee take down the intruders.
But by keeping Doinby and Candy 7 alive, even with Ali still being there, they can't commit to anything in particular. With the amount of time between those kills and the Baron spawning, this is good for Aimee. We're seeing what they can do, but not at the right time to win them a game. There's still going to be plenty of time for QG to reset, to get all of their items, to get all of their vision and wards set up for the Baron, which is ultimately what they want to achieve. This is a step in a direction that Aimee can be happy about. Still no Void Staff though for Athena as well, so like ultimately this is just buying time for themselves. If they lost that fight, that could have been the whole game. They don't have teleports as well now with this Baron coming up. They both committed to using those. Kabe has his, so he can just go bottom. If anyone even addresses him in that lane, that's a Baron.
Yep. Basically just bad news bears across the side of Aimee. Will eventually take down that dragon. And 4-3 in this game. Not a lot of kills, but many dragons have died this day. And 4 of them are on the side of Aimee, but QG have the one that would really matter to them most.
They move really quick.
Very quick. 75 extra movement speed out of combat.
Part of me wants to see them get to the Elder Drake.
And just see how fast they run.
Yeah.
Doing
Here they
B
go on
again.
Doinby.
He's hooked again. I've seen this a million times, but Amazing J under attack and probably more squishy than Doinby at this stage. Kabe out of the TP, immediately onto Amazing J, but everyone bounced up there from QG, and they are melting. Kabe does get the big tank out of the fight. Ben into this one and immediately drop Athena, still alive. He'll go into the zone, his hammer shot, not enough to do anything right now before he's instantly taken out. And Doinby still alive. If he's not dead, he's coming back to life. 3 for 2, QG advantage.
And QG's advantage still lies in their ability to go towards the Baron buff right now. The inhibitor being dead, the middle lane, really difficult for a Jhin to clear. And because Kabe's healthy and Doinby has enough sustain, they will still look towards taking this major objective. And I would expect that they can get it, albeit slowly, unless I may now come over to contest. It is a bottom lane contest, you know. This is pretty difficult to stop.
It does take a long time for them to do it. Doinby just drops low. He did get 2 heals off, but he's still within kill range. Clid taken down from the Baron, and Jhin Zhao and Road have stopped it. Are they going to lose any members for it though? Because Kabe's on top of them and he will get those hammer shock slows down on top of them. Jhin Zhao has been tagged by the Q, but he'll finish off the big game, which is Doinby. Jhin Zhao with that 1 kill. Road finished off here. Khalil jump in. The ultimate was still there. The bait and switch from Road. He'll get the kill onto Clid. Kabe comes in. He'll finish him up. Kabe simply will not die. Ben Force slammed against the wall. Candy 7 and Ali there.
Clear the wards. I think they want to just get the attention of Aimee. Their side lanes are now setting up perfectly, and as they crest over towards the turrets, QG have to do this to try and bring the attention of Aimee over again. Athena's teleport is something that they may want to use. I don't know if this is the right idea from QG, but this is probably the best idea they have currently besides pushing top lane. But you know what? I would have said push top lane.
Athena has TP and he's definitely using it. Amazing J, he's been CC'd up, but he's just unkillable as Kabe is. Eventually he'll take out Candy 7. He recognizes that. He's flashing over the wall.
Athena.
Redemption comes down. Athena flash
knows
over
what
the
he
wall.
wants.
He'll move on to Ali, and there's no escape from Cassidy. The Void Reaver will find you at this stage in the war.
Well, we're back in the LPL Pulse. You'll be
Yes,
pleased
we
to know.
are. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you took a 20-minute break, I don't blame you, but we are back to our regular scheduled broadcast.
Now we do get to watch the fights happen again. Doinby is the hardest member to kill ever. He actually doesn't do any damage here at the start. This is a big pain point for them. Athena and Ben are able to get in through 2 flanks on 2 directions and get immediate kills. Doinby saves his damage for the actual blood pool to rise up so he gets all of the healing back. He ends up getting 2 kills though, and so he's in a pretty good position for this. I still think that the best idea for QG was not to do that Baron as they're fighting again.
Kabe is the one under attack. He does have Guardian Angel, but he is dropping very low. Doinby will be able to dodge out of the hook. Clid will take the final shot, just breaking the safeguard.
They should go bottom. QG should immediately go bottom. Push mid, go from mid to bottom. Run them around. They have to defend the mid lane inhibitor. They can't do Baron. QG still have the inside track and all of the momentum in this game. That should be a free bottom turret at the very least.
Pushing into the mid lane. Amazing J's back. Athena makes it through the base gate. Ben 4 as well. And Aimee have mounted their defense. Doinby pushing forwards. Whimsy's down. Ben 4 poking away. Nice arrow onto Ben 4. Lethality not as strong as it was earlier on into the game. Inhibitor dropping low. Nice W out from Kabe. Prevents the engage, but Doinby's going in. He chunks down 2 members of Aimee, but he's low himself. Amazing J will wait on top of him. He'll jump away. Road ultimate on top of Amazing J. He'll push him out of the base. Road and Jhin Zhao still low, still under threat. Doinby, he'll finally fall. QG, this is the opening that Aimee need. Amazing J, they find 1. They find a 2nd kill, and they push down the mid lane.
This could be really bad for QG. So Clid's alive. The Baron is still at risk of dying here, or being stolen from Clid if he pulls off that miracle. Kabe's alive, so in terms of sieging, like, it's pretty difficult for assassins to siege into a tanky Poppy. But here we go, they've got the objective. Clid's still looking to see if he can take this one away. 7k health.
He'll give it his best shot. He's taken out 1 target around the side. 1 bodyguard down. Many more to go. Jhin Zhao also low, looking to be assassinated from Candy 7.
He does not. He's playing around the rosy.
Yeah. There's nothing that Aime can do about this. Carbe, he's still in the pit. Takes the final crit shot. He has the Guardian Angel. He'll stay within there, maintain the vision.
Watch
More
Clid, watch
poke
Clid,
coming
watch
in,
Clid.
Clid jumps in. He finds the steal. He'll go down for it, but Carbe will also pay with his life. And Athena will survive. But it's the Baron over to QG.
And that's the biggest difference here. We said it was going to happen. You know what? It still happens. The assassination and the percent damage that a Lee Sin Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike can actually put onto a target is a very big deal. So he locks it down. Carbe just doesn't die. It took so long to kill that man inside the Baron pit. And to be honest, 2 people still get the Baron buff. Doinby may even got it. That's how long that they were fighting for. QG should have lost the game probably with that Baron play and with that lost fight in the middle lane. But now they don't.
Oh man. If we had just gotten the 2-0 here and QG had replicated the similar performance, we would have come out of this match saying, you know, QG, pretty good shape. They're playing QG games, they're making the Vladimir work,
I mean,
great.
they are still, right?
Yes, but not in the way that we wanted them to.
You have to remember, we're seeing the ceiling of Aime as well as QG, so QG's strategy's never really shifted. And I would never really say that QG are the best team in the LPL at any stage.
Yep.
They're always going to be a top 5 team, however. And so the teams that actually have a higher ceiling, which I believe Aime does do, I mean, they went to Worlds and proved that. If they play to their ceiling, then you start to see QG lose games. The fact that they can't end this game against the Assassins when they've got an advantage, like, speaks a lot towards Aime's ability to actually say go.
Yeah.
And say we're fighting here, we're teleporting, we're flanking, we're doing these proactive measures to ensure we don't lose the game.
It's true. It's more about the journey than the destination, and we have seen those problems QG have had. However, it is game 3 where both teams were extremely passive, so maybe both teams just a little off their game. And both put up against it 1-1 in this set. Elder Dragon did go over to Aime, however, despite Baron going down to QG. So they do have the combat damage, which is probably superior to QG at this stage.
Yeah, but the Baron buff can outlast. Another hook. I don't think they should fire off that heli poppy. We're just playing slowly around this middle lane. So with the Elder Dragon there for Aime, as they've taken that one out, they want to try and fight now. They want to try and move extremely quickly, I might add, with all of the Cloud Drakes that they've got. It's pretty comical.
Yeah, we got our wish.
We actually got it.
Yeah. Someone get out of combat so we can see you just run.
The car 6 is actually quite funny.
Baron buff is not one up, but it's not on the front line, it's on the back line, which is the awkward thing for QG. Aime chasing down the curtain call. Red line lands once more into Doinby. We find finally the outer tower drops from QG. Aime are looking for more objectives to signal more for them, but it's only the outer tower to them.
And it's happening again. Aime are just A-ramming, but there's a Varus this time, so things are a little bit different. QG do sack a turret.
Yep.
It's because they don't want to fight against an Elder Dragon team. They want to actually play this slow. Their side wave control has been impeccable. They've always had that in their favor, so props to Carbe for controlling and for doing a bit of controlling all of these waves and pushing them slowly. Not just pushing them in, but actually setting up the waves for a minute in advance so that Aime, when they siege, will eventually need to go back and deal with side lanes, or they start losing turrets to just minions. This is something that has been separating the teams with the smallest of details.
Elder Dragon has worn off. Baron buff there is a small window while QG still have it. Nope. It's also just worn off as well. So fairly synced up in the end. And we are back to even footing. Do you think, Rusty, that we will be waiting around until we see Baron and Elder Dragon come back up?
I don't think we'll be waiting around to see the Elder Dragon. I think we will be waiting around to see the Baron. Generating picks at this stage of the game when Aime are really struggling to, firstly, like they'll have to stay within their own base if they're at a disadvantageous position. But now they're just A-ramming, so QG will just clear waves with the Varus. There's no Baron buff on the side of Aime to prevent that from happening. Like, we're just in a stalemate, and the Baron is the simplest way for a team to break a stalemate. When you've got cross-language teams, Koreans and Chinese players all on the same rosters, it's pretty simple and universal that a Baron is important. And so when you think about how these teams that are brand new and coming together recently as a roster just play around Barons, it's pretty much natural progression. And the best teams in the world don't need it. but new teams do.
Training wheels, one might say.
Yeah. Whereas Koreans are on a unicycle already.
They've mastered. They've mastered the way. What's next?
NA's on a unicycle, but they've got a clown nose on.
Which region's on a Segway? Where it's
That's totally Europe. That's the safest travel method, isn't it?
yeah, it is. Yeah, you literally cannot fall over. You just get to your destination. You lead forwards a little bit. You accelerate. Get to where you want to be.
I'd say we're a monster truck as China.
we're a monster truck.
That could be slightly
A monster
biased on
truck.
my
A
end.
monster truck with training wheels.
Yes.
Yeah.
Monster trike.
Monster truck. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, maybe a tuk-tuk with a decal of flames. We think we're sick,
A tuk-tuk
but,
on
but
fire.
in reality, we're a tuk-tuk.
All right, so there is 1 minute till Baron.
We're just filling time. If you have a great analogy of what each region is within the realms of automobiles, feel free to tweet others. For the next 58 seconds, both teams will poster around the area, and neither team will get vision.
Exactly right. So at the moment, because I may have all of the tempo in this middle lane, and there's actually Athena even pushing in the top side of the map, they have control of the Baron and river areas. So by going towards those river areas, they're safe. QG have to be a little bit more risky in moving around and clearing. They just don't really know where their opponents will be. But in terms of recall timing, 30 seconds before the Baron, not a bad decision from I made a recall then, but they could have been set up well in advance. They didn't need to recall, and they should have actually contested the vision that QG are now placing down for free.
Ben Foy now going back to base, has the home guards, will run over there as fast as his Void Legs can carry him. And Ali took a lot of damage from the captive audience. He was locked in place by Deadly Flourish, and that took him down to half, so yeah, he'll eat his 5 honey fruit a day. And Athena's on his way bot lane. He has TP.
Yeah, he's the priority member. Don't mind these guys, they're not actually fighting, it's just for control of vision and over wards. Athena going to the bottom lane is actually the person who has the kill threat, or he's the one who might be able to kill. Whereas Amazing Jay and Kabe will basically just angrily look at each other.
Yep.
And nothing really happens, they just hit minions in a stalemate. So he can also take turrets extremely quickly. He's gone for the Lichbane build. So if he hits his turret, as you can see,
Yep.
QG now aware of this, they want to force his teleport. I may also just want to fight from the looks of it.
Pretty much. Amazing
They're
Jay
at the
get in
pit.
there. Staggering blow. He's waiting for it, but it's the Baron's down to 4,000 health. Ultimates are being charged up. Amazing Jay's out of there. Ben4 jumps in. This one spike goes down, but that was completely wide. What were you going for, Ben4? And Clid will just smite it away. Redemption comes down. Doinby locked in place, but he's charging up all of the damage. Sanguine Paw down once more. Amazing Jay finally looses the ultimate. Doinby's close to death. He'll go into the
QG are out.
Zhonya's, but Ben4's resetting. He gets one. He'll jump onto Doinby. He doesn't find it. Clid being chased down.
Oh my God,
Doinby's
Doinby.
still alive. Amazing Jay, here comes Ben4.
Oh, Doinby.
He finishes him off. Both of them are down into the Guardian Angels. And Doinby needs one more Q to come back into this fight. The dredge line doesn't land. Doinby's still running away. Tides of Blood does not land onto Amazing Jay, but it's blocked out. He doesn't get the blast code. Ben4 does not land the W, but
Oh
it's
my
another
God,
Sanguine
you've
Paw.
gotta be
And he
kidding.
finishes him off with the Tides of Blood.
is
What
Vladimir?
is this man? What is Doinby? What is Vladimir? Amazing Jay running for dear
But look at
life.
Cassidy.
But look at the base. Athena's ending the game. Doinby, he needs to do something, but Amazing Jay just needs to sacrifice his life. But finally, Kirby's back up, and after all of that, a 3 for 3. Baron over to QG.
Barrett over to Doinby. That guy is a machine right now. I do not know how he managed to survive with 10 health for the entirety of that fight. Amazing Jay must be so frustrated. The amount of effort that went down onto killing him. Firstly, Ben4 cooks this. Like, that was a big miss smite. It means they get it quick. And this is where it starts, right? Doinby, he's locked up. He has no health. They continue to try and pressure him down. They give the Kazakhs resets onto Ali as he's doing all of this. Firstly, 800 health back, and then his own use. Then he gets another pull down because he wants to ensure he has the red stacks to get all of his health back. Like, the amount of healing that comes out of this man is absurd. Like, that's not fair. However, Cassidy was destroying the bottom side of their map.
just the fact that that Taste of Fear did not finish him off was so crucial. But yeah, Athena wasn't there. He was just murdering their base.
Like, if Athena was there, that could have actually been game over.
Yeah.
But they made a very conscious decision that they were just going to team fight and Athena was going to end. Because QG were fighting without Kabe for as long as possible. He had to actually go and attend to the bottom lane for the remainder of that.
Dragon is coming up in 45 seconds. Join B is capped out on items. Everyone's capped out on items. It's 52 minutes into the game. 29 kills. Everyone has all the items. Even the supports. Kabe's on his way back into the top lane. Athena will back off for now. And it's all just down to a team fight. Gone right or gone wrong, depending on the perspective.
And it makes sense that both of these teams, once again, will want to get to that team fight. You know, super crucial that when it happens in an important game, they default to team fighting. And they will just do their absolute best to ensure that the team fight's the most successful part of their kit as a team, in terms of drafting, in terms of warding, playstyle scaling, items, like it's all there. They're all set to go. But right now it's a battle of Doinby against IMA. I can't enough. It's actually just Doinby against IMA. I feel like Candy7 and Ali are invincible. They're actually resets. Invisible, rather. They're actually resets for the Kazakhs. Kassadin is tearing them up. The Elder Drake is now being teleported on. QG are just going.
Elder Dragon down to half. Amazing J pushing into the pit. Athena off to the side. He's skirting around the back of the pit. Multiple redemptions come down. It's gonna come down to the smites. It's within range. Clid once again secures it. No one's died yet. Jin Zhao, why are you out there? He's gonna fall, but he did manage to take Candy7 with him. Doinby was very close to
Where
dropping.
are you going?
Athena's on the run. He'll want to go back to base. Oh my god. What is this game? QG finally have the Baron. Finished the game.
You can't beat Clit in the smite off is the one thing that I will take away from this game so far. That guy, when he is on top of a buff, will secure that buff by having the Lee Sin there. So Jin Zhao actively throws his life down the drain by killing Candy7. The AD carry for the AD carry, that's still okay if you were IMA. It actually makes their sieging a lot harder. Taking down these objectives, they can't just rely on a Vladimir to do that. They also need to attend the bottom lane, as you're seeing right now, sending 3 people down here. And this is wasting a lot of the duration of that Elder Dragon buff. We have genuinely descended into madness.
This is just absurd, Rusty. Man, it's taking them so long to kill these super minions.
Yeah, they don't do damage, hey?
Yeah, I mean, like, Candy7's not alive, Doinby's not there to deal the
You
damage.
know
So
what?
it's just like these 3 guys just wailing on these super minions.
There's a cool thing we haven't actually mentioned yet that I do want to quickly touch on before QG decide to team fight them again. There's 3 lockets for QG. Now, lockets used to give an aura, the Aegis of the Legion aura, that was non-stackable, so it wasn't that efficient to have them. However, now it's just armor, magic resistance, and a shield. The shield stack. They have got 3 of those things. That's a lot of damn shields. I like it.
I like it too. And when you're at late game, when you have the benefit of just being able to buy anything you want, maybe that's the most optimal.
It's also quite good into all of the assassins if they don't get the reset as a Kha'Zix, as an example.
Also true.
By having all the shields to prevent that, then it'll be pretty good. I'd actually imagine that QG, even though they have the Elder Dragon buff, may want to wait on Exhaust. And here it's important.
Shocking. Multiple members of IMA do have Guardian Angel. There's 5 Guardian Angels in this game. And Jin Zhao does not have one. But we are pushing into the base again.
We're at the
Teleport from Kabe.
miracle kick time of the game for Clid.
Can he pull a World 6? That's the question. Q lands onto Amazing J. Fan 4 on the front lines.
Jin ults
opening up the Jin ultimate. That will be the mid inhibitor going down. Ultimate
Athena.
used by Amazing J. Athena's on the outside looking for a kill. Jin Janro being chased down. Doinby down into his Zonyas. He'll finally fall into the tower. This is massive for Aime. They'll jump onto Glid. They'll take him down as well. Looking for the resets onto Ben. Not the target he wanted. He did not want Kabe.
They've got
but
Candy7.
only the resets are alive. Road will go down. Benford's following after, and he will jump away. Candy7 under attack. He'll go down.
It's happening
3 for
again.
0. Aime pushing down mid.
Kabe and Ali, the only ones alive. It's a tank and a support that have to try and stop the entire IMA roster Athena's gone back because he has teleport. There aren't exactly minions to bring down this lane. They do still have to deal with the super minions, but look how tanky they are. So when those minions arrive, Amazing J just has to tank it before the minions actually get there. I feel like this is enough time to do it.
They're trying. Aimee are just pushing down mid right now. They have plenty of time on the clock, but they don't have the minions, so he's looking forwards the last two, but he only knocks away Rose at the
Aimee
end.
has to do something.
He needs to jump in. He needs to literally do anything right now.
So Ali's going to take the wave.
Literally.
Yeah, no, this is good. So Kabe needs to kill these 3 minions. That's
They're
his
on
new
one
mission.
hit. Get in there. Hammer shock. Anything. But Ben's stopping him from getting near these minions. Athena takes down the first tower, the second tower, the Nexus, the minions, the MVPs. Aimee, take the series.
You never take Aimee to over 50 minutes in a game. You just don't do it. It is far too risky to put them in a 50-50 team fight. And QG have learnt the hard way how to go from a victory to a defeat in that exact moment.
I think we both need a break, Rusty, so thank God Frascuran's here. Frascuran, your analysis of that game, please.
Either kill me or kill each other. This is not my LPL. I want out.
I want off this ship. Well, that was fun to watch at the very least in the latter half of the game, but I mean, I don't think either teams, like, we talk about identity, we talk about how they need, they need to do something. We saw none of that in that game. That's
What
the
a
problem.
Disaster. Oh my God. Like, okay, good on Aimee. You know, they're that team where, how do you even explain this? Aimee are really good at cutting down a tree with like a fish. That's what that game was. They just, for hours, just sat there, just slamming the fish against the tree, and eventually the tree fell over. The problem is that QG had a chainsaw. They also could have cut down a tree. And instead, they just like cut off their own limbs with it and bled out.
Literally, Vladimir.
That's all I got.
Literally.
I don't think I can add too much to that. But
They're, oh my God. Wait until these graphs come down because we can talk about the team compositions. Because what, Clid stole 2 Barons. I think QG got 3 Barons as well as an Elder. How do you lose a game with 3 Baron buffs and an Elder Dragon?
It's a great question for us, Kieran, but I just want to take a look at these players right here. Aimee winning that game in such a long series, in such a crazy series, that probably shouldn't have gone their way in the first place.
It's super easy when the enemy team just head rushing.
You've got to feel
first
quite
at
good
you.
about that, because even that game was, I mean, there weren't a lot of peaks and troughs, but the ones that we did see were quite extreme.
I mean, the major goal difference at the end wasn't actually over 4K in favor of either team. Even as the Nexus died, it was 4,000 to Aimee. Like, the game was close, and they did have buffs. They could have actually grown the lead further, but I think the biggest thing here is that Kassadin hit a point where they didn't actually have anything to stop him, and so he was just going to 1-3-1.
But look at those team compositions. There is absolutely no safe or consistent wave clear on Aimee's comp. This is the problem with the Kassadin comp. You're pretty much looking at Jhin Ultimate as your primary wave clear. Nautilus has to walk to the front. Kha'Zix needs to throw out his W.
Yep.
And if you have 3 Barons, why are you 5v5ing with Baron? Just do a 1-3-1 or a 1-4 and split push and smother Aimee. QG like, nope, got it this time.
Yeah.
5v5 ran into Aimee. Amazing J gets a teleport behind, kills them. I was like, okay, you know, I can understand why you'd make that mistake once. It's fine. They do it again. And then they do it again. And then again. Like, I've never seen someone just...
Yeah, pretty
you
much
met
they
OMG?
bled out and they went for the play over and over again. And the final one that was the final nail in the coffin was that final team fight, which I do want to relive one more time. I'm sure QG do not, but Doinby was not living in that fight.
Yeah, this is, again, we ran into a 5v5. Now, to be fair, they, I believe, only had 1 Baron at this point just because it was such a messy Baron fight that preluded this, so they don't get to use all of it in the lanes. But they still go for the 5v5. The team gets split up. Doinby's looking for the back line. Eventually, he falls down. He's not able to be that super tanky Vladimir that's surviving with like 3 HP. And then the resets come in, and Ben4 just starts going crazy on top of all of the CC and the disruption and how tanky Amazing J is at this point in the game.
The thing is, as well, is like Doinby was doing a lot of work and he was doing a lot of damage, but the only reason he was able to do all of these things is because Jhin went for a late game item build. Didn't actually itemize towards killing people in the middle game. Actually went for a Hex Drinker after finishing Edge of Night. And the idea is I just don't want to die to the Vladimir. Vladimir was still killing him. But he hit late game. He hit 56 minutes, and there's no way he's
And
not
just
going to
popped
crit
him.
you for
Yep.
like over 1,000 damage then. And like it's just that simple. Like they just get a team fight because Join B is the only person doing anything.
But it didn't need to be that simple because, again, QG could have ended that game like 20 minutes earlier. There is no reason that IMA should have won that. But we see this again and again. IMA did this to get to Worlds. If you haven't seen that series, it pretty much looks exactly like that. Team WE ahead for 99% of it, throw in a single team fight. Because for whatever reason, IMA just grab you, drag you down to their level, and beat you with experience.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Is they wait for the opponent to make a mistake, and they just make a mistake because, like, we're against IMA right now. They'll punish on the mistake. Oh, we made a mistake, and the game's over. I don't understand why it happens against IMA, but it keeps happening to a point where we maybe need to look at IMA and say, well, what are they doing to not necessarily force the mistakes, because these are definitely issues of the opposing team, but they happen more frequently against IMA than other teams.
I don't think it's that they're forcing fights as well. Like IMA are one of these teams that are uniquely awesome at just teleporting. Like it's not
Yep.
the right idea. You don't need to teleport right now, but they're about to siege. We don't have wave clear. So I'm just going to be Nautilus and teleport behind them and make them freak out. I ultimately think that is the thing. Like they're just so unpredictable, but so timely with their teleport usages that it causes problems with teams trying to play slowly into them. They make you play fast because they just
Yeah.
run at you then when you least expect it.
That is something that can be said, is that they have confidence and they have balls. Like, they will step forward and make those crazy teleports that you were like, why should he be doing this right now?
And Jin Zhao, despite getting caught out once, I think was the only time in that game that I can definitively say that. He had a killer game and a killer series. Jin Zhao was absolutely performing on that Jin pick. And as you said, he itemized towards late game and he was detonating people. So I don't think there's more worthy MVP out of that series.
And the meta is really suited nicely for Jin Zhao currently. He's an Ashe player, he's a Sivir player, and he's a Jin player. He is great at kind of zone control AD carries. Now, he went off late game with the Jin, but it's really about how he's able to control fights through utility abilities. Like, we haven't seen his Ashe yet in 2017, but it's also great.
Yeah, no, Jin Zhao had a pretty good series. I'm not sure if it was outright game MVP there. I think Amazing J actually, to me,
Yep.
was the bigger MVP just because of the impact that he had running around Summoner's Rift the entire time, knowing when to teleport and how to teleport. But Jin Zhao was definitely an impressive player throughout the series.
And it was really amazing, Jay, that did kick things off for IMA initially. Like, if you think back to how it was in the lane phase, Jin Zhao actually wasn't having a great lane phase at all. He constantly got zoned off. There was the early ganks from Clid. He had his flash burned. But then you saw Nami and Varus kept holding that wave right in front of the tower. And it actually forced Amazing Jay to be like, well, if you're going to hold the wave in front of the tower, I'm just going to TP down and dive. You know, it's like, okay, IMA came to play. Like, this looks amazing.
Yeah, it was a pretty confident decision. I think it's safe to say from the side of Amazing J going back to base, saying, well, I was literally saying, well, he's just going to go back to lane. He's just going to teleport back in because Poppy's pushing his turret. But no, they had other ideas.
Yeah, and again, this is all off of the fact that Ali and Candy7 had literally been trying to punish the fact that Jin had been flashless for so long by just holding that wave right in front of the tower for so long. You see the CS discrepancy between the AD carries at this point, and the number one way to punish it is that wave's going to stack up and build. So on second teleport rotation or first TP rotation, instead of going back top, he's like, let's go bottom, let's have a party.
Yeah. And it was precisely that play where Amazing J will panic you and will just go for these seemingly random plays, but that was a well set up play in the early game. However, those were the only 2 kills and the only play that we saw for the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, it definitely was. They were struggling to get things to happen after that. And interestingly enough, like whilst the teleport was good, it was unpredictable and it was definitely effective. It was still traded from QG. Like they were still trading well. The fact that a Poppy can get a top lane turret at 9 minutes is kind of unexpected in a 1v1 against the Nautilus.
And it set the tone for the rest of the game where top lane was not killable whatsoever. Like Poppy just didn't die. Yeah, I think it did up into a certain extent where until the point where, QG just ran out as a team and it's just like, well, Poppy's the only one left alive, and it was like, well, my team's dead.
Like, if you take that game at, like, pre-30 minutes, you're like, this is a good game from both teams. We're trading objectives. But then, like, post-30 minutes, you're just like, what is happening right now?
It's like a battle arena actually started.
Beyblades
the map
is
started
what it was.
closing. Yeah. It
Probably the best analogy, in all honesty, yeah.
was pretty rough.
Yeah. I don't think there were any winners coming out of that game regardless. It definitely said that IMA won, but I'm not sure if they actually did. I think everyone just lost out of that one because we didn't learn anything really from that apart from these small things that we take away from the big picture, which is maybe IMA do draw people into complete anarchy. Maybe that is something that we can look towards them, but it does highlight problems from QG, but is that something we can actually analyze because both teams had such a weird game?
You said something on the cast, Rusty, about IMA being or having the higher highs than QG or being the better team. And I actually kind of disagree with this. I think IMA win out in situations like this against QG and against WE. These series are very similar, how IMA qualified to the World Championship, and that they don't have higher highs or lower lows. They're just more consistent. They just throw the same punch at you every single time. And whether that's the amazing J teleports or however you want to define it, it's the same one every single time. Whereas a team like QG, you know, they've got a bit more variance in their punches. They've got a really nice sucker punch. They can hit you much harder. They can hit you much quicker. But for whatever reason, this series, they just missed all of them.
So I just think like QG are better individual players, right? Like I think that overall, if I was to look at every individual member of the team and stack rank their potential in the league, they're definitely better than IMA are in every single role.
Yep.
However, as a team, as like a 5v5 unit, I just don't think that I rate QG that highly, even in comparison to someone like IMA. I'd say IMA are closer to WE in that respect, where it's like, we always used to say WE are 5 A tier players, no S's, but they're also able to work as a team so well that it looks like they're all S players. I think that IMA actually still portrays a similar picture. The difference now is that Ben 4 is this really erratic spanner in the works that's kind of throwing that out.
I agree with it to an extent, and I can understand your logic. It's hard then to, where do we stack rank IMA in terms of like, because the relevant conversation is always going to be top three. Who are the top three teams? Because that's all the international audience cares about, because that's the only teams that you're going to see internationally. And I just don't think that IMA are...
Well, we know who the top three are. Like, it was
It
not
says in
either of those
standings.
teams.
It's not, but I feel like QG theoretically could be one of them. Like, I think that they have the higher potential to be that dark horse, just because... And I say this all the time, and I may always just bite me in the ass over it. They're like, oh, she always puts us down, but then we always just sneak in.
Yeah, and maybe that is like the reality where perhaps IMA do get in there in the very end. But I think right now it's difficult to say that either of these teams would be able to break into the caliber of play we're seeing from an RNG or an EDG or even an IG that we're going to be seeing later today.
But it's so bad because this series went to 3 games, and we just have that taste left over in our mouth from game 3. Like, if you completely cut off that game 2 and 1, you're like, okay, yeah, these guys, not necessarily on a macro strategy, can compete with the likes of RNG, but you could definitely see how they would cause problems for those teams. So, again, completely just cutting out this one long game, I still think that there's a lot there for IMA and QG fans.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to look at it. Just look at game 1, I think primarily, and then maybe game 2 for some of what we learned as well, excluding what happened in the early game. But regardless, we are going to say good night to that game and hello to our game of the week, our match of the week between EDG and IG. Join us after the break.
shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Fam. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know by now. They should know by now. They should know by now. They should know by now.
Welcome back to week 5, day 2, and our match of the week is going to be EDG shaping up against IG rather. IMA we just saw in a series that I'd rather forget. But we're back onto the desk with my analysts, with Rusty and Fruskion, who will be joining me for a TriCast. But let's get into this new game, a new series. It's only been 3 minutes. I know it feels like it's so long ago, but we have a very different matchup coming in.
Just
to our match of the week.
cleanse the palate.
Cleanse the palate. Yeah, that's
Take some ginger. It's fine. We'll be fine. It's Invictus Gaming versus EDG. So new rosters, same rivalry. Now the thing about EDG versus IG, historically IG don't look good here. They almost never beat EDG. I think there's only been like 3 instances where they've ever taken down this organization. That said, we have a completely new era of EDG. Like, this is the first time ever, 2017, that they've ever not had Clear Love on the roster. I think there's been 2 weeks previously that Fire Lolly also started.
Yeah.
And without his shot calling, EDG look a little bit lost, particularly around that mid game.
I think it's safe to say in the 2 weeks that we saw with Fire Lolly before, when Clear Love left, they lost as well, so they looked really, really bad. They're looking better this year with Fire Lolly in the team, is something to add. Mouse also, after the break, came back in this year and does look a lot better as a top laner.
Yep.
And Scouts also stepped up and have been massive. Zed a big surprise. So, like, it is a new roster for EDG just as much as it is for IG. And there is still a lot to prove for this side. Organizationally, like, there's just as much to prove.
Yeah, these EDG do not lose to Invictus Gaming. It is an unspoken rule between these two orgs.
And I think still coming into this matchup, you would look towards EDG as the favorites, regardless of rivalries and that aside. Looking at how EDG have performed so far, they performed against RNG, they had that one write-off game, and then game 1 was somewhat competitive. So you look towards EDG, and it's like, actually, how will they perform against IG? Well, IG just haven't had the same performances against the top teams.
I think, like, EDG, I'd still always say are the favorites coming into most sets except RNG at this stage, right? Like, that set showed a lot of positives for RNG. Also shows that EDG can lose and a way for them to lose that IG may want to look at. But IG are just they're a team that I would never call favorites in any matchup until they actually get the second victory. Because you just don't know what you're going to get with IG at the moment. They've got 2 shades of Rookie where he's like the god like Orianna that kills people without actually having to use his ultimate. Like the QW one-hits people. And then he just loses and goes 0-4 in laning phase with the same champion in the next game of the set.
That's a really great point, because we look at IG and that goes for the rest of the team, right? Like, we saw an exceptional series from them and then followed by a series where it didn't look like the same team. They ran 2 very different drafts as well. Maybe they weren't just is used to running. I don't know. Whatever the reason was, IG's second series was simply not as good. So coming into this week, we say, well, which IG do we actually see?
The most consistent member that you can look for Invictus Gaming, though, is kind of a good temperature test, is always going to be Duke, though. He's probably been the most solid, the backbone. He is the best performing top laner by far in the LPL, which makes sense, world champion up there. But the really interesting thing is that the LPL has done such a terrible job about grabbing like these world champion top laners, Acorn, Acorn's not a world champion, but Acorn, Marin, and Duke, and then bringing them into the LPL and ruining them. Duke seems to fit really well with everything. He's not just working around Rookie, which you would expect because the 2 Korean players talking to each other. He's making TP plays bot lane. He's teaming up with Kid the jungle. Kid's ganking his lane. So that's what's really kind of the upswing for Invictus Gaming fans, is Duke actually looks right at home.
Which is interesting and shouldn't ever really happen straight off the bat, because like it's known that when you bring a Korean to a team in any region that isn't Korea, you're bringing them in for the second split. Like you start them in split 1, you bring them in for Worlds. That's when you're actually meant to hit your stride with that roster, and they're meant to integrate because they have 6 months to then learn the language, to adapt to how the teams work, the meta and the region works. And right now Duke just came in week 1, 1v2'd people and looked like a badass doing it, chewing his gum. Like, You guys integrated seamlessly.
Well, it's integration versus, I think Duke has, for the most part, anecdotally from what I've seen, is just doing his own thing, and it's all working out. He gets 2v1 in the top lane, he outplays the 1v2. It's 1v2, and that's the core of it. We're not seeing like, oh, he did really well in this 2v2, or he teleports down because he made the right play and they play off it.
To be clear, though, like, I don't think he's doing what Dignitas have done when they brought over 2 Koreans. Like, he is still playing his own game, but he's not just playing Fiora, just split pushing and only split pushing. Like, it's not their only win condition. Like, they have shown a lot of availability for more than one strategy, whereas Dignitas is an example of, like, we're going to play Fiora and Rek'Sai.
Sure.
And try.
Yeah, it's integrating into the team, maybe not because of the team, but because of Duke, I think is the point that I'm trying to make, and that's something that I don't know if we can contest until a couple weeks down the line when we actually see IG go against more competition. I think today actually is a very good indicator of that, to see actually does Duke get exposed in the top lane from being, I don't know.
Duke get exposed in the top lane, looking across from Mouse. And this is actually interesting. Mouse is performing really well. Again, if this is kind of, if you don't check in on the LPL every week, if this is kind of your first, match of the week, what is this? This interesting sneak peek into it. Mouse is a really good top laner here. Internationally, had his fumblings, but domestically, especially now, he's really consistent. We talk about Duke making these 1v2 outplays on the likes of the Fiora, the Camille. Mouse is doing the same thing, but on the likes of Maokai.
Yeah, and he's also, dabbled in carries as well. It hasn't
Gangplank
just been
perma-banned
tanks.
against him.
Exactly, and it's also a pick that Duke has been picking. So I actually think top lane is like low-key a really interesting lane to look at.
I mean, when we go down the list of lanes, I actually do think the top lane's arguably the most important one. Like, Philoli against Kid is kind of confusing. They
What
don't,
a timeline.
Like, Kid plays for other people anyway, so he's not like the Kid that we saw from the last set that we had to map as he moves around Summoner's Rift, see what he's getting done. He's actually probably just placing Vision for Rookie this time around in the way of Kid. Philoli is a little bit more just stock standard, your average jungler. He does try to mimic Clearlove at least to an extent in the way that they used to play. He always had to play behind him, so obviously trying to be better than someone, you need to do what they do a little bit better to get the spot. So Philoli doesn't do anything crazy, doesn't stand out, whereas it's Scout and Rookie, and arguably just Mouse and Duke in the top lane. That could be the difference.
But it's also kind of the different temperaments of Scout and Rookie. Scout really good at kind of controlling his lane, locking people down. Rookie, if he gets control of that lane, he's gone, and you're never going to see him, and the rest of your side lanes are going to snowball out of control. So while Scout and Rookie have both had their really high peaks this series, I still think it's a very different identity about what you expect to get out of these two mid laners.
And it's how the junglers, again, will interact with that, because Kid, of course, when he was facing down Swift, it was actually, like, how is he interacting with his mid lane? Is he just going to wall it for his mid lane? Well, yeah, that's pretty much how those two interact.
Yeah.
But Firelolly, he's, I would say, a slightly above average just jungler, just straight up. He would be, like, slightly above middle of the pack. So does he just do kind of everything a little bit better, while the focus of Vision is just going to be out of the water from Kid?
And if the signs are to be believed in the crowd, I believe it's Scout's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Scout.
You can see him with a little coy smile on his face sitting there in the mid lane. Should feel good. Of course, he's also against that guy who's also smiling, Rookie.
He's
That can always be
smiling.
scary.
Yeah.
We've seen mic checks where Rookie's beatboxing. Just saying, like, that guy.
He's a good singer.
Wasn't awful as well. Anyway, let's take a look at the lineup from EDG. It's going to be Mouse, Firelolly, Scout, and Zet and Mako in the bottom lane. I think Zet's definitely proven some things in the last couple of weeks, but didn't have the greatest of bot lanes against Uzi. Then again, Uzi did have a 2-kill advantage on him.
And there's no more Clearlove. The question is gone. We haven't seen Clearlove for 5 weeks now, and so get used to the new EDG fans.
Yeah, he's out of there. Duke, though, in the top lane, followed by Kid, Rookie,
Marge and Megan.
Marge and Megan.
I
That's
got
the
you.
one. I was like looking at the screen. I'm like, yeah, whatever. So yeah, looking at the bottom lane as well. I think Marge and Megan have actually had a really good past couple
You
of weeks.
used to have a tie, and I noticed that you don't have one
Yeah, that
anymore.
last game just knocked the tie off me. I mean, it's just like I just couldn't keep it on. It was just like that game was absurd. But yeah, actually, I don't have anywhere to transition from that other than
I
looking
will.
at the bot lane once again. I want to talk about the bot lane because Marge and Megan, they've looked better and better from week to week. But do they actually stack up to Zet and Mako? Because while they didn't have that great bot lane against RNG, I actually still think Zet and Mako are probably the second best bot lane in the league.
Well, because of Mako. Not that Zet's bad. I actually think Zet's quite serviceable, but filling in Death shoes, those are always going to be big shoes to fill. But Mako is still like the head and shoulders best support in the LPL. Megan has actually been quite interesting. simply because he picks up the Zyra, he picks up the Karma, he's going towards those caster supports, and he's performing really well. He's like a playmaker, which you don't really expect out of a rookie support in the LPL.
And he's had a lot of nice people to learn from, I think it's safe to say. Both of these supports right now are actually a lot of the crux towards their team's success when their junglers aren't necessarily the hyper carries. It's about how a jungler and a support can move together. And
Yeah.
historically, Mako's always done a lot of good things, firstly with deft and for deft, but for the jungle, for the setup, for objective control, to really let his team just get it over the line a bit better. And he also knows how to do an abundant amount of damage as a support, back when he played a lot of Annie. They've also got a Malzahar main on the opposite side that they have to contend with, so very good at carry supports.
Will the bot lane be anything that we'll be looking towards though? Because I already mentioned top lane and mid lane being the big focal points. So is bot lane a write-off when it comes even to picks and bans and how they approach the game, and just say you do whatever you want down there?
I mean,
it's about the big boys in top lane.
There's a bit of a different tempo. Marge is much more likely to pick up Ashe than Zet will. I believe we've seen primarily Jhin, Varus, and Ezreal from Zet. Particularly his performance on Ezreal is really strong, so that always opens up different dynamics for teams just because they can use that arrow and, you know, snowball the game. It's a bit of an easier, like, step by step, this is how you crack towers. You hit someone with an arrow, you kill him, you take the tower.
It's also the IG special to be picking the Ashe. They always have a preference towards, firstly, Kalista when she was meta, and now Ashe, now that Kalista isn't, but is on the fringe of it, so just remember that. Zet has played Ashe, but definitely has the preferences to the champions that you mentioned. I think Jhin is probably the biggest pick between them, and I wouldn't say it's a write-off by any means. Like, it's definitely still the big boys. You know, you've got your frat boys in the top lane and the mid lane, like the cool kids and the footballers up there, but you still have, you know, the quiet achievers down in the bottom lane, so you can't forget them, even though they don't stand out.
Yeah, they'll get you in later life, you know. Duke, maybe the boss right now, but we'll see further down the line, maybe some more adaptation later in the split or even in split 2. But we are into champion select, so I don't have to send anyone away because it's a TriCast. Oh, let's get into it. EDG and IG, game 1 of this best of 3. It's going to be Katarina instantly banned off the table along with Rengar and LeBlanc. I was going to bring up the fact of, are we going to see anything interesting from Rookie today? Because we just saw Doinby bring both Akali and Vladimir to the table, but I feel like Rookie was the OG innovator in the mid lane.
I'm actually going to give that one to Gavi, but Rookie definitely stands in that circle of friends there. I'm glad to see him get the respect from the Katarina ban. It could also prelude that Scout really wants to prioritize that Syndra. He's seen a lot of success on that champion, and that's primarily the pickup that Rookie likes to take Katarina into. The itemization between the Gunblade and the Abyssal Scepter give him a lot of innate tankiness across from Syndra's burst.
Yeah. Regardless of that, there is no cat in this game. She is gone, along with Camille and Jace. Meanwhile, first pick of Graves, so making sure Fire Lolly has that pick in the jungle, while Duke is locking in Rumble for jungle, top, or mid.
I mean, the Graves is standard. It's probably the best jungler. Kha'Zix is the expectation, you would say, from IG when you look at their jungle role. Though the Malzahar is locked in, I'd actually say Kid might look towards an Elise. The Malzahar, we already mentioned, Megan's a Mal's main, but Rumble, that's kind of curious to first pick, not knowing who you're against. And Rumble's actually safe enough right now that it just doesn't matter.
And here's the thing, because you see the Malzahar, instantaneously we know the Lulu's going to come through, and like you said, that could also force Kid to go further towards that Elise, simply because you don't want to pick a hard assassin or go towards more of that pop Kha'Zix build with the Q evolve if you're against a Lulu, because she's just going to deny you all of that assassination potential.
And that's going to be followed by Syndra in the mid lane as well from Scout. So we'll be facing down Rookie as well, who, Rookie, honestly, of all the mid laners, I think would have a plethora of answers towards that Syndra, even with Cat being off the field.
I mean, he's still got answers like Orianna and Echo. We'll see if he picks it up in this rotation. I would expect that it would be a jungle pickup. There you go. So not deterred by the Lulu.
Still going to be the Kha'Zix in the jungle for Kid. IG now look towards their next phase of bans. They are looking towards the bottom lane for the ADC and the top lane as well towards Mouse. And Duke still has the luxury of flexing this Rumble.
I think whilst they are banning away some top laners, they could even look towards the AD carry position and try and pinch Zed out a little bit further and then pick something for themselves. But they haven't opted down that route, and EDG are very much aware of what Rookie can play.
Especially picks that work really well into Syndra. Again, denying the Katarina kind of preluded that Syndra would come out in first rotation. Now they take away the Echo, a champion who can reset all of the burst potential and big cooldowns that Syndra's able to throw down at you.
Vladimir still works though.
Ori Vlad, you'd think, would probably be the next. Rise is also a potential.
Yep.
Courage of the Colossus, hell yeah.
Possible to see that so far. We've only seen Doinby pick up the Vladimir, but Rookie is definitely a player who could bring it to the table. It's Gragas actually, banned away from Mouse in the top lane there. So it signals that it could be a rumble in the top lane, as Gragas does have the natural advantage with the body slam into Flame Spitter interaction, while EDG waiting on their final ban.
With our top lane still to be picked for Mouse as well, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a Shen. It's kind of what IG have bottlenecked them towards. Maokai would just outright lose lane more so now.
Yeah, nothing you can do. Can't really farm from range anymore. Sapling nerfs. Today has the final ban towards Rookie. We've seen that from him before as well. We know he can play it. And now IG. You mentioned Margin Megan, but what will they actually have in terms of priority for the ADC?
So a question for me becomes, is it about denial or is it about comfort? We saw the Ashe hover, we saw the Azrael hover. In the end, going for more of that comfort pick. We talked about Jhin being a big pick between both of these AD carries. Works really well with Malzahar in his lane. So no surprises there. And because the Azrael isn't taken away from Zet, Zet now gets to grab it himself.
Yep. Do you like to see some Zet Ezreal? Looking towards the final pick from EDG, and it will have to be that top lane.
Oh man, don't do it. Either go Shen. You know what? Go Aurelia. Just go Aurelia.
It's true. I think his Aurelia is still undefeated domestically.
Why does
Puts
he do
it out.
this?
There you go. You get a free win. Nope. It's going to be Maokai.
So Maokai, okay, he got a little bit weaker in laning phase, and
A
it's
little
not a
bit? A lot.
substantial. I'm not going to say it's like it didn't phase him out of meta. Like
Yeah,
he's still able
sure.
to be picked, but he's against the Rumble, who is a champion that doesn't draw minion aggro by damaging you, and because your wave clear is now a little bit more lackluster, you just actually lose more than you were if you want to get the same amount of minions that you were.
And really what that means is Invictus Gaming have a definitive strong side of the map in the top side between the Rumble and Maokai matchup. So look to Kid to exploit that, especially now that Rookie has a power pick like Zed behind him. If they can abuse Duke's pushing potential and have Mouse locked down and get in and upset Fire Lily, that's when things can get very volatile and snowbally for IG.
We have these full compositions now, meaning that Rumble will go into the top lane while Zed is locked in there, along with that Malzahar and Jhin in the bottom lane. So we have a very fragile composition from IG.
Reasonably fragile, yeah. They're so mobile, and I guess it's going to revolve actually quite heavily around the bottom lane and objectives primarily. So if they can get the Rumble down and about when the Drake is the thing they want to look towards, it's a Jhin Malzahar. They'll generate the picks, and then it doesn't actually matter if you have a tank or not because you've got that first pick. So that's the important part here for Invictus Gaming against EDG's comp, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah, EDG do have that Lulu in there to kind of supplement the rest of the lineup, but they also have the Syndra for the mid lane to blow people up. Maokai is going to have a rough laning phase, but if he can get out of it, he's still Maokai. He's still going to be a massive tank.
The thing about EDG's composition is they're a bit bottlenecked into that 5v5, and so yes, Invictus Gaming are strong around those dragon fights because they have the like of Rumble, but EDG are also just as strong there, especially mid-game when the likes of low econ Maokai and Ezreal are really going to start popping off. Syndra, as well as her passive, will pop off a little bit early and still have that ridiculous burst damage late game. Whereas IG, they can play a bit fast and loose with like a 1-3-1 or a 1-4 because they have the Zed.
Now get into those skirmishes, get some kills, get the game kind of rolling for them. And maybe if we see the right type of IG turn up today, then we could see a very strong performance. But we so often see very different compositions from IG. We never see the same kind of thing from them.
And it's like you said, what iteration of IG are we going to get today? Because last week we saw probably the best and worst versions of them simultaneously happening in series. They looked super crisp and clean with definitive macro calls, and then just fell apart at the seams only days later.
Hopefully don't we see that one this game as we get into IG versus EDG. It's our match of the week, and we're expecting big things from both teams as it is a battle over second place.
Yeah, this is super important, mostly for Invictus Gaming and for EDG's management, as it appears for Oscar, and they definitely both want to win against each other. We said it's match of the week for a reason, and because if nothing else, it will be smart League of Legends from certain players on this map.
Smart. And it's about where will it be smart. Again, EDG, they're still the premier organization in the LPL. They were taken down by RNG, no longer just the first place team in the LPL, but we always give them the benefit of the doubt. They're always going to be the favorites heading into series. Unfortunately, though, it feels like a team that was normally never contested for their macro decision-making has suddenly fallen down with kind of this new training ground of shot callers. They don't have Clear Love. Who's taking up his mantle? Is it Mako who's being a louder voice in the team? Is it Firelolly that's trying to compensate? Whoever it is, they've yet to kind of really figure things out. But this cute level 1 is actually something that they've done twice now. It bit them in the ass the first time they did it. We saw that disastrous level 1 first blood against RNG that pretty much lost in the game, but looks a bit cleaner this time around.
It's true. It's also not just a two-man invade of just trying to take away the red buff or whatever they were trying to do with their bottom lane. It's Firelight taking away this original camp, and we'll go on to this one. It has been preemptively warded, though, by IG, so they will have this information, meaning the Kid will go onto the opposite side and take away that red.
Yeah, one cool detail as well is that they've both warded each other in every aspect of this invade. So they know they're stealing his red, but they know their red's about to be stolen. EDG have actually made an adaptation immediately, though.
Well, Firelight walks to the mid lane, lots of damage, and ticks on to level 3.
And ultimately what's happened is the map has been cut vertically. Mako now catching Kid, though.
Yeah, there is no escape. There's
He
no
has no
blast cone
lead.
anymore. Zet, he's on top of him. The auto attacks, but the exhaust as well. Final auto attack finishes Kid off for first blood. Megan now backing away. Mako will follow after. Yes, a preemptively flashes. Firelight's coming in. Comes down with the smoke screen, looking for end of the line as well. Megan should be able to make it out with the heal.
I mean, it's super obvious to look at this and say, that's amazing. Ezreal has double buffs in lane, like EDG just won so much. But what's cool to me is why they chose to split the map vertically. Again, it was EDG with the level 1 invade kind of saying, we're going to trade jungle buffs right now, or jungle sides, and it's because of this. Again, Duke is going to hard win top lane through a push. Cut the map vertically so you don't get to abuse that strong side of the map with the Rumble.
Completely annihilated there in the top lane and the bottom lane. Mako just steps too close to the fire, and will have to back away behind Zet right now, who is double buffed.
We're at a really interesting dynamic, though, for IG. They have to try and damage control pretty much immediately. Kid did get the buff and the experience, so whilst that does go over to Zet, he still is in a position where he can go back to his jungle and be okay. It just means that he is significantly further behind, especially for Marge, who is behind Zet. So we highlighted mid, we highlighted top lane, we said they're the stars of the team, but if you get Zet going, or if you got Marge going, they can definitely still do work, and that really could be one of the determining factors that has already broken out for EDG.
So see if he can carry it forwards now, because we do have the source material. We have seen Zet carry games previously. Kid now walking into the enemy jungle to try and make something happen, but he's immediately collapsed on, as well as a ward down there already by EDG.
But like actually the bottom lane collapsing. That's like 10 seconds of extra notice that Kid cannot do anything whilst his jungle's being taken on the other side.
And he has nowhere to be, exactly. The one strong side of his map with that Rumble denied by the level 1, and now he can't return to safety because Graves is just lighting it up with all of this deep vision. Kid is in so much trouble right now.
Kid finally gets his grunt, but that's the only camp he's gotten in the last like 2 minutes, while Firelight has just been perma-farming. He's onto these Raptors once more. We'll take this one away. He is significantly ahead of Kid, both in farm and experience, more importantly for the junglers. And Kid will try again. This time looking towards the mid lane.
2v2.
He's in, actually.
Rocky will jump forwards with the Living Shadow. He's knocked back. Firelight's here for the counter again. Kid is walking against the wall. Takes a lot of damage from end of the line and will force the flash out of him.
So one interesting thing we didn't highlight was how early that gank was from Firelolly and why it happened. The reason it happened is because Rookie has Cleanse. He's actually got Cleanse to survive the laning phase. There's nobody else on that team you'd actually want to cleanse yourself out of besides an Exhaust from the damage, and Scat always run Exhaust. So it's got a double usage there. The fact that he has the Cleanse right now, though, means there's no direct kill threat onto the opponent. So that 2v2 will happen, and nothing directly translates from this besides Kid maybe getting back in the game if it was a successful kill. But Firelolly, I mean, process of elimination, where's Kid going to be? If he's not in my jungle, which he can't be, we have wards, he's either near mid or he's in his own jungle that's all dead and he's just finding it out the hard way. So takes the safe option.
And again, it's from bad to worse now. Like, Kid can't be in his own jungle. It's lit up. He'll maybe get scraps. He's on his Krugs right now. He wasn't able to get any sort of snowball or any sort of gank into the mid lane. Maybe he looks top lane now, but you would have to assume, Mouse would have to assume that this is the only answer for him. Maokai's the only lane that's extended forward.
And Duke is still continuing to punish top lane. He's got the Haunting guys right now as well. No boots, just the Haunting guys. This is going to be punishing Mouse even harder up there. And Mouse doesn't really have anything to fire back other than maybe Fire Lolly coming up there with a level 6 gank. We're 6 minutes in now. We're looking towards second buff very shortly. And Fire Lolly is pinging on towards the top side, so he may take Grump and may look towards top.
I would say he goes from Grump and places further vision towards the red buff that's going to spawn again for Kid. If he can find a way to get Mouse in a confident position, or at least comfortable position, as well as Scout who can continue to wave clear, then he can look towards the red. But Rookie exists as a Zed that is level 6. And having the cleanse and knowing that Scout has no exhaust actually makes his job a lot easier at that level 6 point, and he will kill the Syndra.
And he's going to try and do so right now. Has the level 6, but Fire Lolly was lying in wait, meaning Rookie will jump back
Here
and
comes
not
Kid.
get the final bit of damage. Kid coming back into the mid lane. Fire Lolly, he's got pretty much nowhere to run, and Taste Their Fear plus the Unseen Threat will be enough to finish him off.
Just disaster right there. Fire Lolly overstays. It was the good thing to kind of zone off Rookie, but he didn't need to overextend in the lane, and Kid finally makes the successful gank. He's just been hovering around Rookie, looking for table scraps, and finally gets some.
He's always looking, though, around where that Rookie lane is going to be. The fact that he got the cleanse, you would say, very much expected. So Fire Lolly being there at the right time was a good decision. But ultimately, the good decision was that he goes back to base, or that he tries again and doesn't actually get the gank.
And ultimately, this was supposed to be EDG's play. They wanted to contest Kid's red buff. They wanted to be able to rotate Scout to contest with the stronger Graves. But because things go wrong in the mid lane, now shoes on the other foot. Kid was suffering early game. He's now back on track.
Perseverance in the end. Nets and McKill goes back to base, picks up Tracker's Knife, and goes into Boots as well. So he is in a much better position now, has the damage, and is able to get towards level 6 for that first evolution. We'll see if he goes towards Q or W and start setting up people like Rocky, like Duke, using long range from Marge as well, and try and leverage that.
I would assume that Kid would be a W Kha'Zix, just because of his, responsibility on the team.
At the moment, I'm going to say 95% of Kha'Zix is evolving their W first, just because of what it actually provides. Like, a slow that large that can hit up to 3 people is actually very substantial, especially when you're looking for objective fights.
It's also big if Duke ever gets ahead in his lane and can snowball, and they can abuse lane assignments of both the Rumble and the Zed inside lanes, and then have the Kha'Zix there. It's not a Sivir to keep your middle lane safe, but Kha'Zix can do the job for them.
Well, we're opening up the curtain call on the bottom lane, and Megan, he's underneath it, along with Kid, Mako, and Zed, both slowed down by this assault. This shot goes wide, and Kid comes in. He's taking a lot of damage. He'll jump in after. He does have the heal on top of him, plus the flash. Zed goes down. Mako trading as well, but he doesn't have the damage to kill Marge. But Megan, he's getting killed by these caster creeps. Last Glitter Lance isn't enough to finish him off.
Now, Kid does tick over to 6. Unfortunately for Marge, he was in a critter form, so couldn't get the last crit off that would have killed Mako. Mako survives and actually makes all 3 of them run away. So now some free time actually achieved by Fire Lolly, because instead of Kid going from red to red, he goes from red to a gank bottom.
The scary thing, though, is that Zet and Mako did burn all of their summoners, and Megan is still only level 5, about to take over to level 6. So you would think that that would be a huge red flag that we don't have any in our sums. Malzahar's about to have a lockdown ultimate. Just rinse, wash, and repeat that gank bottom, but Fire Lolly should be there this time.
What I would actually do, though, is I'd bring Rookie down with me, so he still has control of this middle lane. He just picked up the blue buff, and with the wave he's about to clear, I'd say this is the perfect timing, right? Either you get an Ocean Drake because you've already cleared mid lane, going
Or you
Scout
get
is
the
at
tower.
blue, or you go straight down to bottom. You 4-man it, you pressure, and you get that first turret blood.
100% agree.
Kid now with Megan and Rookie are just getting vision around this area, get the scrying.
See, this is good from
Lance.
Mako, to be fair, though. Like, he has no reason to be mid, but he's very much aware that Rookie wants to disappear, that they might want to go for a Drake with the Kha'Zix. And so he places vision deep enough that will actually find the Zed and pushes him back to lane. So delay is their strat.
So nothing really happens in the end. IG is still staying around the area there. There was a consideration of a recall from Kid, but another ward goes down, and IG have control over the area. I'm looking towards Scout and Rookie, in fact, in the mid lane, because Rookie is rapidly approaching kill threat range.
I mean, he's kill threat range already. I mean, Zed is so volatile early game. He can pretty much destroy any one of those members, even the tanky Maokai who's itemized into the MR. So it's so critical to make sure that Rookie is stayed locked down in vision, because if they ever lose track of him, you have to bring at least Mako just to survive checking areas.
Regardless of that, yeah, Kid should be able to take this one away. It is
might lose to
Ocean
it.
Dragon. Yeah, I mean, it's not a Mountain Dragon. It's quite hard to take. He's going to need some assistance from somebody. I mean, at the very least, Firelord will just come over, collateral damage, and it will be a kill. Smite comes down for the extra health. Rocky's going to have to tank it. But that was an early Smite, so if there was any contest from Firelord, it could have potentially been a steal.
Yeah.
Which is why it's so critical and important, the vision control that Invictus Gaming had before going for that play. And we never really get to compliment a lot of LPL teams on their vision control, so do want to throw the shout out to IG there. Definitely saved Kid's life.
And it's having a Malzahar that lets you have that vision in the first place, though. You don't want to face check it, especially when there's a Zed, because if you get locked down, Malzahar's ulted you and the Zed's able to do that free damage. It pops far too much damage.
Yeah, frustrating. I didn't even think Megan put down Voidlings. I think he just left it as an E and was just like, well, that's all you're
Yeah.
getting. I need the
Yeah.
Voidlings for lane, mate. See you later. I may have just helped him out so he could have tanked a little bit more, but Kid, he's
He
into
goes
the jungle
Q. He went Q
once
for
again.
Drake.
And, wow,
I'm
he
proud
actually
of Kid.
Yeah.
Kid also has been maxing Q, so yeah, well, Kid's all grown up. Maybe he's going to get yelled at by Duke, who knows. But Duke is pushing up the top lane, gets probably both Electro Harpoons onto Mouse right here. He'll turn around, nice bit of damage, but it's going to be Equalizer clearing out the wave here as he pushes in
He
and
wants
probably
out.
looks to back.
Yeah, so one thing actually about Duke while we were highlighting him is his item build is quite curious. I like it. He went immediately for a Haunting, guys, and the reason that this is a cool thing is because if Kid ever ganks, he's going to be against the Spectre's cow, Maokai. Like, Maokai has to rush Magic Resistance against that champion, and if he doesn't rush Magic Resistance, goes for the Balmy Cinder, the Haunting guys kills him. So he now has to, like, he literally has no choice. He's bottlenecked into an item build that he needs to get, and then followed by the Merc Treads. So you go Haunting guys instead of Sorcerer's Shoes because he wanted to get Merc Treads.
And then he steps outside into the big world of Summoner's Rift, and it's just like, well, there's 3 AD threats. I'm going back top lane. I really want to fight Duke in this game. I want out. Rocky, nice little combo there from Scout.
Nice
Ghostblade
combo.
was,
Scout. Does it come in men's?
Oh my god, Rocky just destroyed him.
Zed is just disgusting right now. Has his Ghostblade. We talk about with lethality, even though this is 7.4 and Ghostblade has been just slightly down-tuned, it's still a ridiculous item and ridiculous on Zed. He gets a power spike at every single completed item.
You know what balances Zed? I don't know why we haven't. Like, why does the E slow? Because if you use your Shadow, use your E, they're slowed, and it's just like, you're guaranteed to hit at least one of the Qs.
Mate, I am right there with you. I would like to gut every single assassin champion as an AD carry main. I am done with all of them.
Well,
I'm
don't
okay
worry,
with Assassin.
because exhaust nerfs are on the way. So have fun with that one on 7.5, but we're still on 7.4, but Zed
He
is
can
still
go in.
ridiculous. Rocky's gonna jump in, he pops the ultimate.
Oh,
Good. Oh, wait, every time
wow.
for Scout.
God.
He gets the 1v1 outplay.
Oh my god, they're fighting bottom balls.
Bot lane, Megan's gonna release the ultimate. March uses the last crit shot. It's gonna be a dance with grenade. The ultimate attack for Megan's not enough. Mako backing away. Shield on top of him. Called the void, and the W misses as well. Kitty's in stealth. He appears, but so does
Teleport
Fire
bottom,
Lolly.
or two of them.
Teleport from both teams. Mouse is coming in. He wants to get on top of someone, but Mako and Zed, they jump away. Kid's under attack. He's surely gonna go down, and Fire Lolly will get the kill credit.
But there's nothing for EDG to take here unless they want to hang around and try to push the tower. But Duke already has his ultimate. I feel like so much was thrown, including the kitchen sink, and ultimately it just buys time for EDG mid, but nothing should happen bottom. There's no dragon, there's no tower threat.
Okay, rewind. Scout 1v1 rookie.
It was sick.
He
It's
outplayed
his
the crap
birthday.
out of him. That was fantastic.
Predicted the scatter of the week for where the shadow was for,
That was just straight up sick.
But
Oh,
also
Scout.
didn't use his stun. So Rookie didn't use his ultimate expecting the stun and was then going to dodge it. So this is the first thing you note here. Goes to dodge this, Duke's away. He's like, where was it? Now goes. And immediately, because Zed ults, Syndra saves the stun. Fantastic work from Scout. Just knowing how Zed... Look, Scout's a Zed main. I'm not surprised he had that nailed, but that was still incredible.
It was still awesome to see, even flashes out of the last bit of damage from Shadow Slash, and it was just perfect, honestly. So well played from Scout, because I thought he was just dead to rights. The Rookie just jumps on top of him, he's got like 25% health left, but he knew. He got him. So that'll be that one kill in the mid lane, and that'll be a Zhonya's Hourglass completed off the back of that play.
And suddenly that just forces Rookie out to these side lanes to start looking other options. Like, not only is his pride wounded because he lost the 1v1, but he's also like, he's got Hourglass, guys. I can't
literally
kill him
can't kill
anymore.
him.
I need to, go bottom. And he can go bottom because Marge and Megan not only have the tools so they can start mowing down people, but also the fact that they're winning. Mako, long time ago, EDG, they had the #1 bottom lane in the LPL. No one could beat Deft and Mako. Now with Zet, Marge and Megan are just running all over them.
Yeah, the big difference here, though, is like, whilst Rookie does almost need to go to those sidelines if he wants to find kills, he can still use Kid. Kid can still help him find kills because the initial damage has to be zone used. Rookie, the only reason he can't find them is because of the reliance of damage over time that can be blocked by his own damage.
Ultimate used by Scout, but it's the ultimate in return. Deathmark will be blocking it. Out scattered a weak lands as well. Follows after the auto attack. Ultimate! Set in for the bottom lane! The 1-2 punch! The kill in the mid lane to EDG.
It all compounds at once. That was great.
The Wombo combo. Holy shit.
Oh my god, EDG, they were just on top of that play. They knew exactly where he was gonna be. That was just unreal.
Look at
Poor
Rookie's
Rookie.
face. There's nothing. You're just like, this is cool.
I mean, they got me. I mean, like, I don't think you can even be mad after a play. I just simply got outplayed.
But here's the counter, though. So poor little Zet left alone at the tower. Can he get away in time?
Well, Marge is closing in from one side, and Megan just right-clicked him, so... Nope, he's not getting away. Megan comes in there along with Kid, and that's a kill. Actually over to Megan as well.
Let's be frank, not as impressive as, all of these ultimates colliding
Yeah.
perfectly across map, but just as effective because it does take down that tower
he
in favor of
clicked R.
IG.
But they got the tower. So yes, it was just as effective. It wasn't as flashy. But well played to IG. They may be able to convert this now to the second dragon.
Doesn't need to be flashy if it works. They've already got an Ocean Drake. They can get a second one for their troubles, but
Once
Scout.
again, another 1v1, but everyone is joining in for the fun this time around. Scout jumps on top
Oh
of,
my
but
God.
there's Mako there, and he'll detonate Kid. Rookie needs to jump away, get out of this mid lane. Duke with the re-engage, fantastic equalizer. Scout locked in place, the W doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. The Rookie gets one, he gets two. Oh, and he was looking for the third, but he'll have to jump out, the tower was there.
And finally, Duke moseys down from the top lane, saves Invictus Gaming from the claws of defeat, and gets Rookie snowballed back into this game. They could slide into the Dragon. Malzahar still relatively healthy, able to tank that up with the Void Lanes, although it is Ocean, so AoE spread damage. But they decide just to play it cool, reset the map, pick up their pocket gold, and look for more.
And yes, it's a second Ocean Drake, but it's not valuable enough to risk the game on. Mouse still has his teleport if he comes down as a full health member against the Rumble that doesn't have the ultimate, Zed without the ultimate and health. Like Malzahar not having his still from that gank in the bottom lane, it's just too risky to even consider actually going for. But these kills transition IG still into a point where they are well and truly matching what EDG have to offer. Everything that EDG throw at them is reactionary, basically, because IG are keeping up.
Yeah, and now we can see that directly in the lane assignments. The fact that Marge and Megan have been picked up. They've now got the duo in the mid lane. You see Rookie. I'm curious, though, if Rookie's going to continue to look for these 1v1 plays and try to get the outplay on Scout, or if he's just going to wave the white flag and be like, this is fine. You've bested me twice. I will not do it again.
I mean, maybe, but Rookie just went deep onto 3 people and killed 2, so I think he's still got the confidence there that he can make a play happen, especially if Zonya's is down.
He's a Katarina player. He knows what it means to be 0-6 and get a pen to kill.
And he's 2-2, so I think he's probably fine. Skill shots go wide from Scout, and we're back into the 1v1 in the bottom lane. So there's plenty of opportunities to see this unfurl.
Is this the modern day Rookie God V?
Oh, God, it is.
Yeah, the fall from Grace for Godby, but Scout's turned up. So maybe that is the case. Fire Lolly, he's pinned in place.
This isn't going to
3
achieve
miss,
a
4
single thing.
4 miss, yep.
Like, the reason that you would use a Jhin ultimate there is with the threat of a Malzahar to follow up the engage to lock him down, but it's zoning for the Drake. They'll still get there, however.
They will. The Dragon is dropping low. It's at 2,000 HP,
Firelord
but
is
it's
in the pit.
within smite range. Secured by Kid once again. Fire Lolly a little too far forward, but once again, Megan's there with the Nether Grasp. Will the pop be enough coming in from Zed? Not quite, but the ultimate from Duke. Oh, shreds everyone from EDG, but Mouse is going in anyway. Scout doesn't really have the mana. Flash out from Kid, not enough damage.
They're
He's
stuck.
locked down. Scout, he's now completely out of mana. There's nothing left in the tank, but Fire Lolly still finds the kill. 2 kills over to EDG in exchange for 1. But again, Scout's looking for more. He has the blue buff, but Mouse is still following after. I think that should be the end of it, but that was a 2-for-1 advantage EDG.
I'm going to say great job from Mako for the beginning part of the fight. The fact that Fire Lily ate so many key ultimates and survived because he got an amazing Lulu timed ult as well as all of the shields and defense. But honestly, I'm actually shocked how EDG won that fight, especially when Mao shows up, flashes in. It looked like the rest of EDG were zoned out, but they somehow found the damage.
They managed to skirt around the edges of a team fight with no health to their name between basically Zet and Mako and basically Philo, I think, as well, because he starts off losing all of his health. The thing is, Syndra has no ulti. Kid is stuck inside the pit with Marge because Scout has done enough work to zone them, and the Rumble ulti is basically pushed. Like, watch these three members. They're just poking. That's all they can do. Keep Mouse alive, keep Scout happy, use his heal just to survive. It is actually just Mouse. Like, the only reason that they managed to win this is Mouse is so big that Rookie gets desperate for kills.
We'll be looking towards the top 1v1, but Scout will back away here as Duke was waiting in the bush.
The scary thing is Mouse isn't even that big. Like, the CS difference between Duke and Mouse is quite substantial.
It's just the fact he was Maokai in that
It's
situation.
just Maokai, exactly.
Low econ Maokai shows up with like 2 incompleted items and suddenly is unkillable.
It was shocking, honestly, the fact that 3 members, the big damage dealers, were essentially out of that fight, and still Mouse was able to pull that off. As we said at the start, Mouse, he's a good player.
He's a good player domestically.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't have that run at Worlds, but it's okay, Mouse. We will forget. We will remember this.
We will, yeah, we will forget, we'll remember this, and we will forgive, because there are plenty more chances. Maybe we'll see him get to compete internationally once more. And change the name of Mouse. I'm a different Mouse. You may have you may have remembered Mouse from
Upgrades to
2016. Yeah, maybe. We have so many name changes in the LPL that could be a possibility.
I don't know if a rat's an upgrade to a mouse.
He can just
What's
be-
an upgrade to a mouse then?
Not a rat.
Well, you come back to me
A
with an
bigger
answer.
mouse. Like, it's quite simply.
A guinea pig? I don't know. We'll have to find out.
What?
So let's see. Marge is in the mid lane. He's pushing in, and he does have his ultimate if they want to try and break this mid lane tower. They've lost their own, and they have these 2 Ocean Dragons, so you're expecting some type of play from IG at some point in the near future.
But EDG are completely controlling this area of the map where the Baron is. You can see on your mini-map all of the control wards, and the fact that they've got the scuttle. So Syndra being able to play around this area does indicate where they want to at least put a lot of their focus. Also Maokai being bottom, which is where Duke's going to walk towards.
But we've never had problems with EDG when they're playing in their lane phase. Even with this new roster, you know, losing talent like Pawn and Def, Scout has stepped up, Zet is serviceable. The problem is that when we get them out of the lane phase and they need to start making decisions about, you know, setting up over this Baron, making good picks, transitioning those picks into key objectives, this is when things have been falling apart and why they are no longer the best team in the LPL.
The plague of EDG still actually taints this side, and it's Baron Obsession. They're like QG, but like 10% better at the Baron Obsession. You know, when QG got the Baron, I said they were EDG. Same thing applies.
My question is it
They will get it.
obsession or insanity?
I mean, you tried
Does
enough
one
times.
lead to the other?
Yeah, maybe that is
It's
a
insanity.
possibility.
I mean, I'm totally fine with you being obsessed with an objective because it is so important to crack into high wave clear compositions. And Invictus Gaming are kind of difficult to siege into despite the fact that they don't have a traditional high wave clear composition. But my problem is that in Insanity, you do the same thing regardless of results. So if you do a bad fight, you just continue to pick that bad fight or that bad setup. And you're just like, it'll work this time. No, it never works. You just throw games.
It's actually an interesting point, though. They don't have a lot of wave clear, because firstly they have a Zed, and then Rumble will both be in side lane, so it's a 1-3-1. But the traditional 3 usually has a Sivir or a tank in there, when at the moment it's Kid with the W, Malzahar with Kill Threat, and Jin who pops the ultimate straight away. So whilst they don't have, like, you know, your standard wave clear, even as a 5-man unit, it's quite risky to walk up to a Malzahar Jin, let alone the W from the Kha'Zix slowing you down to get hit by everything.
It's like the Captain Planet of wave clear. It's like, by our powers combined, my bouncing grenade, your Q silence, and my void spikes, we
Which-
will clear
yeah.
these waves.
Which is why the Baron is actually still quite important towards their success. If you're against a split pushing comp, you want to just brute force your way through, get the structures, Baron enables you.
And then we're kind of hitting these stalemates once again. Well, we are looking towards Dragon in around 30 seconds, and it is a mountain, so both teams would really like this to try and start cracking some towers and some objectives. IG do have advantage over the area in terms of vision.
They should actually just look for Malzahar ultimates to pick people off. I'm not sure if Megan was going to recall there with any good reason.
But that means
Always afraid of Baron. What are you doing?
that means that EDG needs to get together with Mouse, because Mouse is the only member on their team that can safely kind of face check into these areas. Yes, they still have Lulu, so as long as Mako is not the person who eats the Malzahar ultimate. There they go. They got Mouse in front of them.
Mouse wants to W somebody, but really nice signs from Megan. Ultimate in from Duke, and that starts up the fight on the right foot for IG. They blow up Mouse. Mouse will jump to the back lines. He needs to get out of here pronto. But Kid was also receiving a lot of damage in courtesy of Scout.
The thing is, Mouse is alive, so he can actually teleport back in with full health. And now this plan from Invictus Gaming doesn't exist. They actually should sack the Mountain Drake.
They have to. All of their key ultimates are down. The only one that they have left is the Zed ultimate. And like you said, even though EDG don't have any of their ultimates other than Graves, the fact that Maokai can be their full health, Invictus Gaming's comp doesn't have a tank. They can't compete in a straight 5v5 when the line of scrimmage is drawn.
But if they have Duke, then then they can compete.
I
Duke
can't
is
believe they're
just-
giving this up.
Man, IG are all over this
I don't
dragon
think they're
right
giving
now.
it up.
Mouse is on the front
Why are
lines.
they recalling?
Maybe they
Oh
are
well.
giving it up. Mouse
Ah
is the
well.
only one who's there. He really wants that control ward.
Look,
Nope.
nobody had ultimates, and it is just the Mountain Drake. The Mountain Drake directly doesn't actually impact anything until they hit the Baron itself, so like it's not that bad of a Drake to sacrifice. But it's kind of a tragedy to watch them, you know, have a teleport available for Mouse, opt not into taking it.
It's like the difference of, you always want to understand what the teams are thinking. Like what Rusty's saying is correct. Like this is probably the mentality that EDG are looking at. You know, don't throw the game over Mountain Drake. Take the 80-20 versus like the 60-40 fight. My problem is that this is why EDG have been slipping. It's because they're not playing perfect League of Legends anymore, and it's little mistakes like that.
Ultimate used by Scout, but it was very early, and Rookie will respond with his own. Of course, there was another ultimate coming down from Duke. Megan's locked up. Curtain Core coming in from around the side as well. Mouse is still stopping the majority of IG from getting into the back line. And after all of that, ultimates burnt. Pretty much every single one on everybody.
Yeah, but there's pressure on this top lane turret, so this should go down. Invictus Gaming can't exactly look for it anymore. That was a really intense 1v1 between Rookie and Scout all over again. Like the ultimate usage, trying to save certain spells for certain scenarios, dodging the stun to be able to have Edge of Night, to then use the ultimate to dodge a Syndra's combo. These small details actually amounted to a whole lot there that could have been the other way.
And it did eventually amount into the tower, which, yes, it's not the details of the cool micro interactions, but it's super important because EDG are still so obsessed with this Baron, and having that tower down will mean that they can get the creep wave that much farther forward and start investing in deeper and deeper vision to set up safer around that objective.
It means they can slow push a wave now,
Yep.
which is super valuable for a Baron.
Top lane now being pushed in as well from IG, so it looks like they may just return the favor. Scout cannot walk up by himself, and Fire Lolly is
They want mid though.
not there, but they do want mid. But Fire Lolly, again, is just kind of caught in limbo where he's not doing either. He's not pushing mid, he's not defending top, so IG will get away with that tower and just equalize the last trade that we saw.
The word you're looking for is out of position. And Fire Lily is just frankly out of position. EDG now, that's kind of twice where you can kind of understand why they're not going for those objectives, like why try to defend the top tower, because if you lose there, it'll immediately translate into Baron. But ultimately, if you're playing everything cleanly and right, you can. You shouldn't be giving away free towers like that, or giving away free dragons, especially when you win those fights.
On a slight tangent to that, Duke is 16. He's got his Void Staff and
Level
his
3 ult.
Leandries. He's got his level 3 ultimate available. Rumble always excels at fights over objectives. Which is again a scary thing for EDG to be contesting. The Maokai's good at preventing damage, disrupting and adding AoE alongside Fire Lolly, so they're not just a single target team. And AoE is actually super valuable when you're looking at fights around corridors, which is what, you know, objectives such as the Dragon and the Baron present themselves.
I just think that they don't need to fight around the objectives, but they can certainly try to hold those towers, especially with the Graves.
I just envision the way that EDG approach this is by not fighting for the Baron itself, but by pushing the middle lane or the top lane and making IG leave the Baron pit to fight them. Because
Which-
then when you're in an open environment, EDG will win.
Which now means that Duke and Rookie are so important in this composition and getting control of those side waves. But that leaves Megan exposed.
He is massively exposed. Collateral damage, and all happened in a split second. He goes down. Once again, got ultimate from Duke, but he's launched on by Mouse. They find a second target in the form of Zen. They got what they came for. IG will start to back away. Duke caught up, but he's into the Zhonya's hourglass. Can he actually escape though? He had the flash on top of it, and Kid falls to Scout. Marge backing away, but he's got Mouse on top of him. The slowdown onto both Rookie and Duke. Can he actually get out alive? Phyloni's into the base, blasts him at close range. A 4-for-1 trade to EDG.
Completely destroying Invictus Gaming there. Frankly, they're just doing it on a 1v1 basis. Individual members of EDG are tearing apart IG. And that felt far too easy.
And for all of the fumble calls around the Mountain Dragon, around the top tower, EDG make the right call there. They see that Duke and Rookie...
Megan just walks up and ults Mouse. Will be enough downs. Yes, it is coming out of the null zone. It shouldn't be any more kills, but Rookie is hungry. He's falling after that, but there's constant slowdowns from Scouts. Should be able to keep them alive.
There's 5 seconds until the Baron does spawn, so if they keep them running away, Megan keeps them busy. Lolly has to go to base, Scout has to go to base. We're watching a replay, but there may well be a Baron in the meantime.
But again, look at what Rookie and Duke are. They're trying to set up the side waves, and so it leaves the 3 members of IG exposed, and EDG make the correct call. It's a 3 versus 5. We need to engage now. They get the correct engage. They get the individual outplays when Duke and Rookie finally do get there. They overwhelm IG and take the fight.
Yeah, the beauty of this as well is that Duke's trying to just deal with Mouse, who is on top of him. When you look at the big threats when these fights come out, Equalizer was down, and Duke never used his Flame Spitter on an enemy champion that wasn't a tree.
Mouse is just getting things done in this game as well. He's going in at the right times, finishing people off, leading the charge. And IG just simply don't have any recourse right now, and you would expect these individual 1v1 outplays to be coming from a team of squishy assassins who have the ability to do so, but EDG are meeting them at every single turn.
It wasn't the cleanest start to the game, but EDG have definitely worked out the strategy and the win condition that they should be looking towards.
Their early game is so crisp, though. Like, even starting from level 1, deciding how they're going to split the map, how they're going to try to, kneecap Duke so he doesn't just get this free pushing lane that Kid can exploit. But then it falls apart a little bit at mid-game, and they find it again at late game. It's just like a roller coaster for EDG and their macro calling.
The easiest way to explain that, though, is that they know what their win conditions, generally speaking, will be from champion select. By doing all of these things, it's a result of saying we need to do this for the jungle position, so that Duke doesn't get further ahead because Kid can't gank it. If we keep that going at an equal pace, we hit mid-game, and then we try and team fight. Yes, the execution could have been better, but they know what they want to do. It's about doing it better as they move on. They've got a whole split to improve.
They do, but we want to see it in the next 5 minutes, honestly. Mako, ultimate lands right on top of him. Equalizer comes down, followed by the curtain call. Mako, someone blocked that shot for Mako! Alright, there we go. Finally, Mouse, thank you very much. Rookie was also forced out of the fight from the unleashed power.
They have 2 oceans, and he may well be okay.
We have to hope so. Duke sidesteps the true shot barrage, but it's just skill shots and saplings firing everywhere. The Dragon's up, both teams want, and EDG are in a position where they could maybe contest it.
Invictus Gaming have the better ultimates, though, but Megan's out of position.
Steal out from Scout, apparently. Kid just gets nuked along with the Dragon. Duke coming in, the Zhonya's as well. Rocket coming in. Fire Lolly goes down, but Duke is still in the pit. He's still just murdering everyone left and right.
Oh my God.
Mouse will come in, finish someone off. IG should be able to get this kill. What is that noise from Rumble? Chinese Rumble is ridiculous. They're going to wait for Mouse to come back up before hopefully Rocky should be able to finish him off. Whoa! Mouse just won't die. There we go. Finally, the Shadow Assassin finishes them off by 3 for 5. Dragon goes over to EDG, but what absolute chaos.
This all starts as well. So Duke doesn't have the ultimate. Rookie does. Look at the AoE that Rookie has done in this fight. Taking out Zet, Flame Spitter, and Rookie gets off the 3 or 4 E's in this fight. This is all stuck inside a Drake pit. EDG's decision to steal the Drake is good, but we already said IG's team composition excels in close quarter combat where their AoE can be more effective. Yes, that's a loud Rumble, and it does take a long time to kill Mouse here. I feel like we should cut, yeah.
Big news, though, is that Mouse's GA is down. So while he is still an unkillable tree, it's been taken down just a notch. Quite significant, especially as we look towards these 5v5s around the Baron pit. And Invictus Gaming have now kind of shocked EDG. You know, we do excel in these big arena fights, so please come to the Baron area.
It's really just 50-50, but if they get a pick as well into Mako, that will make things a little more one-sided. Yeah, you cancel that TP, Mouse. you want to go in there.
Means he's in base as well, so there is a period of time where he has to walk here. IG kick off the Baron immediately. They have translated a fight at the Dragon to a pick to potentially the Baron. Now note their ultimates are still there. They want EDG to come to them.
Yeah, Duke has his. Marge will open up the curtain call. Scout getting chased down, not before he deletes Megan, but it's not a priority target. Zed jumping away. Kid has the Guardian Angel. He'll go down once. Can he take him out once more? Fire Lolly. He's blasting the crap for some reason, but he'll finally turn it on to Kid. Kid goes down. Rocky turns around and blows at one target. And Mouse, he's the only one left standing. Duke goes into the Zhonya's Hourglass, and that's a 4. That's a 4 for 2.
Mouse is a one-man army, but he's got no one else behind him. It doesn't matter how well Scout or Zet are positioning, because Rookie is just leaping into those backlines and just annihilating them.
I was going to say don't get excited for Invictus game against EDG, but I can't help but be excited for IG right now because they're actually doing it. Their team composition is excelling at forcing fights at objectives, which is something that EDG need. They've drafted themselves into a very strong position in this game.
And look at how well coordinated they are with their ultimates. Again, that's kind of Duke and Marge that are synergizing really well there. I mean, it's super easy to be like, go, 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 go. But like Duke is so tempered and so patient in these 5v5s. You would expect that the new Korean kid to the team would either be overextending or not providing enough. It's like the right amount of follow-up at the correct times. And this is why we've been so impressed with him.
Even like Rookie deciding that he wants to go for the honey fruit in the middle of a team fight, the awareness, he accidentally misses the redemption because he has to go back to himself, so he still gets the health back and then just destroys them. Rookie is showing up pretty big on this Zed, 9-3.
Yeah, he's been soaking up kills fight after fight, and it's gotten to the point where he may have just reached critical mass of Zed. 17-16, it's been close on kills and close in gold as well, literally nothing separating it. IG have the slight advantage when it comes to Dragons, but it's really anyone's game when it comes into these team fights.
But I feel like this game actually comes down to, like, despite the fact that all 10 players are in the same area, does Scout kill Rookie or does Rookie kill everyone else? Like, it is only on Scout and possibly even maybe Mouse for a second to lock down Rookie just to blast this Zed. Because as long as he's alive, EDG's backline are terrified.
Well, Mako also needs to use the polymorph on top of the Zed when he gets the ultimate off. He has cleanse, but we need to see if Rookie's able to cleanse the right spells, or if there are so many spells thrown at him that the cleanse is actually irrelevant. It's a team fighting decision. It's also a really strong, I am not going to get ganked summoner spell, but he's at the point where he has enough items, doesn't need an ignite. Now the cleanse is done.
I can appreciate a game where the decision-making needs to be within team fights, and you have to get into a team fight to make that decision-making. And we've seen so many fights this game that really just goes one way or another, decided off of those decisions.
And like, as an example, Rookie needs to ult the Syndra or Zet. Zet shouldn't die because Lulu is protecting him, so he does have to ult Scout. If he does, he acknowledges that his own use is going to come out. So he can't use everything on attempting to kill Scout, he just needs to get the bare necessities off. As a Rumble has ulted them, Pulse.
Equalizer comes down, followed by the Redemption as well. Kid looking for a way into the fight. Mouse locks him up. Duke still hovering around the outside, as is Rocky. Ultimate comes down onto him from your least power, but Megan goes down. Scout still alive. Mouse blocking up the front lines. It's one pick over to EDG as they chase down IG.
Wow, and they managed to keep Rookie zoned off from the side, and Zet goes forward.
He gets the slow down onto Duke. Is it enough actually to convert into anything? The answer is a no,
inhibitor.
but they are looking to get this inhibitor right now. No one has a good way into this fight from EDG. Kid is still on the back lines, but he has to leap away.
It's like watching a snake try to attack a turtle. EDG are doing such a phenomenal job kind of covering their flanks. You know, Scout's making sure that he's got control of the left side, Mouse is in front of them, and it just creates space for Zet to go off on the Ezreal.
However, we did see the Zhonya's used. There is a window of opportunity for Invictus Gaming to firstly acknowledge that EDG are going back to base and look towards the Baron one more time. This is where they can try and turn around the inhibitor being taken towards a positive for them if they get it.
Which means that EDG just need to stall out long enough that they can reset their side waves, get them pushing back against IG.
Difficult.
But this is a tiny, like you said, it's a tiny window
They
where
should start it now.
Invictus Gaming should just pull the trigger.
He has to go bottom. He has to deal with that bottom wave or a turret falls. IG are making the right call.
They're pulling the trigger. Trinket comes down. They've seen what IG are up to. EDG need to do some type of contest. Just Mouse leading a charge, but he's low on mana. Fire Lolly pushed out of the fight. Scout as well. Rocky on top of him, but he has the Guardian Angel. He goes down, but unfortunately, Syndra did not. Duke is on the front line, still a mod. Find Fire Lolly on the back half of that. 2 more kills to IG, and Invictus Gaming are looking down to chase EDG, but they'll turn their attention back towards Baron.
And the hourglass was down, like Rusty said, for Scout. So Scout gets instantly popped in. Rookie only needs to trade as a GA. They're back on the Baron, back in control.
Megan is on the front lines, but he's taken out by Zet, but the Baron will fall to IG. Zet under attack now from Rookie, and Duke is flying forwards as well, looking for the second kill on Tomeko. It's the reset
Here
to
comes
Kid.
Kid.
They're chasing him down, but the Whimsy, he is a fast Yordle. He should be able to get away.
Even if he gets away, they're running towards the Elder Dragon. So best case scenario here for EDG is that he lives. Worst case scenario is they now get the kill and they run bottom instead of the Elder Dragon and they try and take that one out. This is a really open map at the moment, but IG are kind of bottlenecked into making, unfortunately, average decisions, but there's a reason I'm saying that the zone use isn't there for Scout, and it's because Rookie's decision making just becomes 10 times easier after this team fight breaks out.
And in the end, it is popping him because he doesn't have the hourglass. Rookie's GA does get reset, and Zet's trying to do the best that he can, but his big front line, having that protection of the Syndra reach as well as Mouse, isn't there anymore, and the Ezreal has to back out.
And that was the Elder Dragon going over to IG. In the end, they did manage to salvage as well the mid lane as the inhibitor had gone down, but they were clearing out the minion wave and Duke will.
That feels good.
That's one of those things you put in one, like, most satisfying video in the world, videos that you see on YouTube. That's, you put Rumble clearing out a big minion wave at 400 CS. Duke is massive. He's almost 4 items as well. And also, just to talk about him this game, like, he has not had a bad equalizer all game. And we've seen a lot of them. It's not like he's been holding on to them for the perfect ultimate. It seems like every single time he's hitting 3, 4, 5 people.
And it's also, again, perfectly placed with his team. Like, it's so well coordinated. You would expect that Duke would hit a nice equalizer just because of the caliber of player that he is. But how it's synergizing with everything, that's, again, I'm always going to repeat it. That's why I'm so impressed. We have never seen a Korean import come in and just, from start, synergize well with a team.
I think unfortunately though for Invictus Gaming, they had to deal with bottom lane, they had to deal with top lane, they also had to clear that middle lane wave of minions, so this Elder Dragon is already more than halfway gone. Thankfully for them, they had 3 Drakes, so it's a super powerful buff. There is now a window of opportunity for them to run it down mid and bottom, but they don't have top set up. They actually blundered that a little bit. However, the window opportunity is still upon them.
That mid being pushed in. Here's the Baron up minion still. Looking to try and crack their shell now of the inhibitor towers. It is dropping fast, each one of Mard's shots. Will chunk it by a significant amount. Waiting on this next wave as well. Rookie pushing in bot lane, split pressure.
And you have to pull multiple members because Rookie has kill pressure on so many people on that team, or he will force the Zhonya's Hourglass or something defensive like that.
That tower's going to be cracked. Kid down into his Guardian Angel. Scout used his ultimate for that.
I mean, getting the Guardian Angel is nice, but it doesn't actually save your base right now. If Syndra has to disappear and a wave does come in, they can escort that wave. And this is their last opportunity to actually use that Elder Dragon buff because it's about to run out.
Duke has ultimate once more. He may just lay it down so they can get pressure to take this in here.
Just ran out.
Their Baron's also about to run out. This is kind of the last hurrah.
Here comes
There
the
it is.
equalizer, zoning them away. Scout and Fire Lolly hit by that one. Mouse moving in front of the in-hit, blocking up the damage. Megan with a big ultimate should be able to drop him. Oh, he's got the huge shield. He should be staying alive for a little bit longer, but it's Duke who's dealing the damage. He'll back away before Rocky pops down Zed. They're looking towards the in-hit now. Invictus Gaming, they should be able to make this happen.
Duke's actually recalling because he wants to teleport in. They still have the Ocean Drakes for sustain as well. I actually want this. EDG are not backing down.
Yeah, not giving it up whatsoever. Kid, he doesn't have the Sanctuary of the Guardian Angel at all. Scout jumps in, launches the ultimate to Rocky. It's not enough damage, and he'll pay for that with his life. Inhib's dead, so is Scout.
Just missteps. I believe it was on a Jin trap that he flashed forward into and tried to get the assassination there, so feels bad.
Well, he also was 1 orb away from killing Rookie.
Yeah.
Which might have changed things because the flash forwards was a desperation play. And Scout tried his hardest to make a trade that might have actually just cost that inhibitor that they were almost defending.
To be fair, though, he was pretty much the only guy that was defending it with that blue buff.
And after all of that, IG, they pick up the Elder Dragon, they push it down mid, they take 2 towers and an inhib. And now they have a big advantage over EDG now. After all the flurry of action that we've seen over the last 15 minutes, culminated into an 8,000 gold lead, 2 towers over to EDG, but more importantly, they have this inhibitor down in the mid lane, while EDG far cry away from actually taking down the middle inhibitor themselves.
But the Elder Dragon is gone, the Baron buff is gone. So while yes, they are suffering because their mid inhib is exposed, if you're going to lose an inhib, that's probably one of the better ones to lose, and it's kind of a sigh of relief for EG. They can reset their map, manage the super creep wave in the middle, but they have windows. They can come back into this game.
Unfortunately, though, it is a 1-3-1 team composition from Invictus Gaming as well. If you're going to pick an inhibitor, yeah, you'd pick the middle one, but now they can bring one of those 3 members even towards the lane that is going, like, they will be able to pressure those side lanes, and the 3-man unit of IG is now stronger because they've got super minions to help now.
Red buff down, get it over to Zep. IG pushing top lane as well. Rocky shoving this one in with Marge. Just a sideways being set up at the moment from IG, and this is a essentially standing gold for them. There's not really an objective that EDG want to fight over.
It's free towers until that Baron spawns in 1 minute and 10 seconds, and this will kind of be the proving point for EDG. Do they want to try to contest it while their inhib is down, or are they going to let it go and try to just survive another wave of the Baron?
I don't know if they can do that. EDG have their backs against the wall though, and IG are looking to close it out, so that next Baron could actually be what it takes to seal the deal. Rumble can group, Zed can split. They're close enough together now that they're sticking to the confines of EDG's base. I feel like they need to contest the Baron.
And Invictus Gaming are setting up a very early trap, knowing that EDG think that they're possibly back, although the Shadow kind of gave it away, and are just waiting for someone to face check into the area to place down the defensive vision for the monster.
This is the only play that IG really need to make at this point in time. If they get a pick, great. If not, then we're in position for the Baron.
2 blue trinkets is the only thing that they have left standing, EDG, that'll be able to reveal the Baron itself. They'll have to place one as it spawns, if not a second earlier. That's one of them.
Sapling comes in, tags Duke on his way out. Mouse still sizing up the competition. Rookie is on the outside, looking for a pick. Seen up by that Sapling. True shot barrage just to check the Baron pit. And IG still hovering around the area, but they've drawn EDG out into the open.
The thing is, Rookie needs to go top lane, and Duke can't actually leave his team because they're pressuring the inhibitor, but Rookie doesn't have a teleport. So now he shows there's a chance EDG make the decision to just push hard.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming need to make a choice right now, because like you said, EDG are calling their buff, and they were just going to walk it up mid lane and try to trade inhib for inhib. It forces Rookie's hand, and now Mouse has to respond.
EDG all heading up to the top side. They have to respond to Rookie pushing in here, but it's also the blue buff over the Scout. Pretty important. Cleared out. And tension is building. There's both Baron has spawned, now the Dragon is on its way.
It's like a tug of war over very small areas of the map.
Well, IG making a big tug currently, and all into this bottleneck, meaning that Duke gets a great equalizer off. Double redemptions come down. Duke has to flash away back onto the Baron. He's going to fall to Fire Lolly. They need this Baron to go down and look towards damage control. They need to get out alive. Rocky, he's fleeing from the pack, drawing away EDG. Then being chased down, but no one's in range, including Mouse. And Rocky is just recalling around the corner.
So 60 seconds on Duke. 4v5, they could look towards perhaps the mid lane inhibitor if you're EDG, but they're already pushed so far back to their base. The super minions naturally push that lane in, so it'll take them 30 seconds to walk up the lane, and by that time Duke will be there. I think IG managed to get out of this with the best case scenario, and that's just 1 man dead for the Baron buff.
Duke doing a phenomenal job zoning off the majority of EDG, another great equalizer.
Yeah, everyone walks into that bottleneck, equalizer comes down, Duke buys the time for IG to pick up Baron once more. Edging on a 10,000 gold advantage now, 50 minutes into this game. Next objective will be Elder Dragon up in 1 minute 30. And Megan is starting to do the housework, do some spring cleaning, take away these wards in the jungle while Rocky is pushing down bot lane. Making sure all the waves are pushed in.
That Ezreal did not go for a Last Whisper item. Not even a healing reduction Last Whisper as his last item. He's gone for a Sterix Gauge that he just completed.
They found Kid in the jungle. Use Unleashed Power, drops him in to Guardian Angel, but Mouse will be leading the charge. They want to kill him once more. Glint Lance didn't quite land. Duke doing the TP. He cancels it in favor of going top lane.
I mean, it's really only 2 GAs. It's not really against any sort of tank.
Yeah, but the 2 Guardian Angels do amount to a bit of armor. It's also the healing reduction that you'd want to probably get away from them. Like, redemption is a thing that will always reset fights. Be able to poke people down and reduce that healing. Either that or you need Fire Lolly to get one.
It could just mean that they're just committing to really long, extended fights.
It's just so that it doesn't pop.
Yep.
Because QSS doesn't do that for you anymore. And the QSS is mandatory for the Malzahar. Like, it's kind of funny to see this item build out of necessity, because QSS doesn't get rid of a Z ult anymore. Welcome to the future.
Now, what a world we live in. Kid completely blasted in the bottom lane. No reason for him to be there. And Scout and Mal still finds him. And that was Scout's ultimate coming all the way off cooldown. And Kid just not respecting it.
But that means that the ultimate won't be available for the Elder Dragon fight, now spawning in 5 seconds, and EDG still don't have good placement over it or control of their creep waves. Rookie's like, well, you killed my jungler, well now I'm just going to force feed all of these creeps down mid lane and pull you out of the area.
Yeah, the Kid also won't be available, so again, time to reset. IG are consistently losing a member of the team, but because they've set the waves up, it takes EDG a lot longer. Right now, pressuring this middle lane inhibitor means they will sack the Elder Dragon, but they need to see EDG doing it to confirm that he should be pushing. So now they're on the risk of losing a fight.
Equalizer comes down, splits up EDG. Negan hovering around the outside, but there is no smite, so this will be secured by Fire Lolly. Rookie responds with the mid lane inhib, and ultimately EDG knew it was going to be a trade.
And this now makes it even scarier for Invictus Gaming to try to push in and even use what's left on their Baron, because they're contesting across the 5v5 Elder Dragon.
Rookie's recall stopped there as well, but he'll just find another place in the jungle to recall with the Baron buff. Clear out the ward. Find
Not
another place
there.
to recall. How
Damn
about
it.
here? I guess this will work. And Mouse will clear out the top wave as well. 52 minutes into game 1 of this best of 3. And it really could just go either way. Slight advances to IG, but now that EDG have the Elder Dragon, they're in a pretty strong position themselves to take a fight. They are trying to leverage this with a mid lane push.
And just they're 7k gold down, and we're at a point where that money doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it speaks towards how this game has progressed. The EDG get an Elder Dragon and finally an opportunity perhaps to win the game because of where they are on the map, but it's taken them the 50 minutes.
And it's really only on the back of, like, slight individual mistakes from Invictus Gaming. Just team members getting caught out at just the worst possible time that has created this hiatus or this elongated pause for EDG to reach 53 minutes in the game.
There they go.
Pushing down the middle inhibitor. IG respecting them. EDG currently. Rookie off to the side. Needs to keep that watertight. Make sure that no one can get towards the squishy members. Kid pushed back by the collateral damage. EDG do take away the inhibitor. Duke, does he pull the trigger on Equalizer? That is a no.
They go towards bottom right now because that's where the wave is, so you'd expect to go bottom and then look at the enemy blue buff if they were going to play a perfect situation. But IG get there first. Still, however, the Elder Dragon is present, so they have to respect the situation where Mouse exists. Now, he has teleport, and that's why he's waiting in base. Whether he flanks or whether he sieges is the question.
I mean, we're late enough into this game that one poor team fight this close to anyone's base is the game.
But this is perfect for EDG. Look at the top wave as well. If they sit here for a minute, they'll have more threat onto the inhibitor turret. It's going to build up, and the teleport does make sense. Joins the team, they want the turret.
Looking down onto this is an inner tower. Still Duke with the ultimate, lays it down. Here comes Rookie as well. Curtain call on top of that, slowing down a couple members of EDG, but the redemption resets it.
But just slightly misplayed. If you're going to TP to the wave, why not TP to the creep that's actually tanking the tower aggro and try to siege the tower? Again, little things, EDG.
So it's about being here, if nothing else. So Mouse is able to tank this at the moment. The top wave is stacking. It's bigger than you would ever imagine for a minion wave to become. It's probably got 2 or 3 cannons. And EDG still get the turret. They still threaten the next one. That's what matters.
Looking towards the inhibitor now. Duke caught out, unleashed power, but barely gets the Zhonya's down in time. We need someone to protect him. He goes back to base limping. Mouse is fairly low, and he's getting chunked even further as Kid will follow after.
But that's 2 ultimates for the price of 1, and Duke also has teleport available. which is why EDG has to back up, respect, reset.
And the Elder Dragon's pretty much all but worn off now. So EDG back to basics. Go back to base, clear out the waves, push out, look towards Baron spawning in 30 seconds.
And the tug of war continues.
Yeah, unfortunately, this just puts us at pretty much equal. Like, both mid lane inhibitors are gone. The same amount of turrets are now taken on Summoner's Rift. We're at dead even.
Actually could go either way. Both teams full item capped. And Jin is now looking towards a different item. I just saw him sell something. Rebuy booths. Try to figure out what he's ending on, but
I've changed the
eventually it will be
Ghostblade for
that
the
build.
Zonias. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's going to get to the stage
Wait
where
for
teams are going to
Syndra to
start
ult
buying
and just-
easy rots.
I'm not even kidding, hey. It's the best counter to Rengar and Syndra.
Mouse. To pop Void Shift here from Megan. It's just initial warning shots by both teams. Baron has spawned, and the dance continues. Rocky does not want to get chunked before this fight starts. It's down to 60%. Bioloni on the front lines as well. Just this back and forth, looking for a pick, looking to burn one of these Guardian Angels.
But EDG also have control over the side wave, so they get a bit more comfort to just kind of sit here and go back and forth with Invictus Gaming because someone will need to respond to it. Luckily for IG, Duke does have teleport as well as Rookie is very limber and mobile across the map.
Well, that and Baron's the focus, and there's no Elder Dragon, so he can be the one that goes top lane to actually push the wave in and reset it, which he'll do now, and they can put their teleporter to bottom. So this does work out well enough for IG. I don't actually think EDG can utilize that in any positive way besides pushing mid and translating that to the Baron just by forcing IG back into their base, confining them, locking them up.
Just means that they should be able to get a foot here and start setting up for a possible pick or use Fog of War to their advantage. We talk about blue trinkets. EDG have 2, but IG only have 1
They're
because
hitting
they have
the
the
back.
Baron's been
assassin.
started by EDG and it is dropping fast. Invictus Gaming need to respond. Great ultimate by Duke. They're locking them in the pit, but the Baron is down. IG, can they take a good fight from here on out? Kid is stuck in the pit. He'll flash over. Megan forced back. Rocky jumped on top of
This
by
was good
Mouse.
for
He'll
EDG.
take out all of his spell shields. Tree Shot Barrage comes across Marge and Kid.
No one's dead.
Captive Audience followed by Deadly Flourish onto Fire Lolly. No one goes down, and the Baron over to EDG.
And again, all of our item slots are filled up. It's so hard to have vision this late in the game. They only had 1 blue trinket. It's on Jin because they have an assassin mid, and it's down. EDG just walk to the Baron and burn it.
And there's so many Guardian Angels. Summoners were back available. Kid can flash out even if he dies to a Syndra's ultimate. He had a Guardian Angel, and Scout was holding on to that one. EDG get the Baron. They get the objective, and that's what matters the most. They need to use this now.
Well, if there were going to be any 2 teams to take a battle over second place, it's definitely had to be these 2 teams, taking it down to the wire just in our first game. We still have another couple games to play after this one. We're only at the start of our series. We're 58 minutes in. We're still looking at a fairly even game where EDG once again have one of these big objectives like a Baron, like an Elder Dragon, but still IG's fighting power
Sold his
is
boots,
still
got a
here.
Duskblade.
Yeah, now he's on 6 items of all pure damage, but he knows that EDG are going to be running to him. Trying to deal damage more than anything. Captive Audience is taken away. We're trying to crack the bot tower now from EDG, an objective they haven't managed to get so far. Zet caught out very slightly. Mouse is going to be blocking for him. Ultimate used by Megan, but he's a little too far out of the base. Mouse will initiate. They'll take out Megan. He's still on the front lines. He's tanking the tower. He has to back off. He doesn't want to lose his Guardian Angel, but we will fall down. That item slot has been utilized. He'll go back to base. He has the TP available for him. Bot tower will now be cracked open from EDG. IG, no, they cannot approach because if they do, someone's falling. Rookie barely managed to get back before his Guardian Angel falls down. EDG keeping up the pressure. Redemption will heal
They're
the rest
going
of
for
the
the
lineup.
end.
They're looking for the finish. Double Nexus Towers first going to be falling. Duke does not have his ultimate. IG are the out of options. They're looking for a return to play. Rookie on the outside. It's a flash. It's an initiate from Mouse once more. It's Kid coming in. Zed drops low. He'll fall down. Fire
They got
Lolly as
it.
well. Make one to the Nexus. Mouse as well. And that's game 1 to EDG.
In an hour-long slugfest, EDG just scraped by there in the very end. That is a game that's crushing if you're Invictus Gaming. Those are hard to lose.
especially at the start of a series as well. It's got to hurt the mental of the team. They need to refresh and reset coming into Game 2 now. But that was on the precipice of being a win for them so many times over in that game. But EDG pushing it forwards with one final objective, one final Baron, finding a pick and winning the game.
100% Invictus Gaming's game to lose. They had control for the majority of it, and like you said, they just kind of gave away key pick after key pick, and it just stalled out the tempo. EDG just getting back these inches.
Yeah, it was a game that IG honestly should have won. You can see that on the gold graph. It was over 10,000 in their favor at one stage, but when it hits that stage in the game, when you get to the 50-minute mark and everyone's got their items, it is just the one fight. And look, one team had a Maokai in the end. And the Maokai's able to just stand in front of everybody. The Zed, the Assassins, they just couldn't do the same amount of work.
And you
They
really
did.
have to go and praise Mouse as well. If he doesn't get the MVP, I mean, Scout definitely an honorable mention, but I would be shocked if it didn't go to Mouse. He was
Yeah.
so key in their comeback.
He was instrumental through the entire game, but so was his opposition, Duke, as well. Like, he was definitely the AP damage that the team needed from IG. Like, literally, I felt like so many players in this game were performing well. Like, I saw very few players, I would say, who underperformed. Maybe you could say Kid getting caught out multiple times.
Kid didn't have the best series. He started on the wrong foot and brought it back decently well. But yeah, once it hit that late game stage, he got caught out twice. Lost his Guardian Angel and then died again to the Syndra ultimate pretty much on cue. I think Kid was a big part of perhaps the undoing of IG's advantage, gave the map tempo back to EDG. But like that was more a game of decision making than it was anything else.
Sure, more than necessarily individual play, because we saw a lot of team fights in that game, and for the most part, I would say for 98% of it, teams were doing the right things for what they wanted to do at the time, but it was outmaneuvering their opponents, and I think overall that was a good game to watch, honestly. We were questioning the team's macro from what we've seen so far from them, and maybe we still have some of those questions, but it was pretty well done by both teams at certain points in the game.
Yeah, it just needs to be tightened up a little for both instances. You know, Kid not getting caught out. I think he gave away an Elder Dragon as well as a Baron on kind of two different occasions there, getting caught out. Likewise, EDG, just slight decision making, you know, playing it a bit more cautious, a bit more conservatively than going for those early, more aggressive plays. But otherwise, in the end, benefit of the doubt will always go to EDG when it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, when it does come down to those 50-50s, you still have to put a lot of faith into EDG, just as a team and how they're able to execute when it comes clutch. They've done it so many times in the past when it matters.
Yeah, and it's so crazy that they've pretty much changed like every single piece of that roster, but the 2014 identity of EDG was called Baby Blue after Baby Samsung Blue because of their ability to 5v5 late game, and some things never change. You could change out all the players, but the core identity still remains.
And they took game one against IG as well in like a very heavy game to lose for IG, and the question is now, do IG even come back and bounce back from a mental perspective? Because is this a team who can actually do that? Because obviously you have like mixed languages. This is a team who actually has synergy as a team yet to be able to actually reset from game one to game two.
I mean, you do have to have mental fortitude for a game to go to 59 minutes and to lose that game when you had a lead, right? It is quite taxing on your mental to have to come back and play the rest of the series. But all it really takes is to start fresh, you know, go backstage, have some water, and realize that if you get the victory, you don't feel that same mental taxation. You just come and win the second game. You showed that you already can do it in the first.
And I think what IG have proven, at least in game one, is that they do have the ability to win a game against EDG. They were so close so many times. And it wasn't just like they threw it all away. Well, they did, but I mean, it wasn't like as bad as we've seen it from other teams necessarily. Scout coming in with the MVP. Again, you were talking about Mouse maybe taking it in this one because he was instrumental to the win. But
Let's
if
be
you're looking at
honest.
hype, then Scout was your man.
These sick 1v1s were super fun to watch. I definitely agree that if there's an honorable mention, it is Scout. Multiple 1v1s beating out Rookie in that mid lane is no easy task. But I still think Mouse was more so the pivotal member. But let's hype Scout for a moment.
Yeah, there was a couple of pretty epic 1v1s in this game. That was the best example of it. Scout, when it came to the crunch, and he was actually executing on those fights, did step up. He showed that, you know, when he's against the Zed, he's a Zed main, and he knows how to counteract it and beat it with the Syndra.
And the other thing is, it wasn't just the 1v1 fights. I will also give a shout out to Scout. He was so good at zoning in those team fights. It was pretty much Mouse and Syndra, so the Maokai and the Syndra, that were creating the space for EDG to be successful in those 5v5. So was working very well in tandem with that big tree.
Here's a question. If IG managed to pick up the game, who would you give the MVP to in IG?
Rookie, Duke.
Duke or
Yeah, it'd
Rookie,
be
right?
Duke.
So
Duke.
in the same way that you would probably give an honorable mention to Rookie in the mid lane, I feel like both mid laners had a way into those fights, and constantly Rookie was doing the same thing. He was zoning people away, he was popping the right people, and he was capitalizing on things like the Zhonya's being down.
My mentality is that whenever we get to like a 60-minute game, it's always going to come down to a 5v5, and normally the top laners are probably like the most important people in those fights because they control the most space, especially with the current meta of top lane. When you have Rumble and Maokai, they're always the guys that I'm going to be looking to because they're just playing defense for the team.
Yeah, and Rumble as well with the ultis in that game. I mean, just overall, like, yes, we get to that late game stage and they are super important, but just how they played. Like, Duke, you already said it throughout the game. Like, we're just impressed with the style with which he's able to carry himself as a new member in the team. Looks like he is an experienced part of that team, seamlessly fits in, and the Rumble stands out.
And came very close to picking up that game as well. We're going to take a short break while we set up for Game 2 between our match of the week. It's IG versus EDG. Welcome back to the LPL and beautiful Shanghai. We're not quite there yet, but at some point maybe we will be. The teams are though, and they're getting ready for Game 2. EDG up against IG, and we had a cracker of the first game, over an hour coming into that one, and it was a tough game from both sides, and it was well fought to even get to that point from IG's perspective, but they were so close to picking up that game multiple times.
I just want to compliment both these teams because, again, it's not every day that you get to see two good teams playing well, facing across from each other. 9 times out of 10, it's like one team's bad, the other team's worse. Guess which team won? This time around, it was simply a joy to watch and to kind of slug through that hour-long tug of war with them both.
Yeah, it's nice to have both teams are good, which one plays better on the day. And it's a nice refresh, but we saw it last time with EDG and RNG, at least the first game, and now looking towards IG versus EDG. And we've said it before, but I'll say it again, this is a battle for second, and EDG are looking to try and make a statement over the game, but it is hard fought. This is not a...
Goes over your ears, buddy. Oh, no, it doesn't.
Oh, no. You'll get... Oh, no, I wanted to stay on and
The
actually
pads
see
hit
if he
him in
managed
the
to get
glasses
it.
and
Yeah, I
he
know.
has to
it's-
clean 'em.
Hey, it's his birthday. He hears with his eyes.
He got MVP as well, so... We can't rag on him too much. You'll get it eventually. We'll have to check back on Scout, see if he did manage to get his headset over his glasses. But on the opposite side, IG. And to try and get back in here. And Duke, as his facial expression
Flawless.
changed.
That's a world champion headset.
There you go. Sticks the landing.
The setup.
10 out of 10. If I had a 10 card, I'd be raising it right now.
Just imagining, like, Scout's gonna miss all of his skill shots. What happened? I just went
Could've get my
blind in
headset
one
on.
eye.
Amazing.
We nailed it.
We got it, fam. All right, good job. So now looking at the matchups again, Duke, that was a first pick Rumble out of him as well. It was kind of like, where was this Rumble going? What's happening? It was a flex pick, of course, but it actually worked out in the end because he was into a Maokai.
Which EU top laner was it that was just on Reddit? It was just like, Rumble, you can easily blind first pick in this current meta.
I don't know, but I said that last week, so sure.
Oh, okay.
Me.
Quote Rusty. Pretty sure
EU top laner,
It was-
Rusty.
Oceanic X mid lane player. No, Rumble just fits really well in this meta. The fact that it's 7.4, that Maokai's been tuned down a little bit with his sap lanes, it does open up different trade windows and different counterplay there. It creates kind of this holy trinity of the top laners, Nautilus, Shin, and Maokai, and I feel like Rumble just can really get in there, especially when you're banning so many top laners consistently, and why not give the advantage to someone like Duke? Like, what, 400 CS at 40 minutes? Did
Yeah.
like 44k damage that game? Like, disgusting.
I'm not against the strategy of first picking the Rumble for a team. It's just funny that like EDG still last picked it knowing what they were against, because they just wanted to make sure that Maokai was the absolute right pick for them. They were most likely going to be a tank either way. And they could have been a Shen to combat a 1-3, but they still chose the Maokai.
And it's kind of that difference between EDG and a team like Game Talents. Like, we always see this from lower tier teams, that they'll play for the lane. You know, I want the matchup that wins, and you just kind of have these really lopsided compositions that may do well in their individual performances but don't quite fit together. EDG will go out of their way to make sure that everything's fitting together cohesively, and they can thrive in these late game fights.
Well, I've seen the coaches' faces, so I know it's champion select IG versus EDG Game 2 for our match of the week. Let's see if the teams can bounce back, because they have had not long between Game 1 and Game 2. That was like, what, 10 minutes? So let's see if we can see a mental reset from IG, and if EDG can just carry that momentum into Game 2. Camille and Malzahar will be the first two bans from IG, while banning away Graves and LeBlanc away from Kid and Rocky.
Yeah, so far, quite stock standard. Camille actually a champion that we haven't seen banned all that much. No longer standard.
Just kidding.
But still, IG opting to take away the Camille. Kind
Yep,
of signs
I feel
that...
the same, Duke.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh.
Okay.
Nice!
I just wanted to
Sick
watch him yawn
recovery.
in full screen.
Apparently.
Quick, full screen on
Fantastic.
Duke.
Yeah. Swap it over.
I lost
no,
my
he's back
point.
to normal.
Oh, no, this is important. So the Malzahar ban goes through. It's not super uncommon to see Rengar banned on red side, but I like the fact that Malzahar is no longer there. We need to get rid of all of the assassins.
And Rengar taken away along with Varus, and I take full responsibility for you losing your point there, Rusty, in part from Duke.
So I think the natural reaction with Jace being a first pick is that they'll get the Kha'Zix, so they'll get a jungler for themselves, Firelolly not having his Graves as they have banned it from him.
Kha'Zix Lulu, you think? Graves Lulu? Karma.
Probably not Graves, Lulu.
Kind of in the same vein. Oh, I'm thinking because...
Karma.
But no, here's my thing. Karma gives you the push priority, but in the LPL, we've already been seeing them go more towards the Lulu, because they do value having the assassin picks like the Kha'Zix, like the Syndra, and naturally Lulu just puts a damper on everyone's parade when you just want to murder people.
Yeah, Wild Growth, pretty strong. Does
That's
not
it.
get affected by healing reduction.
Karma's like, I auto-push bottom lane without any AD carry assistance. I win you a side of the map
Well,
right
yeah,
out.
But like it usually unlocks an Ezreal or a Jhin able to be freely picked with it as well. They don't necessarily need to have that wave clear, and Varus is 100% of the time banned at the moment. Also for those creative butterflies that really like Caitlyn, aka Imp. Karma helps them win lane,
He's 100% a creative butterfly.
because
At
whenever they get
100%.
headshot or Jhin crit, Karma speed up enables the laning phase.
On the opposite side, Gragas has been picked up and looking towards an AD carry pick of Ezreal. So that may indeed be a scout, a rookie Jace is what I wanted to say, in the mid lane while we have Gragas in the top lane. Again, could be Gragas in the jungle, but it's EDG who are picking up Rumble once again.
Are they going for an Ivern?
Who?
Invictus Gaming. This is kind of weird to me that they wouldn't pick up a jungle in first rotation, that they would rather show their top laner and mid laner. Like, you could use the Jace as a flex pick, and I feel like the only time that you would hide a jungle pick is because you're going to do something funky, and I don't necessarily agree with Ivern in this composition. Like, don't get me wrong, but the times that we have seen it come out in the LPL, it's almost always been a last pick or kind of second to last pick or last rotation that's like a wrench in the plans.
Well, what we know for sure is there will be no dampers on the Murder Parade in this game as Lulu and Nami banned away while Zed will be banned out towards
If
Scout here.
they do decide on an Ivan, I'd pick a Zyra with it. That's the only caveat to that.
Yep.
You need a damage dealer.
Because the scary thing for me right now is EDG, like, to pick Ivern, if you did, is EDG have two really strong pushing lanes without two champions revealed because you have the Karma and the Rumble, and Ivern with push is incredible. If there's push on Ivern, he loses all of his effectiveness.
I'd still probably go Elise. It's into a Kha'Zix.
I'd hope so.
I don't know. I've been saying this all night, but no one wants to pick it.
No one listens to you, Rusty.
I mean,
Well,
Graves still available. No, he's not.
No,
He's
not.
banned.
That's why I'm
definitely
saying
the
this.
first ban.
It's like, if Kid wants
To
to be
be
Lee
fair,
Sin, he
on my
plays
screen,
Nidalee.
it's cut off.
You can turn around.
You come
There's
down.
the
three
same
screens.
screen.
Either way, it's an Ash lock in here from EDG. Zet will be bringing S1 to the table up against Marge's Ezreal. And now IG, let's see. We will see on this rotation. It's going to be a weird jungle pick.
Well, this would be a disengaged type of comp, so their jungler could actually be a Nidalee if they wanted to go ham on the inconsistent damage front and just be a poke siege.
Yeah, with Jace
I would
Ezreal.
prefer Elise still.
About 18 seconds. Which way are they going to
Bated
go?
breath.
As an Australian, I understand spiders do more damage.
Don't make
Then
spider
Cougars.
jokes. They don't like it.
6, 5.
It's an old meme.
It checks out. 1 second.
What?
What?
Gragas jungle, right, okay.
Okay. So
Why know we forgot the Gragas could jungle?
Hey, I
Go
said
us.
that earlier on in the champion side.
Okay, but this makes much more
Okay.
sense because again, we've seen Gragas top lane so much. Yes, we've seen it perform once in the jungle. It did lose that game. Had a real bad time actually.
Oh, when you see a Rumble on the enemy team as well, you also think that maybe Gragas goes into the top lane and you have a decent laning phase up against Duke, right? But it's going to be Syndra into the mid lane once more for Scout and Rookie.
They'll swap.
It was
Yeah.
the good old red herring. You think that Jace is the flex pick. Shame on you. It's actually the Gragas.
So I've been thinking about Gragas. Like, we have seen him a few times now in the jungle in competitive. One of the better aspects of Gragas at the moment that makes him potentially even a really good jungle pick again. So normally he clears slowly, but everyone's starting Raptors again. And if you start Raptors, you forego the camp that is actually quite taxing on your health bar to clear if you don't just stand still and attack it. So you can go Raptors, go red buff, have health regeneration and enough levels to get through the whole clear. Perfectly fine.
The other thing is he's really good in the current ecosystem of mid laners. Gragas will always excel when you have low mobility mid laners who are threatened by the cast, so he can just rock up. He doesn't have to hit it, so the nerfs don't necessarily have to take effect, but he will force you to either flash or back off the tower or give away objectives. So someone like Syndra, who Scout is definitely favoring, is threatened by Gragas existing.
Let's see if we can actually make it work in this game, though. We've seen mixed success from Jungle Gragases so far.
And speaking of his jungle pathing, which Rusty just enlightened on, Gragas is also great at ganking at level 2 or level 3. Still, pretty disgusting level 3 gank.
Flash body slam, man.
Or Body Slam Flash. Pretty strong. These early game ganks. Again, we have complemented EDG on the early game. Let's see if IG can do something similar here. As we are just waiting to get into game 2.
And as I'm looking over these compositions, so we have a lot of questions about what Kid will do with Gragas in the jungle. Kid was a Gragas jungle player initially. Those are kind of his two champions to go to, Graves, Gragas, that he was bouncing back and forth. But also Kennen. You know, is this going to be the AD Kennen of old? Is this going to be the AP Kennen? Normally we see the AD Kennen split push. It would definitely fit in Duke's MO.
I just feel like he should be an AP cannon. So when I'm looking at Invictus Gaming's team composition, they have a lot of good
poke damage. They also have the Tahm Kench for mobility, and he can bring a Gragas in to engage in people. It's a bit different to the, say, Ryze ulting a Gragas in that was in a top 10 play in the LPL. But if they want to flank, they want to engage in some way, they probably want a Kennen to flank.
But they don't necessarily need to, like, I agree with that, but they could also just play this from like a siege perspective and have like the split pushing cannon and just, you know, see a Duke, push that lane, Jace and Ezreal approach a tower and just poke, 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 get scared, Tahm Kench disengages,
really
Gragas
hard
disengages.
to approach an Ashe and a Syndra though, especially with Kha'Zix and he can evolve W. It's a really dangerous game. They'll be trading a careful line of trying to actually siege if they do with their comp, which is kind of what it's designed to do.
Yep, something to track either way as we get into game 2 here. In our match of the week, it's EDG versus IG. I'll have to see if IG can bounce back after being so close to a win in game 1. EDG have that 1-game lead.
Okay, all eyes on Gragas jungle. Is he going to be able to keep up with Fire Lily on Kha'Zix? We talked about how this is a comfort pick for Kid. This is also a massive comfort pick for Fire Lily. Probably his most impressive jungler has always been on the Kha'Zix, and he himself can snowball and be that clear love light that EDG have always wanted him to be.
There's a lot of pressure on Fire Lily naturally, but with a 1-game advantage, I'd say most of the eyes are on to Kid. With that gank potential that you mentioned, he'll probably want to work around Rookie one more time. We already showed that the Syndra into anything matchup Rookie is super comfortable against it and will be super aggressive against it.
And again, going for the cleanse, so also across from the Ashe Syndra this time around.
Does the further battle from Duke signal that we're gonna see maybe a
AD.
split push AD not towards team points?
So Invictus Gaming have run this composition before, not with these exact members, but in a Siege comp. We kind of talked earlier at the top of day that IG in the same week showed some of the best macro play we've ever seen from an LPL team and the worst macro play. The best was when they did play a Siege composition, and we were just shocked. We're like, this is incredibly hard to execute. You have to have perfect communication. You need to disengage and use your cooldowns beautifully to do so, and they did it. So they definitely have experience performing, just not against a caliber of team like EDG.
Look at that health. Get them Raptors, red buff, smite the red buff, and now nothing actually touches him because once he has the extra spells, Kid can jungle successfully as a Gragas.
And he has a blast plant as well,
It's
just to speed it up
wonderful.
even more. Top lane Duke should be able to get most of these, if not all of them. Probably not that one.
Yeah, he has a full AD rune page being run as well. I believe the full AP he has is from his masteries with the natural talent.
Yep. It's either lifesteal and spellbound or natural talent. So coming from there, Fire Lolly looking for the steal, but Kid had brought it into the bush.
Indicates he jungles clear fast enough. Clears fast enough that Fire Lolly's not going to get in there unless he cheesed and jumped over the blue buff wall. He didn't. He could have.
There's a possibility. Scout and Rookie just going at it in the mid lane. Scout a bit of damage down there, but it's fairly equal. Only a very, very slight CS advantage to Rookie so far.
But ultimately, the advantage is given to the bot lane because they know where Kid is. So they know that they can be extended, that Zed and Mako can try to punish with this Karma Ashe duo, which is so volatile in its ability to push forward. But Kid actually went over the wall. He's going to do Scuttle Crab, and they may have stayed just slightly too long.
But they know.
It's going to be revealed, but Zet's still being chased down. 2 stacks of the passive from Megan, gets the Devour open, and Mako comes down. Flash from Zet will get out of the way. He'll flash after as well, looking for the kill. Megan very low. He'll fall to Mako. We've got top lanes getting involved as well. Here comes Fire Lolly, and now IG have to get out of dodge. Kids dropping low, a flash from Miles, but it's enough damage of the Flames Bitter. He goes too deep. He also falls to that tower, and it's a 2 for 2 overall.
It's a 2 for 2, but also the wave that Marge is about to pick up actually tips it to his balance because he has double buffs and he's got the whole wave. He can go back and spend a whole host of money. Mouse went super ham to try and get a kill that he did not need to go that ham for.
But it does mean that it gets to take the extra gold up into the top lane, is itemizing into MR, and could have a bad time because of it.
No, he needs it for the base magic resist damages. So you'll go for, I'd go like Spectre's Cow maybe. Or Merc Treads, actually. I'd go Merc Treads.
Yep. Coming back into this top lane
Damn
right now.
stunning rat.
And he is pretty far down now in CS, but he did manage to pick up that kill in bottom lane, mid lane. Scout level 5 still. Does not have that level 6 spike, but kind of an equal trade in the end, and it's still back and forth, but Rookie needs to respect the fact that 6 will be coming in very shortly in about half a level from Scout, so we'll probably want to back during that time.
They both need to recall. And by not recalling here, Rookie wants to get another pot shot off by sitting in a bush to the side. If he does get that off, then there's all-in threat. Scout has to go back.
The flash, the combo, instantly cleansed out there just in case the jungler was around.
I like
but
Rookie.
in fact, Kid not there. So he jumped in, capitalized, and both summoners down from both mid laners.
You know why I like Rookie? Because you say something and he'll do it. That's what I like the most about him.
Does mean that Kid now also has inside track because they have control of mid lane, all of that jungle, and know that Fire Lily's not around, so Mouse, no flash, in trouble possibly.
He's pushing forward, so he goes one step further, it goes for this CS.
Does he want the creep?
It's the ranged
You-
minion.
No.
Oh no, it's right now. Flash after by Duke, but
Oh,
he didn't
dear.
get the stack down from the passive. Mouse is still taking a lot of damage, but Kid's under attack from both the tower and Mouse's Flame Splitter.
Duke cancelled his lightning rush early. Fire Lily's now here. They may run a risk of dying themselves.
Stay together, Kid. Nice body slam. Needs to get back up to the tower. Electro Harpoon finds one. Turns around. Duke is trying to get a kill onto somebody. He does have slight advantage while Mouse is silenced, but he's not in range.
got
Kid
minions,
died
though.
for his
He
sins.
still wants it.
Gets the stun down onto Mouse. He's got all these minions waiting on him, but I think he's home dry.
Doesn't have flash, doesn't want to follow up.
He can't actually defend under the turret because Duke is super close to level 6, you would have to expect as well. If 6 ticks, this is why Fire Lily's hanging around. He needs to.
Will that actually dissuade Duke, however, because that is also a very low
Look at that.
Kha'Zix.
There's level
Oh.
6.
Oh,
He-
do it.
Oh, he wants to go. Both of them are very low. Both of them in
that's
kill range. Oh,
come on, man.
it's getting closer. He
Look
may
at
want to
Rookie.
jump in on both of them.
Rookie's running up.
He really wants to go in on this.
There's no blast plan. What have you done, kid?
Do it.
Fire Lolly back into the jungle. He's going to meet an angry Rookie around the corner of the combo. He doesn't have flash, remember, from mid lane, but he'll follow up. Whip to the skies. And the auto attack for the kill. Looks like it was actually Thundering Blow, but now Mouse, oh, poor Mouse, stuck underneath this tower, and he's pretty much just dead meat.
You want to dance? How good are your moves?
Oh,
There's
they're
one.
good.
That's pretty good. Nice sidestep. He's got the dancing shoes on for sure.
There's always round 2 coming up in 10 seconds.
Duke took a big beating from something, though.
Wow, they're leaving him alone.
Yeah, Duke's too low. He might die to Mouse under tower, so they're just going to leave him be.
Tragedy. Beautiful tragedy.
Wow.
You got to give credit to Mouse for being alive there after Shock
Yeah.
Blast had hit. Perhaps he did commit to the all-in. No summoners, to be fair, though, from Rookie. We watched him use them both mid to damage Scout. The trade was good, forced a recall, gives time for all of this to actually happen, but he doesn't have them to secure another kill.
Yep, hold on though. Scout spotted out by a ward, so everyone and their mother is moving over here.
Oh, Scout called out by a Kid. Doesn't get the stun off there, but has the shield from Mako. Still pushing
Megan.
up, but Megan is roaming in from the bottom lane. Scout needs to get out very quickly. Ultimate Unleash Power onto Kid. Flash, Exhaust, movement speed coming in from Mako. He's still being followed after a nice sidestep. Won't be enough to actually keep him alive, though. Megan finally finds the kill. March following after. Fire Lolly as well will be knocked away and actually survive after all of that.
Super close. Zet also now nearby. I don't think this will amount to any kills, but also Mouse, and he's level 6.
March being chased down. Arcane shift right into the belly of Megan will keep him alive.
And suddenly everyone is having a party in the mid lane. Fortunately for Invictus Gaming, the equalizer was not off of cooldown yet when Mouse finally joined the mid lane, so they get to limp away with some small prizes.
Can't complain. Both of these teams are just on the edge of getting all of these extra kills or a bit of extra money in the pocket. Kid also on the edge of dying. He's going for the Q-Max Gragas also as well. A lot of top lane Gragas's are choosing between Q or W. The damage reduction goes up 2% per level. And the cooldown goes down a little bit.
Yep, we've seen some Emacs and IEM, but yeah, domestically definitely the case.
Emacs doesn't make sense to me ever.
He
This
did
quietly.
it against Shen because anytime
Still don't
Shen
like it.
would taunt in, he would hit him as well, and they both kind of be
It would
CC.
neutralize.
But then he would get
taunt.
the 3-second cooldown return on E.
and it's
so
actually
he
more
would do it.
damage.
But
Yeah.
you don't get cooldown
Thank you.
reduction by leveling it up.
No, but he would just get the return
Yeah.
cooldown.
But
Yeah,
you
but you
don't
get more
need to
damage.
max
So
that.
if it's against Q, man, this is
I'm
a,
just
this is a
saying
big
that if I'm
discussion.
going to stun someone, I'm going to slow them afterwards with the Qs. So you're not going to be able to auto attack with the W. I'd Q max.
1v1 after this cast, Rusty.
Yes.
I'll probably lose from just pure mechanical
You
skill.
can tell we've had some intense Gragas discussions.
Yes, we have. We could literally have a podcast just on this one topic. But it's just roaming around right now from both teams.
It doesn't get a name anymore. It's just roaming around. It's just hanging around. That's how Rookie probably refers to him. Come, my Sightstone. Ward for
My
me.
name's Kid. Come, Sightstone. Go ward topside
That's
for
why
me.
he put Kid on it. He's like, please,
It's Kid.
just
Thank you.
one.
Oh,
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
yeah. Shock Blast chunks down Scout. Stun off to the side. That was really heads up from Scout. And Abyssal Voyage will not amount into anything, and it's EDG taking away Dragon.
Yeah, one thing we did highlight before the game actually started is Tahm Kench's ability to rotate and roam around the map as well. Jace is very good at enabling, and Ezreal even has a global, so they can impact places that you wouldn't otherwise expect. If Kid had gotten through there and Scout didn't actually get the nice heads-up stun, then that would have been a very dead Scout.
And that's so important to be able to pull off when you do have a sieging composition. And if Duke and Rookie ever get ahead of their respective lanes, then you need to be sure that you can get around the map quickly to cover those bases. But Infernal Dragon did go down to EDG, which now means that they're just that much scarier late game and in a 5v5.
Duke just chasing down Mouse in the top lane. He's trying to get that stun off, but he finally does get it down. Pops the ultimate. And the Shock Blast as well. Rookie's coming in from the mid lane. Two of the skies dodge out the damage, but the Thundering Blow will be enough for the kill.
Flash was sick from Mouse. Unfortunately, it's not going to save his life. It just means that a Flash has to be traded from Rookie. So at the end of the day, trade Summoner spells. Give Scout some free time to potentially just one-hit Kid in the middle lane because it's an AP Gragas. And resets towards the bottom side of the map.
Where's the arrow gonna go? Not much of a creep wave left.
It has to hit Tahm Kench when there's an Ezreal Tahm Kench lane.
Yep.
But even if it hits the Tahm Kench, he's pretty tanky and has exhaust up. I don't think diving's ever going to be worth in that scenario unless you have Mouse available with a teleport to at least tank a minion with a teleport.
First blood tower to Rookie. 650 gold over to just that one player. Ultimate used in the mid lane from Kid. Should be able to clear out this mini wave. Q-Max paying off. And Scout will back away here.
He should just roam down bottom and try to apply pressure to Ezreal and Kench. So this is at the point that EDG want to trade tower for tower and unlock their bottom lane, and it's so much more important for them to do so because they have the Ashe versus the Ezreal.
The easiest way to do this as well is to have the Kha'Zix rotate down with you. He just needs to clear that next wave. So ETA 30 seconds, perhaps till EDG get a pick.
But it does get that much scarier though because both top laners now also have their TP back up, so there is the potential that we could have like a full 4v4 or 5v5 in the bottom lane
Kid's
real
aware.
quick.
Scout's
Kid's
on his
very
way.
aware.
And you can also see Mouse moving down into Fog of War, so there's no way that Duke can interrupt him.
Arrow loosed onto Megan. He's going to shake it off. Scout and Fire Lolly also around the side, just not tagging with the Shock Blast there through Acceleration Gate. Bot tower goes down over to EDG. Looks like the play fizzles.
The play fizzles, but the turret is the goal, and so they get the goal, basically, by just being there. Sheer numbers and pressure available because they rotate quicker. Rookies there as a threat, so they won't commit to a dive, but they still get the gold. They still unlock bottom.
And now Rookie needs to be that much more heads up, just because he has to expect that Zet's going to be hanging around the mid lane and they're going to be looking for him next.
You know, unfortunately, this is the game where Scout isn't the Zed. It was banned from him, but I feel like Zed would have been really good with this comp. Because now they put the Ashe Karma mid. Things are okay. Instead, they put it top lane because they want to continue to pressure the 2v2. Bring it to the outside map. Cannon always wants to have the 1v1. He's going for the wit's end first. He wants to deal with Mouse. He has to recall. They have to swap.
Yeah, needs to take a trip back to base here. Going towards Duke right now as well. It looks like he's going Wit's End first as well. So
The thing
he
is-
wants to be off to the side.
Not only that, but Mouse has
Oh.
timed this so that he gets the entire wave collected on the bottom side because it's pushing into him. So IG's answer to this should actually be dive bottom. And it looks like they may even be
Rookie was moving towards
leaning
it.
that way. Because they want to deny the big wave that's about to crash.
Yeah, and they
So it's a
also
trade.
have to time this because you know that EDG are going to go top for that tower. I wish we could check up the health on the mid lane towers. It could be that Rookie just wants to hang around and try to pressure that when Scout's cheating towards the top side.
It's taking a little bit of damage. You can tell by the icon on the map. But it's not super low. Probably above 60%. Bot lane's being shoved in from IG. This tower should be falling.
Not just yet.
Oh, need another wave, yeah.
And it's a very far back wave, which gives EDG tempo advantage. They're sure to get it first. Fire Lily, excellent job making sure that Duke can't get anywhere near the structure. So EDG ahead again.
Keeping chase back. Just going to use the Ghost Blade there to get out of dodge. Coming out to clear us up the wave, and Zed and Mako take yet another tower in the top lane unanswered.
It will be traded though with this coming wave. It just means that EDG are doing it a little bit faster. The difference is, again, Rumble for Mouse, and Duke can't do the same thing. He's AD.
And then the question becomes, what do EDG get with this slight, 4-second, 5-second advantage? Is it disappearing mid and catching Rookie with an arrow? Well, no, because Rookie made the great call to walk over and grab the blue buff, so puts him out of harm's way.
Well, what it is right now is either you fire an arrow down mid lane or you bring the bottom lane that just took the top lane turret to the dragon. It's an Infernal. It's very important that they set up for the objective. They've already got wards there on the side of IG. EDG should be able to get there in time, but unfortunately, because IG's bottom lane were on the bottom side of the map, they've already set up. Like, it's already there ready to go.
Looking to push in the
Get the ward.
just hit the ward. There you go. Scout will push in the mid lane once more. So we're currently 2-2 towers. There is a slight advantage to IG in terms of gold, but answered by EDG with that dragon, and it's now Infernal coming up in 23 seconds. So both teams will look towards the area, and currently it's EDG with vision control.
Yeah, they claw it back. Kennen also staying on the top side of the map. He's the one that they want to empower on the side of Invictus Gaming. Just let him continue to split, prevent Mouse from coming in on this Rumble and hitting the fight around the Drake.
Megan looks like he's initiating. Mako takes a lot of damage. The 1-2 in from Rookie and Mars. They'll chase him down, and it will be the kill in the end. Fire Lolly also has to limp away, and it's now Dragon Control completely over to Invictus Gaming.
Wow. That was a lot of cross-map damage. Ezreal from the left, Jace from the right.
And he was stuck in the middle of Tam
I'm not
Kench.
going to say 1-2 good night.
And you would
But
think
you said it anyway. Here comes IG onto the dragon.
it's not that Invictus Gaming are, infinitely behind that they couldn't fight the dragon, but it had to be under the perfect circumstances to approach that dragon, because you're still looking across from a Rumble who's close to level 11, and Ashe, a Syndra, things like that. This is punish IG in the past, where they'll look for dragon fights just because they like them, when it's not necessarily best suited for their composition. They're not punished that time around. They execute beautifully, but that was still a very kind of 50-50 situation. If they didn't come into that perfect, if Rookie wasn't on top of everything.
Rookie is really making his Jace pick work.
Yeah.
Like, man, it's really just disgusting. I think I just vomited a little. Like, every time he just shoots out the shock blast, he takes one of these squishies literally down to half. And it's an objective.
And that was the game changer there. It's the fact that Invictus Gaming had vision where they chose to fight. So Rookie and Megan in particular setting up the team for success.
And he hasn't even gotten the full lethality build just yet. He's going towards a Hexdrinker to survive, and he still does so much damage.
Just constant skill shots just flying through. And Rookie's got a blue buff now as well, so it's not going to stop. And that's another tower over to Zen.
He's just so dangerous every time he exists.
Who, Rookie or Jace?
Both.
Rookie's Jace.
Rookie's Jace, yeah. Because
Sounds
sometimes we
like-
see some lackluster Jaces, but Rookie is, yeah, this guy turns up. Pretty much no matter what he's playing. Yep.
You get one, and you get one.
So who's it gonna hit next? I mean, who's not gonna reel from a shock blast? Probably, maybe just Mouse, because of the Merc threats. But everyone else is gonna take a lot of damage from that.
Yeah, I mean, he's set up perfectly fine. The damage he's doing is not going to slow down from this point. When a Jace gets ahead, generally the damage they do just continue. He's like, when a tank's ahead, a tank will never die. That's what Jace is kind of like.
Just needs to keep landing skill shots, flash the body slam, the ultimate splitting up the side of EDG. Nice stealth out there from Fire Lolly, but it's not going to save his life. Someone's going to be picking up this kill, and it's Marge. Mako knocked away. Zed as well. Two more kills you have to be falling from IG. EDG's Mouse is running after Rookie, but he takes him out off to the side. 3 kills. Mako recalling in a bunch. Oh, Duke. He's found him. Auto attack. Does he get the slowdown? Oh, he's got the stuns coming off, and Duke's going to eventually finish him. Mako falls as well, and Marge wanted it, but Duke had the kill. Mid lane being pushed in, and Duke will go down to the bottom lane and push this wave in. Everything just came up IG.
And EDG extend too far forward because they want the mid-tier tower, but IG have complete control over mid and top side lane, sneak in behind them. Massive damage from Rookie and a beautiful setup from Kid.
Easiest way to say this is IG from game number 1 shows up 10 to 15 minutes earlier almost. And because they have shown up this early, they're able to get leads much more efficiently, and they mean so much more. Rookie is an absolute monster. The fact he doesn't even die to Mouse here as well, like, there's nothing that's going to slow this Jace down.
Yeah.
The problem is that if they do win this game and they go into game number 3, they won't be blue side, so there's no way that they're ever going to get their hands on a Jace again.
True, but does it have to be Jace for Rookie to do this? Like, we saw a standout performance from him last game on
No,
Zed.
no.
Yes, he got 1v1, but
Hold on.
you're going to have to answer that in a second for us, because Mouse is getting blasted by Duke in the bottom lane. Does miss the Shuriken, so it might be enough for him to live. Nope. He's pretty dead. Kid is closing in from around the backside, and Duke will finish him off.
I don't think it needs to be Jace, but it just fits the style of Invictus Gaming. So while these compositions are really hard to pull off, the nice thing about Siege comps is that their pressure and their tempo is up 99% of the time because they're not reliant on the big cooldowns. We talk about this all the time. You know, it's not the Ashe composition where you throw an arrow, if it hits, execute on it. If you miss it, you have to wait for it to come back up. Invictus Gaming are so scrappy, are so skirmish heavy, are so wanting to fight all the time that like Siege comps just work for them philosophically.
I can see that.
So
It's definitely working out in this game.
doesn't need to be Jace, just needs to be a champion where you're just spamming abilities all the time.
Cogmore.
No.
Kid literally just ticked 11 and threw an explosive cask over the wall to hit them. He didn't actually do anything, but he hit them.
What?
And now
Oh,
the
thank God there was
siege
a shield on
begins
Zed.
without a Gragas.
Yeah, here comes Mouse as well, coming in from mid lane. He has sorted out that wave. And IG, they have the siege comp, so all of this poke coming forwards. Shock Blast didn't land, looking for the initiate, but the arrow literally flies through the goalposts.
And now EDG really don't have any tanks. They're not as scary as they were. The last thing that they have now is the equalizer. So if Invictus Gaming want to be patient,
And they are, because they've got Jace mid, they've got minions pushing top lane. They don't need to force anything just yet. The second scout disappears, and because Ashe has no arrow, their threat on the bottom lane, even as the 3v3 starts to wane. IG can move forwards.
Marge in with the combo. Megan getting chased down by Zet. No mana though. And no minion wave. Might signal the retreat. Duke's already gone back to base and is running towards top lane. So applying another pressure point. But the rest of the team wants to go back to base. And still, advantage to the team. 6,000 gold advantage, 2 towers. And
Another
Ocean Dragon
Ocean
spawning
Dragon.
soon, yeah.
Yeah. IG can look to pick that one up for themselves. It should be free and uncontested unless EDG really want to get a fight with a Rumble ultimate. Unlikely because they're yet to recall. They need to just try and slowly but assuredly reset the map back to their favor. Otherwise IG, with the gold that they've got, will just continue to run rampant.
you have to think that EDG are just looking at the Baron as kind of their last bastion of hope. Clear out their
Always do.
jungle, put their defensive vision, and try to get some sort of control over this area.
EDG and Baron, never heard that one before.
That control ward is in auto attack range, so they might want to replace that one in the Baron pit.
Probably. There's another 2 there from Megan. IG will clear out the mid wave as well, continuing to push in these waves and just take away this dragon. Will be uncontested. EDG do not want to split any heads over losing a dragon at this point in the game. Let's look towards the Baron, which could really turn it. But there's only 3 kills on the side of EDG, and 2 of them are on Mouse. I can't say that the equalizers have been on the same level from what we saw last game from Duke. So far.
I agree.
Another push into the bottom lane. Second time. And Scout into the top lane by himself with no TP.
He's trying to quickly get the wave, I guess pushing more so forward. I think it was building. I think it's enough time to count the creeps. Kind of an interesting maneuver here. He's still near the Baron, so...
Yeah, they don't really mind about the bottom lane inner turret. It's just the base. It's just when they threaten the inhibitor, things are a concern for EDG. They still want that Baron, as you've alluded towards, or at least to prevent IG from getting it.
Firelight, bit of poke there. Rookie Did not pull the trigger on his acceleration gate, but they are just completely clearing out all of this vision from around the area. The IG gank squad. And Firelolly just got taken down to half again by a rookie, who is only sitting on 2 items and a half right now with a second serrated Dirk, so he has a lot more room to grow. He definitely just missed that crab.
We all do it once.
But
a game.
I'll let him have that.
It's really slow.
He expected it to duke.
It's too slow, and it randomly does duke.
Yep.
To be fair. Ash has Hawkshot, you just saw it. They also have 2 blue orbs available. They can scry the Baron area if they choose.
Well,
they'll need it.
Well, Scalp just lost 40% of his HP.
Yeah.
And the longer this goes on, the less health that EDG are going to have.
There's nothing they can do. Like, they can't hit any of those targets. They hit Rookie, he can walk away from it. If Tom Kench is standing near anyone, he's just going to gobble them up and reset the map. Like, EDG's composition are so reliant on either Equalizer or Arrow. The Arrow is pretty much completely irrelevant here, so all eyes are on Mouse. And if he's busy dealing with Duke, like, EDG will never be able to start a fight. They are always going to be at 25% HP. They are just passively losing the game.
Duke's powering up as well. He's on 2 items in the side lane, up against Mouse, and he can't really challenge him.
They're just pinched in every conceivable way. The best case scenario already seems to be Kha'Zix getting in for a Baron steal. IG are just baiting, and sooner or later the bait becomes we're actually doing it.
Well, Kid misses the body slam flash. Is this the chance for EDG to jump in or loose the arrow onto Megan once more? But we have Rookie coming in from the side. Big chunk damage onto EDG. Follow after as well. Good old bit from Mouse. That'll be the first kill dropping down onto Marge. Going for the disengage now. Will be cleansed out after the stun came in from Scout. Juke him from the backside. Big slicing Maelstrom, but he's not full AP. He needs to get the auto attacks down. Zed and Firelolly on the backside, but he is tearing through everybody. Zed over the wall. He will survive, but it was a 3-for-1 advantage to IG in the end. Rookie in this 1v1. The sidestep. Zed with the outplay.
He can flash the J-stab at Firelolly though.
Oh, did not want to walk into that burst. Do a barrel roll. You're down for the count. Kid eating up the rest of this fruit and will just get control over the Baron.
And let it be known that Invictus Gaming pretty much did everything wrong there to start that fight, and Zed had to get a miraculous outplay on Rookie to even go, like, somewhat even in that 5v5.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't mean that IG can do the Baron. They just get a team fight reasonably well won. But it's EDG that actually start this off. Simultaneous flashes, I will add, from Mako, which is fantastic. But Megan eats the target before the Ash Arrow comes out. So that's already mistake number 1. Doesn't have it available.
They funnel up into a tiny little choke point. The Equalizer comes through, so that's mistake number 2.
It's stunned and Duke's AD cannon who goes very deep, and they still have exhaust up. So EDG do everything they can conceivably to try and survive through this. IG are just too strong, honestly, at this point, as Rookie gets flashed upon by Zed, who charges up the queue.
He almost flashed into it, too.
Yeah, he was like part way in between his original destination with the flash, but in the end, Zed had faith that Rookie was going to hit it. So really well played there and got that kill off. 15-5 currently. 7,000 gold advantage. We've seen this before from IG, but it's a very different circumstance from game 1.
Yeah, it definitely is, of course. Zed even smartly playing to auto-attack to get his Q proccing for extra damage. Still the same rinse and repeat strategy from Invictus Gaming will be seen. Ash Arrow available though. It's a cooldown reduction Ash. You'd feel like they can still try and make those plays, but he has no health because Rookie's here. Unlucky. What do you say? Like,
yeah, pretty much that. Firelolly launching the void spikes. Scalp just again
outplayed.
chunked out of the fight. Oh, you step near Rookie. Well, I guess that means you lose top tower.
That happened like 2 screens away.
Yep.
1,500 units of outplay. More than your average outplay.
Jace, purchase now.
Or don't, because we're not Rookie.
Rookie can just make any character work, man. Mako caught out in the jungle. Ultimate used and the whole combo. Megan with the final lick will finish off Mako. That was just the wrong place at the wrong time.
Just wash, rinse, repeat. They've got the waves pushing in mid and top lane. They take the tower, they find the pick, they rotate to the Baron. Invictus Gaming have everything going right for them, and at some point I'm just like, are EDG going to continue to force them to grind this out, or are they just going to say next?
Oh, Duke's in the bottom lane as well. He's just tearing through that tower. 4 people still on this Baron. Scout
Firelolly's
doesn't
bottom.
have any knowledge of where the Baron is at. There's no smite. I mean, it's a shot in the dark. Let's just hope that the Scout of the Week works. Let's try and get a pick in the bottom lane. Yep, no, that's not happening. Duke's out of there with a lightning rush. And IG, I mean, everything just went their way.
And this is a siege composition that now has Baron, so it's about to get worse.
Sizing Maelstrom, Firelolly jumped on top of him. He'll get the stun off, and he's good to go. And Megan and Kid were just around the corner, ready to goon squad him.
They were both on wards.
And a Mountain Dragon? What is this?
Buy now, and you get a Mountain Dragon for free. And game 2 of this series. I don't see any conceivable way that EDG come back from this if the pressure keeps up in the same way it has so far from IG.
Literally, they'd have to fumble all of their cooldowns again. Like, the Gragas cast would have to not displace any key targets. Tom Kinch would have to not absorb, either a Scatter the Weak target or an Ash Arrow target. And then the Equalizer and Ash Arrow would have to, like, simultaneously destroy Rookie. And it has to happen all before Rookie's got them all at 50% HP.
So IG just have to lose the ability to play League of Legends in the next 5 minutes.
You would be surprised how often that can happen.
I mean, EDG have all of their summoner spells up as well. There's a chance that they try and make the outplay. If the Gragas Keck doesn't displace anybody, it may well be because they flashed it.
But you would assume that in a situation like this, a team's just going to say, give away the inhib. Let them have one, because if we die here, it's the game. Versus, they want to use their Baron. They probably want to use it conservatively. Give this away. Live to fight another day.
I'm just pausing every single time Rookie launches a shock blast, because if it hits, then someone's taking a trip back to home base. March stepping up, hitting the tower, bottom lane. Duke is continuing the push. A little bit of chip damage, mid lane, same thing. And it's just chipping away at these towers, or maybe a bit more than that, because Ezreal just takes it away. Good job to Marge. Waiting for this next minion wave in the bottom lane. Duke is waiting patiently. Equalizer came down from Mouse, but that's a big nope from IG. Just wasn't in the right place. And the push continues.
EDG still want to contest this in some way. They feel like they have to, but...
Flash, body slam, Mouse down into his Zhonya's. Redemption out as well. Is that enough to save him? Well, just for a split second. And Tam Kench saves Marge. Duke in from the sidelines. He'll demolish Scout. Firelolly will be fast to follow. And we're looking at a game 2 win here from IG. Marge destroys Zed. No outplay on that one. Mako steps up and looks for a shield, but has to use it on himself. And Marge is disrespecting. He'll find him on the spawn pad. And IG, as they take down the first Nexus turret and look towards the second, 21 kills to 6, 32 minutes, a very different game to game 1, but they found their stride, and they found game 2. Game 2 to Invictus Gaming.
Totally fine. He got the quadra kill. Hashtag worth. But that was pretty much the Rookie show. Marge popped off in the end right there, but Jace, Rookie, we're going to see that again. Not on blue side, red side. It's going to be banned.
And what a bounce back. Some of the questions coming into game 2 was, do Invictus Gaming come back into this one? And my god, yes they do.
Firelolly looks shattered.
I mean, I would too. Every time he stepped out of his base, he got hit by Shock Blast and had to go back home again, Like, he didn't have a great game.
I've never seen somebody press B that many times in my life. Wasn't a great game for EDG. I think IG actually shaped up their draft. Not just getting the Jace. He still played the Jace well, granted. It's the team composition itself. The Tahm Kench complements them having a lead against the Ashe. They're not just picking champions that they like, they pick good champions into EDG's composition as well. And then they still executed on it reasonably well, barring a couple of hiccups. So Invictus Gaming hit the ground running when it came to game number 2 and dismantled Edward Gaming.
And these are my favorite compositions. I think this is the best way to play League of Legends. I think it's the most potent way to play it, because the only way that you counter one of those team comps is you have to get a flank. You have to get some sort of hard engage. And frankly, EDG didn't have any tools on the composition like the Maokai, who would have made that so easily. Yeah, they have the Ash Arrow. Yeah, they have the Rumble, but Tahm Kench counters all of that. So frankly, just a huge oversight in EDG's draft, and that priority pick Rumble actually bit them in the ass.
It's also IG going back to what works for them, right? We've seen so many different types of composition from them, and yes, game 1 was very close to winning, but the last time that we saw a near perfect game from them was with like a poke CG type composition, which just fits the MO to a T, especially from like Rookie as well. So if we see a very similar composition or draft or direction from them, we could see a very fast game 3 as well.
Yeah, I think the early pick of the Rumble was also having the expectation perhaps of the Gragas being the top laner of choice, and Rumble would have been fine into the tank, but Cannon also being there, the Flex also being there with the Gragas does
end up being, to me, the defining factor as to why they were able to do this. It's also potentially taking the Rumble away from Duke. Mouse, whether he can play it or not, Duke still had a fantastic game 1, and that to me is the biggest differentiator when we're looking at this game between game 1 and 2. EDG actually respected things from Invictus Gaming, banned things away from Invictus Gaming, but they have enough champions, they have enough depth in their champion pool that they can bring out another strategy.
We also now need to look about like how these teams won in their respective ways. Like EDG, it takes them like a 60-minute back and forth slugfest to pull out the win. Invictus Gaming, they pick up the siege composition. I almost don't want to call it a siege comp, even though that's what it's good at. I want to call it like a high tempo comp, because the tempo is never down on those compositions, because the cooldowns are coming up all of the time, and they're always in a position of being proactive, of forcing tempo, because they can clear waves so quickly, because they can approach towers. But they're not just good at sieging, because they can then also approach the monster objectives, burn them down quickly, or force you off of them.
So theoretically, in a world now that we see Jace banned away, what else do you pick that not necessarily a siege composition, but is a high tempo pick in the mid lane out of the rest of the composition? Where do you go from there?
Yeah, unfortunately, Corki got a lot of nerfs in 7.4. I would say directly go towards the Corki if they're looking for picks into something like the Syndra. But, I mean, you can go Echo, you can play high tempo, you can pick a split pusher, you can pick a team fight. It really just depends on how you want to pinch EDG and how you want to drag them around Summoner's Rift. In this case, they wanted to have Rookie grouped, but they also wanted to have a winning mid lane with wave clear, which is where I was going, perhaps with the Corki. Echo does a similar thing.
So if IG get another similar composition, say that they do, and that happens out of Champion Select, how do EDG combat it? Is the early game sharp enough to actually do anything? Because was that an early game to the best that we've seen that EDG put forth so far? Because that's generally what we've said about EDG, is that early game is crisp. The problem is actually closing out the game later on into the game.
It's decent, but I don't think so. I think Invictus Gaming have the higher highs, but they also have the much lower lows. You kind of know what you're going to get out of EDG. I feel like Firelord is like a good base for them. Like, he's a good jungler. He's not a great jungler, and he's not a bad jungler. He's just solid, and that's kind of where the rest of EDG's, not individual performers sit, but them as a team. They're solid, but they're not amazing anymore.
I mean, right now they're just winning lane. IG are just destroying everybody in laning phase. There's pressure top lane, there's pressure mid lane. Scout is doing his best, but he's being burnt with summoners because Rookie's pressure is just too high. The Zed matchup was the exact same thing. Yes, he outplayed Rookie once at the Syndra vs Zed, but Rookie was still the one with control until that moment. He just made a mistake and was outplayed a bit. Like, Rookie has been fantastic.
Yeah, definitely deserving of that 4th MVP. And now we just get to see a highlight reel of him just wrecking some kids.
Doesn't Jace just feel good to watch as he just hits everyone and they explode into shrapnel? Credit to Mouse, though. I think he played that team fight as well as he could have, and unfortunately he still wasn't able to kill Rookie.
Yeah, his equalizers were still 50-50 though. Even at the very end, we didn't see the start of it, but we saw the equalizer just like in front of the enemy team, and it was just like, well, this isn't going to do anything. So it was hit or miss. He did have some good ones when it counted, but it wasn't Duke. When every single time we saw an equalizer, it was like, well, he just hit like most of the enemy team.
So he was locked down in lane first, so the Cannon had a really bad time. Rookie was coming up, they were diving him, they were keeping him under the turret. Cannon had lane pressure and was actually pushing him out consistently. So the difference between games 1 and 2, when you look at Duke's Rumble and you look at Mouse's Rumble, is that Mouse was not being able to do the same things to Duke as what Duke was doing to him. It was a Maokai, there's no pressure, Rumble wins that lane. Rumble has a CS advantage, then brings that mid and uses a good equalizer, whereas EDG were losing when Mouse tries to finally use his first equalizer. It doesn't amount to anything.
Yeah. So I guess that's pretty much it. Going into game 3 now, a second game was so different to the first one just because we saw a compositional difference. EDG, where did they need to go if they want to be proactive? Because we talk so much about IG, and if they get this draft, they do that. Then in that case, what do EDG do? But where can they be proactive? Is it out of Champion Select? Is it out of early game? What do they need to change?
We know that EDG can also play these types of compositions, and if we think that Rookie's going to kind of mix it up, and if they're going to keep this tempo, that he'll maybe look towards picks like the Echo. Scout is also a phenomenal Echo player, or even a Zed player. Like, as we get more into the meta of this particular series, we're going to start to see, I think, more fringe picks, particularly in the mid lane. I don't think Scout will play Syndra again.
Well, we'll have to take a look at Champion Select as we get into Game 3. Just after this short break, rejoin us once more as EDG and IG will be going at it. Game of the day. It's EDG versus IG on week 5, day 2. That's the one. It's been a long day, guys. It's like, what, 2 a.m. here right now. We've gone to the limit, not only for us, but also for the teams who are up against it. What are you smiling at?
Because you started the day like your tie was nice and pressed, your hair was like super important, and then suddenly your hair is like sad.
Yeah, I think sad is the way to put it. I didn't have time to put a hairspray. I mean, like, it was 2 minutes. We have short turnarounds here.
No.
Anyway, stop picking on me. We're going to look at the teams. I think we need to start picking on the teams as well, because you look towards EDG in that last game, and it actually just got, like, taken apart.
Mate, I pick on teams. Like, I am overly critical to teams. I have way too high expectations. I'm like, this isn't perfect League of Legends EDG. Why didn't you teleport there? But no, they've been exposed. The thing about EDG is they were sitting on top for so long, and then all of these teams got better. You had an influx of talent just as they lost all of their talent, and they've just been having really hard adjustments to trying to keep back up. Their macro isn't as crisp as it needs to be, and they can't rely on their all-star talent anymore because they don't have it.
I think the first thing that we really need to address, though, for EDG is what they should do in this particular series to try and get them a victory. Now, my initial quarrel with the team was perhaps their mid lane is getting outplayed by Rookie. Like, perhaps they're just losing lane, but there is one other thing, and it's that they're banning Graves away from their own damn jungler, and he's a really good Graves. He's probably the best champion that has been playing at the moment. They won with game 1 on him playing Graves. He was doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work, and then they said, no, you can't have this anymore. And Kid just played Gragas anyway. You can't ban out his jungle pool. I don't think that it matters if Kid gets Graves. Mate, it doesn't. It's Kid. You just look at Rookie and Duke, they're the stars of the team. You want to empower your own jungler. Like, give him the Kha'Zix, but I don't know, you don't have to ban this. Ban something else away. Ban the Jace.
Yeah.
Well, they can leave it open because they are on blue side, so it is an option for them.
It's definitely a possibility. But yeah, I think if you're looking to start taking things away from someone and start pinching champion pools, it just doesn't work against IG unless there's specific things you want off the field, like Jace. And as you mentioned, Frost, it kind of just suits IG to a T, to the point where it's just like, yeah, just don't give them that ever.
They can just press all their buttons all the time. And that's Invictus Gaming,
Yeah,
pressing buttons all the time.
At least gate them to going in for compositions where...
You know what? It's their fault. Remember, and Xiaoyan are casting. Every time they cast, every series goes to every game.
Already? Okay, perfect. It's their fault.
It is
We
their
have a
fault.
scapegoat, boys. All right, EDG and IG. Game 3. It's the final game of the day. We literally cannot go into another game unless there's a remake. I probably shouldn't have said that. EDG banning away Rumble and Malzahar into the first phase of bans, while LeBlanc aimed at Scout once more. We still have Jace in the field. Varus taken away.
I think this summarizes again that EDG were actually respecting Duke's Rumble by putting it onto Mouse instead of giving him a champion that he's much more comfortable with. So by banning it this time around, they're on blue side. They can look towards, let's say, Jace, because they've just banned away my Ram already. It's okay if they get a Jace.
You would also think that this moves Maokai much higher up on
Rengar.
the priority, and that you would expect that Invictus Gaming either going to pinch that or take it away from EDG because they are far too effective with that champion. It's easy, it's binary, it's Maokai, it's Mouse.
Rengar once again for EDG as a priority pick from these teams, and I don't see why you wouldn't take Jace here from IG.
We are Invictus Gaming on red side as well for the third game. It feels pretty exciting to even say that. Red side Rookie will have the last pick. Zed isn't banned yet. Jace isn't banned yet. He can play anything under the sun that
Rookie.
can go mid.
Yeah, gets priority. And here's the Gragas pickup, so again, a flex pick.
And you
also
already,
the Lulu.
Yeah, and you already now have defensive options against both Maokai as well as the Rengar. So Rengar no longer has that King assassination potential that he could because he's dealing with the Lulu. And likewise, that Gragas can still be flexed into the top lane or the jungle. And Gragas can really give Maokai a hard time. He wants to come in, be on top of your team, and Gragas just resets him out. See you, mate.
Jace picked away here from EDG, so at least there is respect towards that fact that Rookie could pick it up, regardless of the fact that Rookie does have last pick. So
The team comp is very physical heavy at the moment. If they go for an AD carry as well, like that's all physical damage. So if they commit to this, it'd have to be something magic damage in the jungle,
Elise?
but it's not. So there's a Rengar. It has to be a mid laner. Like there has to be a Jace top, right? That's the biggest indicator there.
It's the last time I listened to you. I wasn't looking at the screen. I trust falled on Rusty, and he led me down a strait.
Yep. You're on the floor. IG now
I
looking
got there.
towards the next bands. What's it gonna be? Where
Like,
are
it'll
we?
probably just be
Where are they
Syndra
going?
again.
Well, from Scout. So if that's the case, IG are really running down the clock on this one. Ban something. It's gonna be Maokai.
Ooh, that was
Yeah.
close. I was like, no, please not a
Not
remake.
again.
I think they're getting pinched though in the jungle position. EDG should actually, like, Kid might be the Gragas. It's really hard to say. EDG even laughing or banning that away.
Take away everything that Rookie has. Nami is the final ban from IG. Taking away that from Mako. Will it be just a mid lane ban from EDG? Quite possible.
You would think it would try to just make Jace's matchup safer.
Mhm.
Unless, like Rusty is saying, it's actually Jace
Yep.
top lane and Syndra mid.
Well, Oriana's the final ban, and they say something towards it being Scout Jace. But IG back on their side. They have last pick, so they'll probably pick up their top lane or jungle here.
Yeah, so we should see where the flex actually goes at this point. Be risky to ban one of those from EDG on their second ban phase, not knowing where the flex actually commits to. He played a jungle, but Gragas is primarily seen top lane. This is
It's
also
only
just a good
Syndra.
champion.
Okay, well, it's, yeah, gonna give Duke the priority now in the top lane. And since everything was banned out against Rocky, I guess it would just be settling with the Syndra here. And EDG back over to them. They're looking for a support. And also a top lane or mid laner.
This is good. Zyra does make sense. Karma, perhaps, if they wanted to go fully down the rabbit hole of we need magic damage in our team composition. Zyra does more of it, and it's a little bit more disengaged oriented though.
Yeah, that's the nice thing for me is the fact that Zyra creates such a wide control or zone control in front of her, and you have such long range champions like the Jace, like the Jhin, that Zyra just needs to drop the ultimate and separate them and let her two poking champions do the work. And then once someone's low, throw Rengar in there. Throw Nautilus on top of it.
Yeah, works for me. Mouse on Northless would be absolutely fine. They have to disengage, you have to engage. You have all the abilities to keep IG at range, apart from Rengar wanting to jump in. And final pick, it's going to go to Duke. Here's the pick of the letter, apart from Rumble.
Yeah, it's about what does he want to play into a Nautilus. He'll always get pushed in if he plays a tank. He could play a carry, like a Fiora.
Gangplank, let's go.
Gangplank is okay.
I
Could
just want to
also-
see Duke play Gangplank. Hey! Who's the
Yeah.
analyst? Got a final pick of Gangplank going over to Duke in the top lane. And that's the full composition. So Rocky on Syndra, Duke on Gangplank, Kid sitting on, once again, a jungle Gragas, and Ezreal with Lulu.
Gangplank's cool. I think it's a lot of extra damage that they needed, but it's also this really weird team composition of non-committal engage in any member of the team. Syndra can pick someone off. Gangplank ultimate can. Gragas can with a cask if they want. Like Lulu can make sure that the ham Gragas actually gets empowered and does even more. But they don't need to do any of that because everything I just mentioned can go the opposite way for disengage. And so it's a difficult to execute upon, high damage composition. But like emphasizing the fact that that is really difficult to execute on against what is a stock standard, pretty good composition out of EDG.
Again, it comes down to that idea that if EDG ever corral Invictus Gaming into a 5v5, unless it's super massive late game and Duke has just gone huge on Gangplank, they'll just get torn apart. They've got nothing to stand in front of them. I do like the interaction of taking Gangplank into Jhin. Jhin likes to stand stationary during his ultimate. Gangplank really dissuades against that by dropping his ult on top of him. So
Yeah.
there's counterplay, it's just like Rusty said, very hard to execute. And we haven't seen Invictus Gaming do one of these compositions.
Yeah, more often than not, when they try something different, it just doesn't quite hit the mark. So maybe EDG's just tried and true method of, let's just run at them.
If there's
Maybe
one thing that I do
working out for
trust
them in this game.
Zopulse, it's individually Duke on Gangplank and individually Rookie on Syndra. There was a game a couple of weeks ago where we all just genuinely believed the Rookie was scripting on Syndra. He was too good at dodging spells.
We thought the same when he was playing Rise early on, so split.
Yeah,
He was
that's fair.
sidestepping everything. Yeah.
That's true.
So, Duke once more on this Gangplank. Let's see if we can make it work, because this time EDG have the Jace. But it's a question of whether Scout can use it to the same effectiveness that Rookie did in Game 2. We'll find out all of those questions and more as we head into Game 3, our final game of the day, our match of the week. It's IG versus EDG.
And we got the Rengar. So Fire Lily finally gets the power champion. He couldn't carry on the Kha'Zix. Maybe it'll change this time around, and he is empowered by all of his lanes to do so. Not necessarily in bringing the hard CC, but in making sure that he stays safe and gets to level 6 within his own jungle. Because Jhin Zyra, that's a hard pushing lane. Jace, hard pushing lane. Nautilus, hard pushing lane.
Yeah, they've got lane control to the point where Fire Lily should be fine. One thing that we have often seen into Rengars, the best way to expose them is by picking Kha'Zix yourself and invading their jungle. You can 1v1 that Rengar super early in the game, catch him out hitting a camp, get the jump on him, and you always win the 1v1. But to have that, you do need to have those pushing lanes. Right now for IG, firstly, Gragas doesn't have the greatest of early clears. We've seen it happen already. And he won't be able to really invade Fire Lolly, but Rookie is the one lane that he'll be looking towards as a pushing lane. So honestly, if I was EDG, I'd say, well, I just need to not die to Rookie and Kid with Rookie, and then we're happy.
I would love to see kind of an early cheese gank from Kid on Rookie's lane, especially for a Syndra. Syndra can start, what is it? Force of Will.
Yeah.
And outrange a lot of her lane assignments and start chipping away at their health instead of starting Q and just hard pushing a wave. It usually means that a jungler will be towards the lane early on.
He's making so much bank off Mouse.
Yeah.
He missed a minion, but he got enough from the Q that
Bam.
he's made more than a minion already.
Insane.
That's like
Because-
40 gold.
This is insane.
Gangplank top lane's actually crazy because of the brush everywhere as well. So you can Q and then reset minion aggro. It shouldn't actually change the pace of the lane minion control-wise. You do earn a lot more money than you would otherwise get. That's why mid lane Gangplank's super risky. Because if you Q and have the
Minion
banded
aggro.
mastery on, yeah, you get the minion aggro and you lose trades if they turn on you. Most mid laners also have a lot of damage anyway from range.
We'll check back in later with Duke, because he'll just be trying to farm up until 2 items essentially, and also his Death's Daughter first upgrade. And Kid is just taking away the rest of his buffs before he looks towards any type of gank. Taking his blue from the walk. There you go. He's onto his grump as well. Efficiency in the jungle right here.
And speaking of efficiency, Farley cleared out all the bottom of his jungle, reset his back, and is now walking towards the top side of his jungle. So Rengar very clearly looking for the long haul here. So, like you said, his lanes just need to stay safe, not die, wait for Rengar.
Stay put. Call for assistance. Wait for assistance. Scout's gonna take a beating from Rookie. You take my pick.
I
Still
take
got
your
Syndra.
pick.
Yeah, I take your pick, yeah.
I think this is pretty fair to say a statement game for Rookie as well. If he beats Scout with his own champion, I mean, good luck, Scout. That's not even being exposed, that's just being bodied.
I think if he played Zed as well, maybe, then it would be beating with that, but before Scout took him out with the Syndra. So, if we had a fourth game, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, it would still be a pretty big bodying. Top lane, Duke getting pushed in, but he's just still farming up. There's slight priority early game to Mouse, but it will start wearing off eventually.
Duke's meant to get pushed in this matchup. Also, just Nautilus in general will always have the early push with the Riptide, being able to clear out minions so easily. Also, Gangplank, when he doesn't have the bush priority, will have minions also going towards him, so he loses control of the minion waves. He also started Mana Crystal with a refillable potion, so in terms of itemization, very much aware of that fact.
And right now, Kid is actually being hunted. So Fire Lily has moved in underneath Gragas, placed this Heat Vision, and then sat on his control ward. So he saw Kid move up into the Krugs with the information acquired by the Vision, and then stole his Raptors from underneath him. Like, just...
They know, though.
Ugh.
The thing is, yeah, Fire Lily walked past this ward. It has been there for a while. It's like Kid walked in and took the explosive plant. He's acknowledged that he's going for Krugs. He doesn't want to fight for Raptors as the Gragas right now. Just wants to get some extra experience. They're both looking towards level 6 as Duke. You can't just recall there, buddy.
Duke doesn't care. Duke does what he wants. It will mean that he's going to have to stay for this next wave. Come over
Stop
here.
me.
Riptide me. You
That's
have to step
actually
up.
a
There's no
frozen
melee
wave,
minions.
though, so Duke should recall there. That's perfect. Gets the Sheen, perhaps.
We're coming back. It's going to be lower mana, though.
I mean, kegs don't cost mana. He'll be okay.
Yeah. We'll see. we'll go back up there at some point. Mid still going at it. Slight advantage to Rookie still. And pretty much said nothing about bot lane because it's just been farm central from both teams. Oh, the shock blasts have they've started from Scout.
And we're getting closer and closer to that level 6 mark, not only for Rengar, but also for Rookie. He's doing a good job chunking Scout out and finding these repeated stuns on him. Scout does need to be careful. He's lost control of the creep wave. And there you go. Rookie gets level 6 first, and Scout has to give away all control of mid lane.
I actually looked over to a different monitor and expected to see something that's
Yeah,
the same
okay,
thing. Because we had 3 monitors we're casting from. Frost points to a monitor, but Rusty and I are not looking at. It's like, oh, something new's gonna go over here. Maybe it's Rookie. Good thing I did turn right because Rookie blows him up in the mid lane.
Rookie, man, just takes apart Scout again. Exhaust still available, but the Syndra's ultimate range is actually further than that of an Exhaust. Scout just dies.
I just straight up that got knocked up and taken out. Top lane, same thing's gonna happen. 1v1 outplay, but the slowdown, he will fall for this 1-to-1 trade.
And he gets the creeps because of the
Jigs
kill.
love
Okay,
this.
even like, I actually don't think I've seen Duke like change emotion up until this point in time.
He's
so.
not chewing gum
Yeah?
tonight, I checked.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. But he's still happy now. He's showing emotion, so perhaps there's a direct correlation there.
He's there to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and he's all out of gum.
No, he's literally Duke Nukem.
But he died.
But he did die.
He
But
killed
he
him,
took him out, and he took the minion wave with him.
and he still has flash, whereas Nautilus doesn't.
Yeah. That's a net win if I've ever seen one, Rusty.
If Kid comes up there, I agree.
Yeah, if he actually repeats on that. On top of the mouse. He has no ultimate, so maybe Kid will look towards it when he hits 6. Alright, Rookie's back. Rookie's got a lot of farm over Scout. Rookie's just gonna...
Yep.
Oh,
He just hits every
Oh,
stun.
no.
You want
Oh,
to talk about matchups? We just watched a Jace beat a Syndra, now we're watching a Syndra beat a Jace. The only consistent factor there is Rookie. This man, he has been on form since week 1 of the LPL, but now he's showing it against one of the best star mid laners of this league.
yeah.
He sees you.
He is completely bodying Scout. Man, Rookie's just so good. It's fantastic to see Rookie play, and the fact he also plays, I wouldn't say off-meta picks, but he'll definitely pick something new up. If Katarina comes in, then he'll definitely play it. We saw that ban out in Game 1 as well, so there's so much respect towards this guy that you know he's going to do well regardless of what he picks.
Straight into Sork shoes as well, so light magic penetration,
No
may
fear.
even have that in his reds, counteracts the null magic mantle.
This is the 3v2, however.
Ah, there's someone in this bush. Mako will back away, take the Glitter Lance, we'll go back into the bottom lane, and Rookie just kind of wandering back and forth. He has ET farm, that's like perfect. He must have been taking Raptors.
I think so.
Because if not, then that's like almost perfect CS.
He may have with the first blue that he got, but I'm pretty sure I just watched
Yeah.
Viola and Kid consistently fight for them as well.
Felt like he hadn't moved.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's literally just bodying Scout right now.
It's absurd. The fact that you've got a kill you've been trading and have the CS? Unnatural. Marge getting blasted in the bottom lane by Zet and Mako. It's still pretty even until someone comes down there and upsets the scales. And red buff.
But so it begins. Kid has level 6, feels confident to start making power plays. Rookie's got control of the mid lane. And now they're starting to also pull Megan and Marge.
Ooh, Stranglethorns will force the flash from Megan.
Good damage though.
Yeah, nice response from Marge. And Fire Lolly, he just gets to see his red buff go away, and Blast Plant also used.
And that was a big ultimate used bottom, the Zyra. So, I mean, he still has the Jhin ultimate, but Fire Lolly doesn't have a lot of options about where he can be most effective on the map right now to use his own power in Rengar.
Rookie's looking to set up on jungle. He has been sighted out by this ward though, so I'm pretty sure he got seen out. But he's still setting up in this bush.
So
He's
many
expecting
wards.
someone to come through
Yeah,
his way.
he's waiting for Scout to rotate down because they were threatening the potential dive because you also didn't have vision on Kid. But like you said, the ward just picks him out, so Scout just stays away from him and is now rotating top lane.
That was a hectic anchor.
That
Yeah. Oh. Gonna pop the ultimate once again. I'm not entirely sure he's in kill range. Well, scrap that because here comes Scout. Ultimate used. He's so close. Fluttering blows enough damage. You know, maxed out ability. Oh, Shock Blast is enough to finish him off. Finally, Duke goes down.
They're trading in the middle lane though as a response. It's a good move from Scout. Very Rookie-esque from what we saw in the second game. But Megan's here, Kid's here. Zyra doesn't have the ultimate. There's no threat of the bottom lane of EDG rotating at all.
Here's
But
the
there is a
TPs.
teleport.
And here's Fire Lolly as well, popping his ultimate. The hook. Oh, lands onto Megan, not the one you wanted to dodge. Preferably Kid would have tanked that one. And the ultimate was not enough from Rocky to finish off Mako.
Just miscommunication right there. Kid had cask as well. Like you said, just take the bullet for the team and then reset with your ultimate. Poor little Megan.
That was close though. Good dodge from Mako. Harold's angry. Get back in your pit.
Get back in there. Whoop. Fire Lolly. It's caught out. Ultimate.
Good
nice
flash.
Perfect timing on that flash.
Rookie didn't have his ultimate though. I'm not actually sure he would have died, to be honest with you. He did still need to flash, and he is pretty far ahead of Kid. Look at the items that they've got too. That's a big Rengar.
Spending all of his time farming the jungle, although that CS discrepancy isn't as telling as it once was, simply because there's so much golden Krugs and Raptors now.
Duke, he's still farming away. It's getting to the point where Mouse does damage still, but Oranges and him just being Gangplank is putting a stop to that. And Triforce is on the horizon very shortly.
It's getting to the point where EDG need to start being proactive with their composition. You have to look towards Fire Lily though.
You have to look towards Rookie. Like, Fire Lolly has to look towards Rookie. Killing Duke is fine, but Duke is 9 odd CS down. He's going to collect a wave. You can dive him all you want, but he'll still be making extra gold. And you're just getting your own top laner ahead by putting him behind. So realistically, it's okay.
Well, Duke is making a run for it. This is the day you almost caught Duke.
And now it's a race for the towers. Again, mid tower is so low.
There's
Well,
one hit.
Rocky's under attack. He's on top of captive audience. Gets there as well. Looking for the disengage. Doesn't have the barrel, but the fact that Megan and Kid were there means the scout will not choose to go in, and he's out of mana.
Everybody's flashing Scout's Jace Q, so he's not doing any damage with the melee hammer Q at the moment. That's the only reason Rookie's able to get out alive. You gotta love exploiting the interactions.
Yep. But that's a lot of flashes burnt from the side of IG, so it is something that EDG can revisit on. But the fact that these plays are so infrequent, by the time that you do make a play, then maybe someone else's flashes back up.
You know what else is also cool? There's a chance Duke's going to be going for the Sterix Gauge build. We also saw this from Huni, I believe. The merit behind this is he's against a Rengar and a Jace who will be trying to get on top of him and killing him. It'll prevent a lot of that upfront burst. And Duke, if he can get through a couple rotations, either of the kegs or secondly getting the oranges, then having a Sterix Gauge, maybe even another rotation of oranges, like, he's so hard to kill. And if they're focusing his lane, he's building to not die, and he'll always outscale.
And he doesn't have to do damage. That's the big thing. Outscale. Like, Syndra is going to take control of the early game. Ezreal can take control of the mid game. And then Duke won't be punished for that defensive itemization because he's still going to be GP late game if they need him at that point.
He's still scaling. Despite the pressure in top lane, he's still scaling. As soon as he gets to 2 items, he's going to be a monster. Fire Lolly comes in once more with
Dead now, though.
the ultimate. Yeah, he's very dead. He's going to take him out of the air there with the dredge line.
That's a camp if I've ever seen one.
IG are pushing down the bottom lane. Block the minion wave. Block the ults from Zed. Should be able to take down this tower now, but it's going to be exchanged on the top side.
Ultimately, though, Invictus Gaming still a tower up unless Scout can do some serious damage to this mid lane structure.
He's moving elsewhere, actually. Looks like he's just warding off to the side, or he's doing something.
Raptor camp, maybe?
He's hiding himself at the very least. He doesn't want to be on vision. Victor's Gamer getting a potential Drake, though, is another point of power for them.
Good news, though, is that it's only the Cloud Drake for EDG, so free to make a top lane trade versus bot lane trade because it was Cloud Dragon in play.
I just can't help but feel like while I'm watching this game, Rookie's just too fed. I'm just watching a Gangplank die and thinking it's still a Gangplank. He's still farming perfectly fine and getting more gold than you do on average for a minion. And Rookie is 50 CS ahead with the kill.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bye,
we have
Mako.
Mako walking into the bush, and Rookie happened to be there, so you're dead. I'm sorry.
Good
No
night,
refunds.
Sweet plant prince.
And now the lane assignments and rotations come in.
So dead. Like, I'm
Like, unbelievably dead.
a race to the point where I'm not sure the Zyra would respawn. That's how dead Zyra was. Like, she just permadeath.
And then, like, eventually, Rookie just sitting in the brush is going to pay off. Someone's going to walk through one of those bushes and he gets something done. Doesn't convert into anything, but does just give him more gold while they're all the ways pushing anyway. So
It is
he'll
creeping
convert it into a Seeker's On God.
IG's vision line that much more forward. Again, they have both the outer towers down in mid and bottom lane, so they can continue to exploit EDG's red side buff. And it's probably the most pivotal point to have control of on the map right now because Baron's not in play. You want to be playing around the bottom side, so I would say just Rookie, do it again. Just go find a bush, sit in it, go fishing.
See what you catch. You can blow up everyone who isn't Mouse at this stage in game, and even maybe Mouse because he just has Merc Treads.
He's pretty tanky. I don't think that Rookie would be able to kill him, not in one rotation anyway. It would be the ultimate and then at least 5 extra Qs. But
Maybe, but I'd
IG's
like to see
strategy
him
is
try.
ignore the mouse, go for the structures as a team, because eventually you'll bring enough people to the lane where the Nautilus is that it's just not worth him trying to stop you. EDG's response is basically 1-3-1. Duke has ult. So
Yep, gonna drop that in the bottom lane, and Scott's gonna back away. So successful defense while top lane's pushed in by IG. This will be a tower in response, and Mouse cannot step up.
the thing with Gangplank and Rumble is that they both are very good in situations like this at slowing down the pace of EDG's game. Duke has been doing that quite well.
Even just his positioning, he didn't see where 3 members of EDG were on the map, so he steps back, throws his ultimate down, just in case there's a potential dive there. So, little things, quite clever.
Every little bit counts. IG slight advantage in this game in terms of gold, but they just get on map pressure and where the gold is located, which is Rookie. Rookie is definitely at the point where he can blow up most members of this team. He's on 2 items as well.
And saying that, I feel like EDG could just bring Mouse to the party and scare all of IG away. He is massive. Like 2-1-2, no one's touching him except Rookie. And if Rookie's using his single target burst, which is where the Cinder excels. Actually, you know what? He's just going to be in trouble
It's
here.
1 versus 3, but he has this on his hourglass and the counter game from Kid. He takes down 1. Fire Lolly turned on. He does have the ultimate looking to go. Fire Lolly drops low, and Mouse is in here as well. Someone kill Rocky. Finally, Fire Lolly does it, but at the cost of both Mako and Fire Lolly. Mouse is just in the skirmish of all these members. Briefly turned into a squirrel before going down to meet them.
Hell.
3-1 trade. Was that worth it? No, it was not.
You can bring Mouse down to the party, but you don't put him behind a turret, right? That's pretty silly.
Naturally, the idea here was to just burst out Rookie, but it was a perfect hourglass. He already burns the ultimate on Mako. Kid then finishes the kill. Rookie flashes the last shot, gets the Lulu ultimate, eventually will fall. But EDG have invested everything, the kitchen sink, and their lives in just killing the Syndra.
Barely killing the Cinder as well. We've got another play opening up in the bot lane for some reason. Here comes March. He's very low. Mako and Duke dead, I think. Yep.
He wants the shock blast, but he doesn't have the gate. Marge lives. He actually just killed someone on the way through as well. So Mako's having a real rough game on this Zyra. They're exploiting how squishy of a champion Zyra can actually be. I also think Rookie could have lived in that play if Kid had hit the ultimate, unfortunately. Maybe didn't expect the stun out of the Syndra. That was closer to being even more of a disaster.
And that ultimately affects EDG's vision line. Mako's your primary source of wards. He needs to get in there, start laying down the vision to create safety, but he can't go anywhere because every single member on Invictus Gaming's lineup has kill threat on poor little Zyra. She runs into a Gangplank, disaster. Syndra, disaster. Ezreal?
You know what he needs?
What's
A
that?
fire lily.
Only he had one.
It's gone missing.
He's AWOL. If found, please return
Okay.
to EDG. Call this number.
Good job, Kid. It hadn't spawned yet.
Well, Rookie will take this one away. That's fine. Once again, Duke's ultimate used to stop the push in the bottom lane. That tower is still standing. We're going to go in for another push, but now Rookie's here, so dredge line to safety, friend. And Kid is also on his way bot lane. He's just hanging around in the jungle.
And frankly, EDG at this point have just been very lucky with the RNG dragon spawn that it hasn't been something more punishing like an Infernal, like a Mountain. The fact that it's back-to-back Cloud is kind of like their only bright spot in this game because like, it's fine, it's not the Baron yet, it's not in play, just 10 more minutes, just 15 more minutes, where if these were Mountain or Infernal spawns, they would not have that same luxury.
But when the clouds part, what's behind it? Oh, it's Infernal Dragon, Mountain Dragon. So EDG still needs to establish like something over the area because eventually it's got to stop being clouds.
The clouds part, and all you can see is Mordor.
What does that look like in this game? Probably
Infernal
a 2-1 and 2 rookie and an Infernal Dragon. Yeah, pretty much that. Yeah. EDG are sitting around the area, but the crab has already gone down to IG.
They're ready to fight to Invictus Gaming. They've
What?
got item spikes. They're
That was an anchor.
completely set up. EDG should not actually look for this one unless they genuinely believe they have no other choice but to team fight.
They were just using the Rengar ultimate to help them ward.
That's pretty sad.
Yeah.
But it's a necessity in this game.
That's hilarious.
Ping, ping. 2 Trinity Forces completed from IG.
Yep. And Starrick's Gauge as well for Duke. He's ready to go. Already mentioned it makes him pretty difficult to kill. It doesn't make him a tank, but it does mean he can be a frontline member for Invictus Gaming.
And EDG have to go this up. You can already see they're calling the recalls. They have to deal with the big wave crashing up into the top side of the map. Again, RNG's has smiled on them today because it was just Cloud. What's our third one?
Cloud.
Is it really?
We don't know.
Wow.
How do
They
you know it's
got
Cloud?
so
Wow.
lucky.
It is Cloud. Oh!
They
Scout
didn't-
caught in the bottom lane. He's going to get engaged upon, and I mean, Marge is going to finish him off. That was just a simple kill caught in rotation. And now look towards this bottom tower.
They should be getting this for free as well. Kid, ooh.
It's a little bit scary for a couple members in this skirmish. Kid will back away. He's still alive, but we're opening up the curtain call. Someone's going to have to block
no.
from him, and it's probably not going to want to be Megan. Firelottie comes in. He gets one. Looking towards Rookie and Marge. Good
Oh,
exhaust
Rookie.
comes down, but he misses the timing, but he's going to turn around and simply not have the damage. So that's a 1-for-2 advantage in the end to EDG.
Best case scenario for them. Invictus Gaming do get the dragon, overreach, try to go for the tower, and are punished for it. I believe that it's just the pocket kills, though. They don't get any sort of shutdown bonus. Nope.
That's a no on that one, Frost.
Yeah, the
And
gold
no
is very well
towers
spread.
to convert that in to anything. Yeah, 2 is up and down the board.
Oh, with Invictus Gaming having complete tempo of the map as well, if EDG get anything, it'll generally just be a kill.
And they pushed so far up as well. Like, you look at where the kills went down, and it's like in a tower of EDG at 22 minutes, you know. EDG pushing down mid, so they are trying to convert it, but not before Marge, Megan, and Kid are on their way. That was an aggressive arcane shift, but he knew he could make it work, apparently.
Don't mind that. Look at the damage that it just did as well to Mako. Basically half health.
Yep, that hurts. EDG still at the advantage. Not massive in terms of goal, but just in terms of pressure and what they have in this game. And Duke, he's still in the side lane. He's still farming.
And the problem is that they're losing control of their side waves. Rookie also just spent some time on the bottom of the side wave prepping it, and so EDG are just constantly at that point, like Rusty is saying, like, they get these kills, but they then have to just rush and reset the map or try to get everything back to even. They don't get to take the kills and then snowball into a tower, into a Baron, into a Dragon.
Whereas if IG get the wins, they get all of the above. Because they're set up for those objectives right now. As you mentioned, the slow push bottom lane actually translates to a Baron, which is what they're now looking at taking 24 minutes in.
All waiting in brushes. All pulling a Rookie. It is waiting off to the side. He's found Firelottie. It's probably going to be the end of the kitty cat right here. Follow up with the damage, but he should be out. Rookie takes a lot of damage, but Marge just joined the party. Curtain Core isn't enough to
Zyra ulti
dissuade.
was
A
big.
lot of low members right here. Who's going to be eating the 4th shot? It's Rookie, but he is shielded
Firelottie.
up. Firelottie coming in,
Oh
and he
my
dives
God.
in. Look at the damage out from the savagery. Final shot in from Scout. Not quite enough right there as Megan, Marge, and Kid all make their way out. Unfortunately, Duke was not so lucky.
And Mako completely makes up for his piss-poor early game with an amazing Zyra ultimate on that fight right there. They're going to get the Baron for this.
Shock Blast, not enough
Just
to finish
go
off
back to
Megan, but
Baron.
he's backing away.
Just have Scout zone off the jungler, go back to Baron.
They are converging on it. And
They-
it started off by Mako and Zet.
But they didn't get their tank there in time.
Nautilus will get there. Firelottie also is on his way. Scout is still zoning perfectly fine. Marge does have a lot of damage if they end up duking it out in a 1v1, but IG overreaching for picks, losing team fights because Rookie's getting caught. They completely give over the advantage that they've gained for so long. EDG have a gold lead.
Literally a single team fight has now turned this game around.
IG, they had such control, but the overreach onto Firelolly, it looked like he was dead.
Yeah, and the big thing is that the Syndra stun didn't connect right there, so they couldn't get the change CC displacement to pop him. And then this Zyra ultimate separates, creates the space. Scout also sidesteps another stun. And then Firelolly is like, I sacrificed my life for you. Does massive damage, and Jace is just going to follow up the rest of this fight.
And to be clear as well, Syndra didn't use the ultimate on Firelolly when it's caught. So instead of using the ultimate, he tried to be over-aggressive and save it, and that's what happens.
Punished in the end. Also getting caught by that fourth shot in from Zed. I mean, the result probably would have been similar, but maybe not losing multiple members.
This is how frustrating this is. Invictus Gaming's phenomenal early game could have been 2 Infernal Dragons, and that team fight could have been entirely different.
It's true, but they got RNG'd, unfortunately.
Oh, that stings.
But you've also
16%
got to
luck.
play differently when you have those 2 Cloud Dragons. So it's a bit of both. But yes, I definitely agree. IG now on the back foot while this Baron is up, but they are still strong. It's to the point where EDG can't brute force objectives and just say we are definitively stronger. Firelolly's still stalking the jungle.
To be fair, Firelolly is actually huge. So, like, you saw the damage that he just dealt, and there's a reason that IG wanted to kill him first. It's not so much because he's just a smiting member and they're looking for a Baron. He's actually the biggest member on that team. Not only that, Zet is doing a lot of damage. Like, there's so many positives EDG somehow out of a really weak early game that have still carried them through. Mako was the only one dying.
It actually just kind of came out of nowhere, I guess, yeah. IG pushed back, but Midtown is already down from EDG. They'll continue the push here. Duke is still sat in the side lane. Mouse is basically keeping him here.
I mean, it ultimately came down to we knew that EDG had the superior 5v5 composition, especially at this point in the game. You know, Duke, he does have his Trinity Force, but he's not that super late game gangplank quite just yet. So they just executed on the composition better, and Invictus Gaming shouldn't have fallen for the trap. They shouldn't have baited into that position to begin with.
He's 2 levels ahead in the jungle. So they're just trying everything.
I did want to point out something cute. It's already kind of come and passed, but Marge actually used the Ezreal ultimate cross map to turn thin creep waves, but naturally he was hitting the ones that weren't empowered by the Baron buff to slow down the sieging potential from EDG. It's not massive, but every little inch counts.
This is such a change of pace as well from, say, 15 minutes ago, where everything was going IG's way. We had Rookie just sitting in the bush, seeing who he could just nuke, who just happened to be walking by. And right now, EDG are taking Dragon.
Ah, feel the power.
Right, we mentioned this already. Yes, that is an Infernal next, Frosker, and you can stop, like, visibly tilting to my left. But like we spoke again, IG's team composition, you compare it to EDG, you contrast the differences. Right now, it's harder to execute, but they're executing.
Yeah, Kid wants this kill onto Mako. Mako does not have flash, so he should be falling, but Marge is under attack. He's finished off by Zed. He's falling right here, while Mouse, he's on the back lines. The depth charge hits Rocky. Rocky goes down into Zhonya's, but he's still followed after by a little bit more damage from Mouse. Should finish him off, but he's got the healing in from Megan. It's not going to be enough in the end. The Scout finishes him off. And now Duke trying to back away, but he's dredge-lined back into the fight.
Have done
A
this.
2 for 4. EDG come out ahead.
They have the tank. They're able to find the team fight, get a great teleport play, and then just walk past the tower and continue to pick up these vital kills and transition it into an inhib.
I don't know how else to say this, but Gragas is harder to execute on than a Nautilus. And Kid decided to throw the Zyra into the perfect position to use the combo with Zet. So Marge just dies. And this is because you make a mistake like that mechanically, you can't do that as a Nautilus. And this is where these things go wrong.
Please, someone hit it.
Hit the, yep, there we go. Good job, Zet. The hero that we needed. And I wanted to see a close game, friends, but not like this.
Knock him towards the gangplank ult instead of this. Because Marge dies before he can even move. He's just knocked up by the Zyra. Again, the strength of the Zyra. IG have a team composition that can go forwards, can go backwards, but if you run at EDG, they've got a comp that's really good at denying you.
And then at this point, it's just the fact that Mouse has the tower aggro, so even though Rookie doesn't immediately go down, they just walk through all of this damage.
And an in-hit broken now at 30 minutes. EDG completely turning this game around. 5,000 gold advantage, 6-3 towers. And they're just in such a dominating position now that you wouldn't have thought was possible in the early game. But IG, they just kind of self-destructed. And you said at the start, Rusty, this is a hard composition to execute. I had faith when IG got ahead, but it was misplaced.
This is also now back-to-back games that Kid has kind of been the weak link, and Invictus Gaming picked out on Kozik's last game at pivotal moments to give away key objectives, now misusing these Gragas barrels.
Whereas the creator of the newest Halo in the middle lane has been performing quite well. He just doesn't have the team surrounding him.
That was deep.
That was.
Damn, wasn't expecting that one. How's a curveball? Duke locked up. How's Duke doing right now? He's 2-6, but he has 3 items.
Pretty average, actually. He hasn't had a good laning phase. He built to not have a good laning phase. Again, it was just basically to survive, but even at this stage, still not really getting enough done. It's a cost-efficient build. He has damage, but he's not connecting it.
We have found Mouse, and Mouse is not really taking any damage. That was what you could call a wasted ultimate from Kid right there. And IG will go back to try and defend, but they have one ultimate down, and it was a real key one. Oh, Megan will have to go back to base, and Scout saying, well, I can throw Shock Blast too, Rookie.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, is what Scout is feeling right now. He's like, this feels good, doesn't it, IG?
Yeah. Excellent. Anyone can win with this broken champion. Haha. Top lane going to go down to EDG. Advantage just exacerbated while Duke is still soaking up waves in the side lanes.
And there's 20 seconds till the Baron buff is available again, so EDG time this well. They get the turret, they recall, they get their vision, they get their items, they set up for the next major objective. And if they get the Baron, it's usually the game-winning objective at this stage. They've already broken the base. The next part is all that much easier.
EDG love the Barons, and they make it work as well. They'll be able to shove it in. Probably the reason why they took game 1 as well, in all honesty. 32 minutes in. Definitely EDG's game to lose, Kid. Don't get caught. He's got E. Should be able to get over the wall.
He's also got Lulu behind him, so a lot of safety there. And really what needs to happen is they need to get Megan into this area to lay down the vision. But to do so, they need to get control of their waves, and frankly, no one is paying attention right now to Mouse. Duke's rushing over there, but for the next 45 seconds, Invictus Gaming can't approach this pit.
It's just a tough situation at Struggle Street right now for IG, who now on the back foot. See them not overreach, and by them I mean Kid, because so far play's not been working out. Mouse leading the charge, trying to find that dredge line, turns the corner, great stun from Rocky. That dredge line
Rengar's
landed.
looking towards Syndra.
And there's no tower to retreat to. The flash, the R click onto Rocky, that's gonna force some type of response from IG. Good knock up there once again, but they get the kill onto Mouse. Sometimes you just shred through the tank, and Scout has to run back as well. Fire Lolly jumps in, but it was not the time to. He does take out Duke, but at the cost of his own life, surely. Mod takes him out in the end. Here comes Zed. He looks for one, but he's also gonna fall. Oh! The Glintland's not enough damage, and everyone is on one shot away from death. It's a 2 versus 2 right now as the Shock Blast does not land. And Scout and Mako walk away.
And Zet does eventually go down. There's not enough health in their names to actually go for anything here. And we end up with a stalemate, with a truce, and with Invictus Gaming licking their wounds and defending their base in that middle lane. But that was a pretty close fight.
Yeah, and things started to go really sideways when EDG kind of funneled head first into a lot of Invictus Gaming, particularly Duke's damage. Like, the gangplank's there, he set up CAD the ultimate. They didn't get the kills that they wanted to, and then suddenly it looks really bad because Zet's just ulting. He's not there to actually participate in the fight. Things look better when he finally comes around the corner and starts to lay down the ridiculous Jhin damage.
If Mako had exhaust that entire time. Between him and Zed, they just weren't really there at the start of it, as he dies to minions, I believe, by the way. He doesn't have lifesteal.
Oh, that feels bad. Yep. Could have just walked into the brush as well.
He
was not warded by IG.
eyeing off a pentakill. He had 3 kills.
And then the minions got him. That's when the minions attacked.
Yep, the 6th and 7th member of the team, unseen until now. But 17-13 in this game, and that fight was definitely more even. IG still have a little bit more bite to them.
The good thing, though, is that even though Invictus Gaming lost the fight, and they'll probably pick up
That's the stun as well, and the ultimate from March. Rocky gets the kill.
Big
TP
fight.
from Mouse, but it's an outnumbered fight. Finally detonates Marge. They're turning their attention to Rocky. Still on the back lines. Kid goes down as well. Mouse untouched on the front lines. Duke, he's backing away, but he'll drag the dancing grenade with him. Meanwhile, Megan gonna be falling here. A 2-for-3 trade.
It looks like it's all. There's actually EDG pressing towards this middle lane inhibitor before they even consider the Baron an option. I like this from EDG. It's a safe bet. There's nothing to prevent them from pushing in.
And this was the one good thing about Invictus Gaming kind of winning or surviving the last fight, is that it bought them enough time for their inhib to respawn. And then suddenly, that advantage completely gone and out the window again.
Well, looking towards Baron now. Multiple on the way pings. Looks like EDG wants it. And do IG even have a response? Well, Duke has no ultimate. He's gone bot lane, and Rocky can't really go in as one man. March has just respawned. The Kid only just respawning.
On a ward, they don't really care that there's 2 of them there. Oh, now we'll see the next one.
Here comes Duke, TPing in
It's going to be too late.
with the random barrel.
He's knocked up as well from Mouse. Nope, not going to happen. Mouse had the vision over him and prevents any type of steal attempt. Clean from EDG. This Baron, let's see how much damage they can do with it. Picking up multiple new items now. Edge of Night into the mid lane once more. And Scout is absolutely massive. These last couple of team fights have been kind to him.
Yeah, it's been getting better for Rookie though as the fights have progressed. The Zonias has been used on multiple spells. The Nautilus ultimate is actually forcing his Zonias though. And so Fire Lily needs to readjust the way they've been playing these team fights. If they want it to be a whitewash, force the Zonias out of the Nautilus ultimate, go in afterwards, but don't go in directly in front of your team. Hit a flank, because then you don't get stunned by Rookie and everything goes right for you. With this Baron buff, you'd expect that they just use perhaps the flank. Rengar can ult and just be invisible on the side through the middle lane. They can pressure away IG from the base. However, with a Gangplank and a Syndra, especially when Syndra has blue buff, pretty hard to stop them from clearing, even with Baron minions.
Yeah, the nice thing about Gangplank is he doesn't care about Baron whatsoever.
Yeah.
So EDG do need to be a bit brave here or try to play multiple pressure points. They want to try to squeeze IG.
And the W true damage as well coming out of Syndra. Another added bonus you may not consider.
Yep. All of that equals a lot of wave clear.
And Philo is doing exactly what you want. He's forcing the creep wave in, empowering it with the Baron, and he's also there for that flank, so dual purpose.
He's dragged Rookie over to him. March takes a bit of damage. Also locked up from the Jhin. Opening up the curtain court, but Kid is there to tank these shots along with Megan and Duke. For a final one just to eke around the side and see if he can hit a better target. He'll hit Kid on the end, but it will mean that they are able to crack the tower. So just by holding that 4th shot, Zet allows them to open up another inhibitor. They have found Fire Lolly, but does have Guardian Angel. He should be going down for a second time.
That man
though.
is dead.
Yep. Very, very dead. Almost took someone with him, but IG will go back to base now and have a little bit of breathing room.
I love the fadeaway ping on the inhib from EDG. It's like, but I died for this. You could have taken it.
Kill, please. Anything. Baron, or rather Dragon up in just under 2 minutes now. IG, at the very least, are able to escape their base and place down some vision, maybe even take away the Scuttle Crab.
Actually a really good opportunity for them to place that vision at least before the dragon itself spawns. We get to see as Mako dies to an Ezreal, one of the other reasons why they don't actually go for the inhibitor. Gangplank's ultimate, pretty big zoning tool.
This is
So
probably
many things.
one of the roughest games I've seen from Mako in a long time.
Yeah. He did commit to the full AP route though. Went for Leandre's and Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Didn't just go for one and any resistances.
And like you're saying, he definitely needed to because they are severely lacking magic damage on this composition with the Jace, Jhin, and Rengar.
Correct.
Yep. Wants to get in there, lay down the payload, which is his full combo. We've seen that come to great effect as well. We saw March just get blown up in the mid lane.
And you'll note that Nautilus is actually the support of the team relative to Mako being the AP carry support role. He's gone for the locket, he's gone for the other item that is a crown that you give to people.
Nice
It's a crown.
You make them wear it. I always call it the checkers item. King me.
I feel like a knight's vow is, you know, knighting them with a sword. So I
Yeah.
don't like that you give him a crown.
But you can
vow.
also take it away, right? So
So why are they getting a crown as a knight?
it's non-permanent. You think it should be like a sword or something? Like a knighting sword?
A sword icon should come above there.
That's true. Just makes sense. Get on that. Mouse, initiate onto Duke, but he does have that Sterix, remember, so he's going to get the shield, but it didn't
trouble.
really mean much. Mouse is auto dropping low. He'll have to flash away. Kid, where's the ultimate? Where is it? Jump after, Zet's jumping in, looks to assassinate Mars, but
Rookie.
they lose Mako.
Oh,
Rookie comes
wow.
in, he gets one, he gets two. IG win the fight.
EDG just in shambles. IG is so good as a team comp. They might have Fire
Please
Lolly.
don't check the brush.
Kid, no!
Oh.
He was stuck in the
Oh,
animation
no.
of his W. Kid, that's so tragic.
If he hadn't W'd there, that would have been a kill.
That would have been a free Elder is what it would have been. Oh.
See the start of that fight once again, because it looked like they had gotten Duke, but he just survived for so long where Mouse took a lot of damage as well in return.
And look at the ridiculous health back that Duke got back. That said, after Duke shambles away from the fight, you were wondering where Kid's ultimate is. It's about to be right here, right on Zed. So great follow-up and great layering of cooldowns from Invictus Gaming.
Elder Dragon also being done in the bottom of your screen.
IG have control over it. Fire Lolly onto the bottom side, but he's taken out. Meanwhile, IG shoved away.
They get
It's
it.
Elder Dragon over to Kid. Mouse knocked into the team. This kill would be a big win for IG. Dredgeline, he's getting carried forward, but they get the slowdown. The CC chain. Mouse is dead, so is Fire Lolly. IG have the Elder Dragon.
And the thing is their waves are prepped. Again, this is what we've been complimenting IG all game. Particularly, Rookie is the guy who's been setting up these waves for them time and time again. It means that they get the Elder, they get the kill, and then they rotate and they take the tower. And that's the difference between a good team and a great team.
Both of these comps are designed to say if you run at us, you're going to have a difficult time. Even through a Baron buff, IG can weather the storm of EDG's onslaught. And now no more Baron. They get a team fight they're looking for. They pick up an Elder Dragon, and they still can't commit to that siege, unfortunately, towards the base of EDG because Mako's standing, Scout's standing, the threat's there, and they were due for a very well-deserved recall. As we get to watch this fight again, the Elder Dragon.
I have a feeling Philo is going to jump up and die.
Timed well though.
Yeah,
It was
almost
as
took
the
March
Ezreal
with
went
him.
to ult, so
It was
couldn't
the
have
right
done
time
more.
to go in, yeah, exactly. And the rest was pretty much history, honestly, off the back of that play. But I feel like we've just re-entered game one, where it's just a team fight will take it. And it really just, you know, say things to the fact that like these teams are very evenly matched in the end of things. It's a battle for second place in standings, and it really could go either way.
And like you said, it's always super exciting and very fun to watch when the execution of the victor is praised for their ability to perfectly play a team fight. Not just a macro game, but making sure that the right cooldowns at the right second are used to the right targets.
all about the Baron buff right now though, Pulse. It's up in 2 seconds. EDG haven't actually been able to get in the area.
Oh,
It's a
I'm ready.
Rengar ult to spot it.
They'll see Duke, and Kid will step out. Don't really
Because
want
they
him.
want to go mid. EDG shouldn't actually go for the Baron. They should look towards the inhibitors.
But they still need to respect the fact that they do not want to fight IG, so it's kind of like they want to see them and then skirt around them.
Yeah.
Got that mid wave, keep the lanes pushed. IG have priority in mid lane and top lane now. Bot lane's going to crash and equalize for a little bit. IG still have control over the pit while they have the Elder Dragon that will be wearing off shortly.
I don't blame them for doing that. All the poke coming out of Jin's W is enough to half health Rookie.
Oh.
They have started the Baron off, and EDG are coming in.
Master's leading the charge, and he has his Guardian Angel back up. Here comes the Kurt call. First shot, second shot goes wide, looking for third and fourth, but they're going to be unimpactful.
IG can actually go straight from the Baron to the top lane if they win a fight. However, EDG, the inside track towards this inhibitor one more time. IG need to respect this fact. This is becoming a pretty dangerous
They
dance.
start the Baron once more. Indecision striking. EDG, when do they strike? When do they pounce? Shock Blast landing onto
Answers
Rookie.
now.
Mouse coming forwards. Ultimate pot by Fire Lolly. That forces the back from IG.
EDG do
Mouse
the Baron.
starts
What are
it
you
as well.
doing, Invictus Gaming?
It finally resets. sigh of relief, but IG need to be really careful how they stagger these backs here unless they just want to give up the buff.
Random recalls coming in. Kid will have to back away.
He
Top
has to go
tower
with
finally
bottom.
falls to IG.
Kid has to go bottom right now, or they might even lose the turret to the pressure of those minion waves. The EDG straight away go to this Baron. IG force the play, and their hand might actually be turned against them.
Can Kid
It's
save
dropping
the
low.
day?
There's zero vision over the Baron buff, and the steal does not come through. Fire Lolly with the Baron once more over to EDG.
Duke also had his ultimate, so he could have potentially just used that on the Baron in the first place, but holds it. Didn't use it on the bottom wave to stay with the team and fight. Invictus Gaming just lost to the Baron. Not even the buff, just the Baron.
And that was one of the first times that we've seen kind of indecision really plague the team. Because it's like you said, they set up for that play, and then indecisively, are we pulling off of it? Are we engaging the fight? Are we letting them poke us? Are we going top? Are we going back? And just through all of this wealth of options, just lost everything.
There's the Baron going down, and EDG will be pressuring once more. Still in a situation where EDG need to win a fight, but it will be on home ground for IG. We are essentially 6 items deep onto every single item build, so it will come down to this fight. Fire Lolly potentially getting caught
They've
out.
got
They
him.
flash the body, slam the knock into the rest of the team. He does have Guardian Angel and a TP coming in from Mouse. They have to deal with
Mouse
him.
is deep.
Kid also on to the Guardian Angel. Mouse has to make his way out. Fire Lolly caught out by Rookie. Kid backing away. Not a kill
Rookie.
onto Mako. Rookie, he's going in. He's popping up. He's looking for the kill onto Mouse. And they have to abandon the Titan of the Depths. He goes into the Guardian Angel. Zed and Scout chasing down onto Duke, but he's too far away. Shock Blast does not get the kill onto Kid. 3 kills to IG.
But ultimately, can IG do anything with this numbers advantage? They need to reset the map. You still have Scout and Zed who still have Baron buff, so it's not
Whoa,
like,
where's the Ezreal? Hello?
okay, only
What in
one
the
left.
what? March just assassinates Scout, and that maybe just signaled the end of the game.
And that's massive, because what I was saying is the 2 primary wave clears are still alive for EDG. Now only one. They had Baron, and it's only the Jhin.
If Zet ever gets his ult again, EDG will still be fine. Like Invictus Gaming, I would challenge if they can even get through this at the moment. Thankfully, Kid is back, so they'll get a turret. And what they've really done is killed 4 of the 5 Barons on the enemy team. EDG's Baron power play is massively in the negatives as we get to see Marge take him apart. The Q Shock Blast missed from Scout.
Very close, but March had confidence that he could make the play happen. 8-3 right now. And had a minion wave been there, that would have been more damage, maybe even opening up the base as well, but it was at least very well played to Zet with the 200 IQ trap, but just cleared up the rest of the minions there.
Fun with that minion, Mako.
It's okay.
Have fun with
and
that
Mouse.
minion.
Yep.
I was like,
Literally
he's
none
got
of
a
these people
friend, not the right
can
friend.
deal with that minion. Yep.
Wrong friend. Oh god.
Anyone? Scout, come down here, please.
I guess we're going to go to the 52 to 55 minute mark. We're looking for another Elder Dragon, perhaps the next Baron, unless they can generate a pick here. So right now the map is at equal footing. A single Baron buff doesn't really dictate all that much pressure. IG actually have momentum again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking bets on when this game is going to end. 55 minutes, Rusty.
Oh, that's probably when the fight breaks out. You know what? Yeah, let's just go 55.
First, Kieran.
Just going to give you a number.
I'm gonna go 53.
53, okay, that's very specific. I'm going to say we're going to go past the hour mark.
EDG's just pressed their ultimate.
Fire Lolly clicked R. Everyone's going to run away.
He
from
knows
IG.
it's pretty silly to go in. There's no Guardian Angel available for
He's
him yet.
just scouting so they can place deep vision.
Yeah, Throw of the Hunt isn't the longest of cooldowns at the stage in the game. That lasts for a century. It forces IG back into the base once again. Elder Dragon and Baron. Long way until that one spawns. Clearing out the wards, clearing out the camps, clearing out everything. And Kid, he's been hit or miss, but when he's hit,
He is chunked.
oh, he's very hit. In the mid lane. Oh no! Get out. Okay, redemption. Keeps him
Lulu.
alive. He'll back away. And the Lulu ultimate also used. And Duke's ultimate used. That was so many resources from IG just burnt.
There's only the Syndra ultimate available, but they have so much wave clear with just their regular spells that honestly it's hard to breach these walls because they bottleneck themselves in. But the Jin's ulted, they want it right now.
Should be at the very least this inhibitor. Scout has to be careful. He doesn't get just nuked by Rookie. And that'll be enough to force EDG once again out of the IG base. They're trying for round 2. They have a minion wave coming in. Marge is sticking around. Do a bit of poke, shift damage to this wave to Mouse. The rest of the team is back. Duke setting up these barrels. Doesn't land onto the front line. Once again from EDG, a stare down in the mid lane.
He scares them off as well. So again, the zone control available from Invictus Gaming is pushing EDG in and then back out of the base. The Jhin ulti was good for a time, but it doesn't actually have the pressure if you can't find the carries, and Rookie's flank is threatening constantly.
And there's nowhere else for EDG to be on this map right now. They do have a slow push coming into the bottom lane, but
look at top.
we're waiting on Elder, we're waiting on Baron. Might as well just kind of, again, go fishing. Run it up mid lane, see what you get.
Bottom's now equalized immediately because of the Syndra wave. Clear top's a problem, so if we're waiting for an objective, it's the same buffs pretty much close to the same time. And IG have the side wave control until that's reset, which means the initial vision will be there for Invictus Gaming.
If there was to be a trade, which team wants which buff?
Neither team wants the Elder, unless you take the Elder to the Baron.
I mean, Baron buff doesn't necessarily mean much for EDG just because Invictus Gaming's composition doesn't care about Baron buff minions really, and all of its wave clear. So I almost feel like, while I agree normally, I think the Elder is almost worth more in this case. At least for EDG.
Well, it's up first either way, so they will look towards it. 40-second window between Elder and Baron. Like, end of the day, IG get that inside track for reasons I've already mentioned. They just started. They want this.
Here
It's
comes the
real
TP.
tanky. A long time to take out this objective. It is dropping fast though. Firelolly has the camouflage. He
Gangplank
is hit
ulti is
though.
pretty big here though.
Shock blast onto Duke, resetting the dragon. Here comes the curtain call. Blocked up by Kid. Dragon very low. The
got
spike
it!
comes
Got
in
it!
from Firelolly. Could be the deciding factor in this fight. Mouse goes down into Guardian Angel. Rookie in the center. He'll flash away. Firelolly off to the side, looking for the assassination. Duke also on the wrong side of the fight. Mouse flashes out. March very low. Honey fruit pop. He wants this. Oh, it's barely enough to keep him alive as the shock blast comes in. IG head back to base.
And that means the Baron for EDG. Like Rusty said, they use the Elder, they win the team fight, they walk to the Baron, this will burn down quickly, and all of the waves will be crashing into IG.
IG are running towards the Baron buff, but I don't think they'll even be close to getting there in time. And now all of the time in the world with these buffs for EDG after they recall. They're set up for success as best they possibly can be. If they lose here, they can only blame themselves.
EDG, both big objectives. Gold has stopped mattering. 2 inhibs exposed. EDG, they have to make it work on this push.
For our sake, they need to make it work on this push.
It's probably 3 AM right now, right?
Fun fact, Pulse and Rusty
Yep.
have been chained at this desk since 6 o'clock.
50 minutes to the hour, Rusty. EDG, they have this shot. We're ready to go.
That's right, voice in my head. We're still going.
We're still going!
Onward and upward, boys.
Finally.
Oh, please run in and
He's
kill each
hunting.
other.
He's ready to go. He's looking for someone, but there's no one alone. But why not just pop the ultimate, see what you can find.
He's able to do it freely. We already mentioned again the cooldown's quite low. The Baron buff will also help with their side wave control. It equalizes all of the pressure that Rookie's been placing down onto them by having side waves consistently push. Same thing with Ezreal clipping it, as you just saw.
Okay, here's the thing. Do you take the gamble? Do you just run the 5v5 in? Do you try to play the side wave?
You Jace poke down, they've got the Elder Dragon buff. They don't have sustain on the side of Invictus Gaming. You hit a Jhin W after a Jace shock blast, and then you go.
And there it is, right onto Marge and Rookie, the 2 perfect members. Redemption comes down. We're trying to break this inhib. Kid is standing strong
He
still.
won't. He'll save it. That's clever.
And again, the 4th shot. This is the multiple times we've seen this out from Zetn in this game. EDG will continue pushing up the top lane, but they don't have these ultimates this time. They do have fire lollies. Means everyone from IG will have to stick together.
Got to be careful though. Kid can definitely still go. He has flash for the body slam. He
Rookie
chooses to engage.
is trying to set up. He has multiple orbs on the field, ready to blow up whoever jumps in. Fire Lolly does have the Guardian Angel if he wants the suicide mission. Marge dodging out these shock blasts. I'm not sure if EDG have enough in the tank.
They actually still have a bottom wave pushing though. They can just stay up here. They can make this work and just slowly push in. If someone doesn't go bottom, Gangplank has to ult it immediately.
And that's also on top of the super creeps that will be pushing into the mid lane. So they just need to be patient. Smother
waiting.
Invictus Gaming.
Unforced shots out from Zet to slowly chunk this one away.
They're not aware of it. IG are just not respecting that bottom wave. They only just pinged it now. Ezreal wasted his ultimate top. The turret's basically dead.
Again, indecision punishing them in late game matters where it matters most. I feel like they're going to get desperate and we're just going to see two teams run at each other.
Yeah.
Watch Kid.
Whoever's itchy on the trigger finger. Eventually IG fold, lose top, inhib. Bottom inhib looks like it's soon to follow, but
If
we're
IG
getting
don't
low
go for this inhibitor,
on Baron minions. We've only got a little bit longer on this buff. Again, the ultimate is up from Zet.
And the fact that in the Siege that the Jhin ultimate came up twice just kind of speak to the situation that IG are in, the hole that they've dug themselves into. Kid has to go.
They gotta dig up. Mouse dodges out of the force of
they're
will.
waiting
Marge
for a Syndra stun. There it is, a Gangplank ulti though.
to chase down. Can we get any slows? Mouse running away. He's
Here they
getting
go.
chunked very quickly. Duke with another parlay. Rookie as well, trying to get the stun down. Doesn't find it. Ultimate unleash power. Mouse will flash away. Marge jumps in very deep but gets away with it. Fire Lolly, he has ultimate. He wants to jump on top of Marge. He's slightly exposed. Arcane Shift.
They're trying to kill the teleporting member of the team, Mouse, but he has the teleport and he's full health. Here they go.
Kid engaged. He's going to try and use this opportunity. They find Mako. Isn't enough though. Everyone on top of each other. Mouse, he backs off. Fire Lolly jumps in. He's onto Marge. He gets down.
Look at
He's
Scout.
taking him out. That's another kill. Rocky going in there. 2 for 0. IG winning the fight. Kid very low. Mouse comes back up. Another kill.
Invictus came in.
3 kills, 4 kills. Zed's still alive. That's a grenade. 2 more, 3
Oh,
more,
no.
3 to 5.
And the
IG
minions.
stay alive.
That was almost the situation where the minions were going to win the game. IG barely surviving the fight at 57 minutes, and Gangplank is alive, so they have enough wave clear you would expect to, by the skin of their teeth, get through this.
Oh my god.
We're going past 1 hour, boys. I
The
won.
observer's telling us that they should probably clear this wave of
Anybody?
minions.
Duke, there's no one to kill you, mate. Just go bot lane. Just clear out the wave.
Thank you, allied minions, for distracting them.
God bless.
Naturally, when the allied creep wave approaches the inhib, the creeps will change target priority.
Yes.
Do they still get... Mate,
Thank you,
it's,
Wikipedia.
it's like 60 minutes in. I don't know what you want from me. You want my ace analysis? This should have ended 30 minutes ago.
The cannon minion is a minion on a cannon.
And every third wave. No, but do the creeps still get frozen here, or do they change that, hotfix that?
Well,
If the wave gets stuck right before the inhib, and since the incoming creep wave, it can actually deep freeze a wave right there. Do you remember
they
this?
should never freeze.
No, it
Yeah, I'll tell you,
happened.
mate.
It happened in the European EULCS.
It's such an EU thing to have a deep freeze happen, even in the bug.
No, it's because of how
Isn't it?
they changed their target when they approach the inhib versus the approaching wave.
I think that's a super minion.
I will go back and look it up.
So far, it has not applied to this game. EDG versus IG. We're 58 minutes in, boys and girl. And Marge, he's taking away red buff. It's going to come down to yet another fight. And we said this, like, I feel like half an hour ago.
Mate, there's
when
a
we
reason
said
why there's
it's
just
gonna come
weird
down onto
lines
one fight
coming out.
for us. But it's been down to like 6 fights in a
But
row.
EDG still have the control of Summoner's Rift, so if Invictus Gaming win a fight, it'll come down to how many are alive, can we tank turrets, and can we somehow coerce a minion wave to be alive at the perfect moment. It's pretty hard to do compared to EDG's who's going to win a game.
Sorry, I'm looking at Pulse because he's got makeup in his eye.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'll survive. I've done it once before, lads. EDG pushed down in the bottom lane. Here comes Mouse. He's pushed back. Duke once more. He's onto the front lines. Gets the barrel down. Turning around with the ultimate. Zet's holding it. Kid very low. He'll
Oh,
finally
please!
fall,
He's
but
ending
he's
the game. He's
exchanged.
backdooring.
Mako, backdoor from Fire Lolly. Everyone get back to base. Mouse, he's stopping everyone he can. Duke's on top of him. Megan as well. He should be able to stop him, surely. The flash comes out.
They got
Here
it.
comes Mouse. No way did that just happen. EDG finish it off 2-1.
Thank you, Fire Lolly. Uses the Rengar ultimate not to check for vision, but to slip underneath Invictus Gaming's vision and backdoor the open Nexus.
Cat Jesus saves the day.
Thank you, God.
Thank you, Cat Jesus. We went to 60
Unbelievable.
minutes. That was a real challenge, though, for EDG to try and end. Team composition-wise, that was a challenge. But finally, they got there. Invictus Gaming, you'd have to feel super defeated, though. Both games they lost were hard fought, and the one game that they did win was clean and easy.
2 games going past 60 minutes is absolutely absurd. And EDG, they took it in the end, but it really could have just gone either way.
And we call this a battle for second. You know, RNG a very clear cut above EDG. And this still feels incredibly unclear. You know, we didn't get a definitive answer. Is EDG the better team? They won this series, but certain dragons had spawned differently. If certain people hadn't gotten caught out at particular moments.
Scout on his birthday got caught out a few times.
So did everyone, though, I have to feel, in that game.
The birthday buff. Put him over the line.
Maybe it was, but it was just a coin flip towards the end. Wouldn't been able to call it. So many team fights going either way. Objectives, Barons, Elder Dragons. I don't even want to know how many Elder Dragons and Barons sacrificed their lives to make this series happen.
But we do.
What?
But we did have one question answered, and it's kind of this idea of the mid-tier of the LPL is very dense, and it's very close. We thought that there was going to be this big gap between kind of top and bottom, but we have so many teams, QG, IMA, IG, EDG, WE, who are just kind of this meaty, dense middle section of our league.
Edward Gaming.
That's a swing.
2-1. That is many swings in that game,
also-
specifically 4.
Yeah. Bringing it back from 6.3k to actually being in the lead and then going back down all over again. Just goes to show how big a swing a neutral objective can actually cause when Elder Dragon and Baron are present. Because it was from that point where EDG had the 6,000 advantage at 36 minutes, the Elder Dragon and Baron arrive. And suddenly we're back to square one.
We didn't quite get over an hour. 3 seconds off. So, there we go. We did get that one. But EDG, are they second place, I guess is the question. Wow, look at that damage from Zet. I mean, you're going to hit those numbers when you get into late game, but Zet really was helping EDG get multiple inhibitors.
I mean, he was going for the pentakill. You could see it in his eyes in that top lane.
yeah, before he got killed by those minions.
He was
Yep.
a bit overzealous with the flash, I think was probably the bigger problem.
Yeah, no, he played really well. Zet played incredibly well on the Jhin. He was against a lack of tanks, I will say, though, so he was always doing a lot of damage. The Ws and the ultimates were doing work, and the crit was always a kill threat on anybody he was nearby. I think that overall, Philoli also performed quite well when it came to it. The damage he was doing, he was out jungling Kid. There was a lot of positives there for EDG. I wouldn't say they're the second best team, though, to answer the question. I'd say they're equal, perhaps second best team with WE. They're not first best. That's all I can really say.
Would you put
After that, I don't
IG
really know.
Would you then put IG below all of those players, all of those teams? WE, EDG, RNG.
It's a giant pool. RNG is the only one that's above it right now. You know, that 10-meter diving board, slightly above everyone else. And
3-way tie, maybe.
Unfortunately, it just kind of feels like, what day is it? If it's Tuesday, Invictus Gaming win. If it's Wednesday, EDG win. If it's, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they're just, none of these teams are consistent enough to definitively have, like, a clear-cut ranking. The only team is RNG, and they're rightfully on top. And so until we start seeing some form of consistency from our elite, it's just a giant, muddy, murky mud
Mess.
wrestling.
mess. It's messy.
Well, at least we have RNG.
Now we're
but-
mud wrestling. All right.
I mean, it's so hard going into an analyst desk like this when we were also the casters. It's just like, analyst desk, take it away. All right, thanks, us. Great. So it's like we broke down so much in that game that it's hard to look back at the entire series, but we will be looking towards the MVP, which is Fire Lolly. Even in the fights that didn't go his way. I think he did the best that he could have done. One of the fights that stands out to me is the Elder Dragon fight, where he jumps in, tries to kill the Ezreal while he's in ult animation, dies, but what else could he have done, you know?
Yeah, I think of Firelily this game, and I actually remember the fight near Baron where he should have died to Rookie actually disrespecting how much damage he was going to do, doesn't kill him. And then suddenly, you know, Firelily comes in and kills absolutely everybody. This is the moment where they end the game, however, because of the heads-up play from Firelily saying that I am going to backdoor the base whilst the fight starts. They won't react.
Thank you, Firelily. I would give him the MVP just for that.
We probably did. No, it was good in the end. You know, it's just a heads-up play that everyone was focused on this fight, that no one even saw Rengar until it was too late. That was like an Nexus going down to 30%, him hitting it like 15 times before people actually saw him.
But again, that's also kind of the issue. We don't actually normally see this from Invictus Gaming, and maybe it's just because their games are so quick. But endurance was definitely an issue in keeping attention and keeping focus. EDG passed that test. I may pass that test. But Invictus Gaming, decisiveness, shot calling, whatever it was, when it came down to the wire of like over 45 minutes, they started to fall apart, where they weren't clear, are we taking the Baron, are we disengaging from the Baron, are we engaging on this inhib, are we not? And in the end, that's what tore them apart.
I think it's just awareness of the little details, though. So, like, placing wards in the right places. Rookie was the person doing all the side lane control, but if he's in the middle of a team fight and Duke's the one that's meant to be doing that, or Kid or Megan's meant to be aware of this fact and they don't actually deal with the wave, the Ezreal ults the team fight instead of bottom lane, and this is what happens afterwards. Like, things go down for free. I feel like Invictus Gaming could just be slightly more aware. I think it's just their communication output, though, like on where they should be focusing, and like the small details just get exacerbated as you hit 60 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much that, because honestly, we got to another game, 2 games in a series where it comes down to a team fight. And so many times we get like 2-3 members dropping, and it means a tower. It doesn't quite mean the game, but it means a big objective. And it just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until we finally get one decisive team fight.
And all of the team fights weren't whitewashes. There wasn't someone at 55 minutes just getting the 5-0. They were still reasonably close team fights. It's just that, once again, leading up to the fight or during the fight, the individual members of EDG had further awareness of more than just what was happening on their screen.
It does kind of raise some red flags, though, as we look towards like international competition on LPL as a region and their ability to close late game, like their understanding of late game mechanics. Their 5v5 is always going to be wonderful, but the fact of the matter is they believe that the only way you can close is by fighting over monster objectives like the Baron, like the Elder. And sometimes there's cute little things with, you know, some side wave control or setting up waves, but they're kind of almost incidental at that point. And it's never this matter of them fighting over vision or sculpting out perfect team fights earlier. They're just constantly on these timers. And against better teams, Korean teams, they're going to get punished.
So this split was all about rebuilding, and we once again got to see a top of the table clash. Have we gotten better? I guess is the question. Do you think we've gotten better from 2016 summer?
Rebuilding is not a short-term goal, right? So if you rebuild and you rebuild all of the rosters, you get rid of Koreans, you bring in new Koreans even, like it's going to be a worlds thing. So rebuilding to me is a 2-split endeavor. And even if they don't look great right now or look great at MSI, we still should be building up and ramping up one more time for worlds. That to me is the ultimate goal. I think right now, I would say we haven't gotten that much better. It's just indicative that RNG can change roster, EDG can change roster and still be the number 1 and 2 teams in our region. But we will get better as time progresses.
Yeah. And it's the fact that they have the organization, they have the structure, so they're able to move those pieces around. It is quite curious that the all-Chinese roster is the most dominant right now in the LPL. You know, they're not dealing with those growing pains of fitting in new Korean or foreign players that don't necessarily are dealing with language barrier for the first time, whereas RNG doesn't have that. They're able to pick up rookies. Let Me, in particular, isn't even a rookie new to that organization or those players. They all have experience playing with him before, so it's really just Ming that they're integrating.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising just in the end, but it's kind of nice for national pride, right, that you actually have the team. And when you see a series like this with imports, it's just like, well, maybe you should have just gone all Chinese for this year, because maybe you're looking towards split 2, but we don't have any clear-cut knowledge that if they will actually get better.
Yes, but let me introduce you to OMG. So while I do agree with you, and definitely there is national pride, that's why RNG are one of the favorite teams in the region, you still have 2 Chinese teams in this league. One of them is the number 1 team, and one of them is like second to last.
Hey, OMG is starting to pick up wins. Maybe they start turning it around.
They might.
Maybe.
They do have one good style. I'll give them that. They're aggressive. They like to go forward, and it's the communication, I guess, that helps allow them to do that. I can say I'm going,
Now Kai Siver.
and they'll understand me.
It's true. Let's take a look at the standings. So at top of the board, RNG, IG, EDG, WE. Again, it's just this dog pile at the top where you have RNG sitting above them all. I would say head and shoulders, honestly, from the series we saw against them and EDG, who have now kind of secured second place. And there's not that many people really nipping at their heels. Like, you could maybe say that maybe, if they turn it around, from, like, the series that we saw earlier today. But honestly, it's that top four that has clear separation.
You also can't help but feel a little bit excited for when we go back from cross group to regular play to see WE play EDG again, and to see, you know, the teams that are 1 and 2 in their own groups actually play each other one more time, because right now cross group's cool. It's the first time and the only time you'll see them do it this split, but we've seen what can come out of an EDG WE set, and it looks like WE are improving and EDG are improving, and towards the end of the split, that's where the really good games can actually come out.
On the same token, though, it's so sad that we only get to see Scout versus Rookie one time during the split, unless those Titans meet in playoffs, because that was just ridiculous. Like, I mean, everyone's tired. We just sat through like a 60-minute game of a 3-game series, but early on, like, those 1v1 outplays were disgustingly cool.
And we still saw those outplays in Game 3, you know, like we had a long series, but particularly in Game 2, the mental fortitude from a team like IG, where they came out of the gate swing, they ended the second game in 30 minutes. So it was honestly very impressive to see that IG, despite losing the series as a whole, still had that ability in the back pocket.
Yeah, you have to give credit to IG where it's due. They didn't play poorly, they just lost at a 50-minute fight twice.
Yeah, that was pretty much it for us. Kieran, any closing remarks before we eventually close the day? It's been a long one.
I do want to give some credit to IMA. I feel like we always have this phrase that teams are inconsistent. I think IMA proved today that they are actually probably the most consistent team in the LPL. You know exactly what you're going to get from IMA every single time.
That's true, because we had some queries over IMA, right? We were saying that we look at the team, our producer said WE. Yes, that was potentially a thing. But IMA, the Cinderella stories maybe come to an end, coming off all of these amazing kind of runs, and the shoe didn't fit, and we were like, oh, well, they always look towards late game planning. Are they a Quasimodo? Maybe they're really good Quasimodo, because they came out and actually won a series today, so maybe that's the case. Regardless, I'm going insane, so we're going to close the day. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. It's been a long one, so if you've stuck with us, thank you so much. We'll see you next time, fam.
Peace, fam.
Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feelings, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Constant want your words, 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 Concentrate on the tightrope. The whole